That is in a and that's in that's in a different crop, which I'll talk about. And then year three could be putting it back into a perennial pasture. So these are examples just of what my farm would look like. And all these other pastures are ones maybe I did several years ago, or maybe need to bring into the system next year. So our goal with our first year is to provide high quality parasite-free forage that fits this summer slump period, this point in July, August, September, when pasture growth slows down. It's hot usually, maybe kind of droughty. And we want to try to exceed what our perennial pasture will do at that time. So I described this already. We had some compost. I might try a variety of there's no prescription here. Whatever fits best for Nebraska or Michigan would be what I'd advise. Probably for you guys, probably some warm season annuals make sense because it's pretty warm there in summer. It's warm here too. So like maybe a combination, I'll show you. And I generally prefer a no-till seeding because it's going to limit moisture loss because you're seeding at a time of year can get a little dry. And you're not going to have much weed competition because the sod kind of suppresses, the dead sod suppresses the weeds. So here's just an example, picture's worth 1,000 words. So here's one of these pastures, killed the sod in middle of June, planting it. I think this would be probably early July, just before I go on vacation. I usually do this, run just before July 4th weekend. I rented a no-till drill. Maybe you have a neighbor who's a crop farmer who has one, can do this really efficiently for you. Our conservation services, NRCS, often rent no-till drills at the county level, so that can be a handy use or handy source. And basically fill the seed boxes, like these seed boxes with one type of annual, these with another, and these with maybe another. I can kind of mix it up and make strips. Some of the annuals I'll incorporate might be some of these radish varieties. Here's some tillage radish varieties. Here's some leafy radish varieties. These are all part of a cover crop system. Here's one of the grazing radish varieties that you can buy that has mostly top, not much bulb. And that can be useful, but even tillage radish varieties that are mostly bulb, like these are like pretty much your daikon radish or your oilseed radish. They work fine too. It's just, you don't get as much leaf content, and that's really what the sheep eat. The sheep can't dig these out of the ground and eat them, right? But they'll eat the tops, which is fine. So here's an example of one of those. These are available in the United States. Most of them came from New Zealand, but you can buy, this one's called Graza. And here's some forage rape kale hybrids that I've played with, that I've got, tried different varieties, done some variety trials, and they all grow really well, actually, some a little better than others. This stuff looks pretty awesome, but the thing is, and it looks really nice, but about half of it is a stalky material, which really isn't that useful in sheep and goat production. Sheep and goats don't really want to eat it, but still, that still provides some organic matter for your soil. So it's not really wasted, but as far as nutrition for the animal, it's not that awesome, that part. So if you lightly graze it, they do really well. But if you force them to eat the stalk, yeah, that's not going to be as good a nutrition. So here's an example of these strips that we planted. This is some Sudan hybrid grass, Sudex type grass that's kind of doesn't get real tall, so it's good for grazing. It's a brachytic dwarf hybrid, it's called. Here's some Chinese cabbage times turnip cross called Hunter that you can get in the United States. And these I just planted in strips. This is actually one of these really awesome seedings that just took off. Sometimes they don't look this great at 25 days after planting, but generally, there are some variation from year to year. Here's another year where I planted this Hunter, this Goliath, these forage rape, this Chinese hybrid cabbage, and then this brachytic dwarf. And this child here is actually my own. He's 6'2" now, so I should say 6'2" there. It'd be impressive, but this stuff's pretty tall. On the Kelvin growth scale here, I'd say it's close to 4 feet tall. And so there's a lot of biomass, a lot of plant material there to graze. And what's kind of nice about this is you can turn your sheep in here and they get a little bit of, salad bar, right? They get different, they can taste, these forages are all complementary to each other. They might eat some of this and some of this and some of this, and they end up with a really optimal diet. So here's an example of some lambs at MSU. We've done some grazing studies looking at growth of these lambs. And like I'll talk about later, even carcass quality. Here's another time where we grazed Sudan and sorghum Sudan hybrids. And, you know, these have a whole lot of growth, but the lambs, you know, it's like a jungle for the lambs to enter. They eventually learn how to turn the plants over and eat them. The quality of this stuff isn't as good as the other things I showed, but still you get a lot of gain per acre, not a lot of individual gain. So anyhow, after that first year, you graze that off in the summer. You might get some repeated grazings. Some of these you can strategically do it however you want. You could graze it with your ewe or doe flock or herd. You could put lambs on it. There's lots of, you know, however it fits into your system, but it gives you some really high quality forage. Then the next year, you've got this pretty much, you know, overwintered, dead, you know, brown, like cover on the ground. You can direct drill into it or use conventional tillage, whatever you want. And it gives you a nice seed bed you can direct drill right into. And I'll put in something like a short-term perennial pasture. I'll add some more manure and lime, might put in a mixture of a lot of legume like red clover, maybe some ryegrass and some chicory and some plant, things like that. I'll graze it for a couple of years. So here's an example of one of these pastures. It's got a lot of red clover content, some nice ryegrass. And this stuff is just, you know, pretty spectacular forage quality. And this ewe right here, I happen to remember, this happens to be a yearling ewe with twins. So you think of sheep like this that are, you know, only that age and they're rearing twins, they need a lot of groceries to, a lot of quality groceries to raise those lambs. And we found, we studied these sheep on these pastures, and we found that on these type of pastures, these young ewes didn't even lose weight. They maintained their body weight and their lambs grew almost as well as a set that we kept indoors and fed silage to. So you definitely can improve the performance of high performance sheep like this that are young, growing, lactating, raising twins using these kind of forage systems. So that's pretty much what I have to talk about with using annuals as part of like a pasture renovation system. You know, give you a couple examples. Now I'm going to talk about how annuals can be used as part of a cover crop grazing system. And so this has a lot of potential, obviously. I imagine in Nebraska, you've got systems where you're growing cover crops, depends what part of state you're in, I'm sure. But, you know, after the primary crop, commodity crop is grown, cover crops are commonly planted to help, you know, retain soil nutrients, protect the soil, and do a lot of good things for that aspect of crop production. So fencing and water are barriers to using these crops because usually they're on big fields, but those can be easily overcome with modern electric netting systems. Another thing is if you graze these in the fall, the water content of these forages is really high and the water needs of the animals are pretty low because it's cold. Like this time of year and later is when I tend to graze cover crops, and you don't really need to bring them water because they don't they won't drink it because they have so much water in the forage. The forage water content of these crops is always more than 70%, and so it meets their needs. So it gives you an opportunity to have some, you know, cooperation between you and maybe a livestock or a crop farmer nearby. And so if you have a crop, if you already have, you know, cropping system on your farm, you can just use your own land, right? But if you have a neighbor and you don't do cropping as part of your farm enterprise, you can establish a relationship with them. So, you know, like I said, crop farmers are already using these cover crops, so why not graze them? And the nice thing is these cover crops, you know, they have really high quality and they can be grazed at a time of year when the rest of your pastures stop growing, and you can kind of stockpile them or hold them and graze them kind of after they stop growing. So these crops, like right now in Michigan, our temperature today is like in the 50s. These cover crops have been growing like gangbusters this fall up to this point. They're starting to slow down, but they're still growing because the species that are in these cover crops do well in cool weather. We hit some hard frost probably in the next 2 weeks. they'll probably stop growing, but they'll retain their quality for several months, even under the snow. So yeah, there's, I can't quite tell you guys what your opportunities are because I don't live in Nebraska, but there's many opportunities within cropping programs for us. There's a fair bit of winter wheat grown in my particular part of Michigan. And so that's harvested in, late July usually. And then those fields are fallow for a few months. Well, planting a cover crop and getting a couple of months of cover crop growth from late July, early August until right about now gives you a whole lot of crops. So it's a really good fit for that system, but you can use them in other cropping systems too. Depends on where you live. There's cover crop opportunities for many different types of crops that will grow enough to be grazed either in the fall or the spring. Sometimes, some of these cover crops are designed to survive a winter and to protect the soil in early spring, like cereal rye. And then, that can give you grazing in the spring. But some of the cover crop choices I'm going to talk about are using brassicas, radishes, and cereal grains. Usually most of the examples here I'm going to show you will be incorporating some mixture of radish, usually turnip and some forage rape with often oats, late maturing oats. These mixtures I like, and you can use warm season annuals too, even like we have a project at campus right now where we've got some pearl millet and Japanese millet in the mix. And we're grazing that a little earlier in the year. Like we started grazing it about a month ago. And that was planted in early August. And that stuff, because it's been so warm this fall, the pearl millet is just like, the yields of that is double all our brassica ones. So it's just one of those years where that fits. So sometimes having a mixture is good because from year to year, you don't know what's going to germinate really well and what the growth conditions are. So kind of covering your bets a little bit by having a mixture can be a good idea. So just an example, this is one example of what we've been doing for over 10 years, using these mixtures of mostly brassica and radish with oats. We plant them into wheat stubble. We start grazing it around now, and then we remove the animals in early January. This is one farmer's example, and they have a relationship with the crop farmer where the sheep farmer pays for the seed and he even fertilizes the cover crop, which isn't a normal practice because, there's no point in normally grazing a cover crop unless you want to graze it. If you put 50 pounds of nitrogen on a cover crop, you usually get a double yield in our environment. So it's a good investment because you get a really big return on it, and it makes more forage for you to graze and easier to fence and all that. And then the crop farmer plants the seed. So it's like a way for the crop. The advantage to the crop farmer then is pretty obvious. They get a really inexpensive cover crop. They're not paying for it. They're only paying for their labor of seeding it. And that's worked well for some farmers. So some of these combinations I've talked about, having a combination of brassica and small grains. The type of brassica or radish you might choose might vary depending when you want to graze it. If you use bulb turnips, they work pretty well. But the tops are lost, as soon as it gets really cold. The rape and kale hybrids that I showed you earlier, they hold their quality a little longer, but they don't have bulbs. Radishes are good because the tops are really high quality. They hold their quality pretty well in the cold, but the bulbs aren't available to the animals. But on the other hand, those bulbs that are in the ground are doing their cover crop magic and kind of piercing the hard pan of the soil a little bit and improving soil quality. So it's a good thing for the land, maybe not so much for the animals that they're there. So it's a good to have them in the mix. Here's just some of these examples. Here's some of these tillage radishes. These are 40 days post-emergent, so the bulbs aren't very big yet. Okay, and here's an example of grazing one of these in December. So there's snow on the ground. These oats are just about ready to mature before the snow hit the ground, but they're a nice leafy oat that's late maturing. What you can't see is a bunch of bulb turnips and radishes deep, in that mix that the animals are consuming as well. Okay, so here's another example of some of this forage rape that we can graze in the fall. And here's what it looks like after in early January or in mid-January. Some of these plants don't do so great in the cold. Some of them hold their value better, their quality better. And just another example of like the final rotation. So you see a crop like this and you think, oh, it looks kind of like not so great to eat, but actually it's a bunch of oats that have kind of, been through a few freeze thaw cycles. So they've lost a little of their quality, but they're still, I don't have a picture of it, but if you were to look down into the stand, you would see there's a lot of good stuff underneath the snow that they're eating. So even though it might not look good from the road, there's a lot of high quality there. You have to take my word for it, I guess. So then here I am. This is actually my own farm. So I'm walking my sheep home. These are all ewes that I maintain on cover crops, and they're about to lamb in about 3 weeks. And they're in really good body condition. They'll gain sometimes 10, 15 pounds grazing these cover crops over a 3-month period. And then we just shear them, lamb them in a barn in part of this system. And that's actually a pretty good system for us. So where do they fit in sheep production? Number of different places, and goat production, a number of different places. You can get growth rates up to almost 0.7 pounds per day. But more typically during the colder weather, we found if you graze lambs in the fall, you're going to look more like a half a pound or 0.4 pounds is more common. That's what we've been studying these for several years now at MSU. And, that's more the common growth that we get. Once it gets cold out, you're kind of competing with, the animals need to stay warm, so they don't grow quite as fast in the fall, but still it's reasonable. It's a little bit better growth rate than what you'd call a typical backgrounding system. It's almost enough to finish the lambs, as I'll talk about. It's a real no-brainer for the ewe flock or for your does, if you got meat goats in particular, because it's just high energy forage that you can improve the body condition on. You wouldn't obviously have animals give birth on these pastures in the fall, but it can certainly improve their body condition and fit a need, and extend your grazing so you don't have to feed them in November and December a bunch of stored feed. So I'm just going to talk briefly about I think I've got a little time left. Yeah. I'm going to talk a little bit now about a system where we actually evaluated the carcass quality and growth of lambs on some of these crops. And this is a project I did with my collaborator is Dr. Kim Cassada and Dr. Janine Schweihofer and Andrea Garman. They're all contributors. They're meat scientists. I'm the animal science. I'm the sheep guy, and they're the crop and meat people, and then a number of undergraduates and other people involved in the project, and graduate students as well. Actually, the graduate student who did this work, her name's Catherine Macaluso. She's from Texas. So the setup was we replicated two basic cover crops, one that was a kind of diversified mix and one that's pure brassica. We had our sheep that we used were a Dorset Polypay mix, kind of conventional, commercial type sheep that we have in the Midwest. And we put about 5 lambs per little pasture. And what we did is we compared lambs that were fed on pasture for 8 weeks, on cover crop pasture for 8 weeks, either at this pure brassica seeding or a mixture that had some warm season grasses in it. So those were 2 of our treatments. Another treatment comparison was lambs just maintained on grain for a little shorter time, for 6 weeks. So these animals will grow faster. So we compared the performance and carcass of lambs grown on cover crop pastures, then killed, and then on grain and then killed. And then our last treatment was lambs grown on the cover crop pasture for half their rearing period, and then grain fed for the final period. Okay. Some people would call that a background system. So basically grain, background, and 2 cover crops. And we did all these things. It's a pretty involved study. You don't need to know all these details, but this kind of shows you the project timeline. And what we did, we basically have 4 treatments: grain, cover crop, followed by grain, and 2 cover crop treatments. So these are 4 treatments, and this is our time of our study. It went up to 8 weeks. The grain lambs stopped at 6 weeks, as I mentioned. So yeah, we did a lot of analysis of the quality of these pastures. We sampled them. We did before and after grazing samples, so we know a lot, and we know about their botanical composition, you know, what proportion of all the different plants that were there and how they grew and what their quality was and how much was there before and after grazing. Here's an example of our brassica planting, which is, and you see these words or not, that's turnip tops, radish tops, a little bit of forage rape. And then there's some volunteer wheat that came in because this was planted into wheat stubble. So some of the wheat, you know, that missed the combine, of course, will end up in the soil. And that's very high quality too. Then as compared to our diverse cover crop mix, which has these same things, but it also has some peas, it has some soybeans, it has some different warm season grasses. This is pearl millet and Japanese millet. There's barely any in this particular year. This year, if we looked at this, it would mostly be this and a lot less of this. So it varied from year to year. That's why we did a 3-year study. So here's the lambs grazing brassicas. The lambs were grazed for 1 week on these little pastures we created with Electronet. Normally, you know, we wouldn't have little pastures if we were doing this commercially, but for our experiment, we need these little pastures, 5 animals per group. And we, you know, measured the forage each week. And we had lambs, as I said, fed grain in the barn. So this is that treatment group, kind of in a feedlot environment. And then they were killed, like I said, at 6 weeks for the grain lambs, at 8 weeks for the forage fed lambs. And then we looked at carcasses. And we did all this in Wolverine Packing, which is in downtown Detroit. And that's a lamb processing plant, one of the few in the Midwest. So we looked at all these different carcass measurements: eye muscle depth, loin eye area, back fat depth, body wall depth, which is the depth right here you can see, which is another indicator. And we did lots of other things. We took samples of the loins here, and we looked at the amount of fat in the eye muscle. We looked at the color even of it, how much, you know, collagen it has. We did a bunch of chemistry as well. And this was all done as the conventional method is to, you know, break the carcass at the 12th rib here. And then, but, you know, if I didn't have time to take the time to show you, but if I lined up the grain fed and the pasture finished lambs and you looked at their carcasses, you wouldn't necessarily see a big difference between them, just on their visual. Generally the pasture fed lambs were a little leaner, as you'll see in my results in a minute. But like, you know, the people at Wolverine thought they were all great carcasses. So we were pretty successful in getting lambs to grow on our cover crops, better than I expected, actually. And then we also did some sensory analysis, it's called, where we took samples of these loins and we could put them before a consumer panel. So they each person participating in this panel got to sample each treatment, and it was carefully designed. They looked at juiciness, overall liking, acceptability, which they thought tasted, their flavor, and their perception of tenderness. We also measured tenderness physically with a method, you know, where we just it's called Warner Braxler shear force, where we can measure the physical force of pushing this blade through the meat, which also is a measure of tenderness. But we had people's perception of tenderness by eating it as well. So you can see the grain-fed lambs here, GRN stands for grain. They grew pretty fast. I'm sorry, this is in metric. That's how we do science, but this is close to a pound a day. So 450, grams is a pound. So you get, these are like 0.9 pounds per day. And then these are the background lambs. We took them off their forage diet and we stuck them on grain. They grew even faster. So they get this kind of compensatory growth. When you take lambs off pasture, stick them on grain, they grow like gangbusters and they grow very efficiently. So that's a pretty nice system. The pasture fed lambs are these, they're growing about half the rate of the grain fed lambs, but not terrible, like 0.45 pounds per day. And I should add though, that these pasture lambs, their growth rate did go down here at the end of the period. And this would be early December because it was cold. So, this system might not be so great, right? When it's really cold out. So I'd say, it kind of works for about end of November. In our climate in December, you probably need to have those lambs off that field because their growth rate slows. But even with slower growth, they still had good carcasses, as you'll see. So yeah, this is a little bit of a busy slide. Sorry about that. But you can see here I'm going to eliminate this. You can see that the carcass size was a little better for the lambs fed grain than the forage fed lambs, but not real different. These are in kilos. So these were like kind of, 60 pound, 65 pound carcasses, and these were like 60 pound, 58, 60 pound carcasses. Okay. Back fat depth. These were all pretty similar, a little bit fatter in the grain fed lambs as you predict, but not terrible here. They're all yield grade 2s, which is kind of what we seek in lamb production. Loin eye areas, which, again, it's metric here, but they were around 3 and they were slightly less than 3 here. So they're pretty acceptable. And our yield grades were all in the, if you round up, they were all in 2s. These were slightly lower. Yield grade is simply a factor of back fat depth. So it's, perfectly the same as this. And then dressing percentages surprisingly didn't differ. I expected these lambs to have poorer dressing percent, but they didn't. It was kind of interesting. So that's what the carcass was like. They're all really good carcasses, I'd say. The big difference is these were just a little smaller, which is important to point out, and just a little leaner. So as far as the acceptability goes, the grain-fed lambs, interestingly, what we found is these brassica-fed lambs, brassica, BRO stands for brassica only. Those lambs actually were slightly preferred to all the other groups, which is not what I would have predicted. So that's why we do these studies. So they liked all of the lambs, I guess I'd say. They liked these slightly more. They thought they were slightly juicier, slightly more tender, and their acceptability, as you can see, was a little higher than the other groups. I expected, the grain-fed lambs to be the juiciest and all that. Turned out these pasture-fed lambs were slightly preferred. I don't want to make too big of a deal about this. I think what I'd say is these pasture-fed lambs, if anything, were the same or even slightly better than the grain-fed lambs, and they liked all of them pretty well. So, but I was surprised to see that. It was statistically significant, that difference, though, just a little bit better. And one of the reason why we did this work is we expected the brassica-fed lambs maybe to have an off flavor, because if you ever smell a turnip field rotting in late fall, not a nice thing, right? And so we kind of expected that maybe some of that off flavor could be transferred into meat, but it wasn't, at least by our consumer panel. One last caveat here, things to remember, is that this consumer panel, though, all had consumed lamb before. They weren't like a naive panel that never consumed lamb. So these were people who were kind of used to eating lamb, and they liked the flavor of lamb, and they liked this lamb slightly better. So I'll summarize this, and maybe I'll have time for a few questions. Up to you. Annual forages can be used as part of a pasture renovation program to extend the grazing season. They can fill in gaps of production, improve your carrying capacity of your farm over time. I didn't show you slides on that carrying capacity, but I can tell you that if you put your farm through one of these systems and renovate your pastures, over time, you're going to be able to have more animals on your land, because your land's so much more productive. They can also be used as cover crops, and you can do this as a partnership between a crop farmer or within your farm, whatever. And it's a win-win situation, really, for both parties. The crop farmer gets a cheaper cover crop. The sheep or goat farmer gets high quality forage and inexpensive forage as well. The cost of that cover crop forage is going to be far, far less than anything that you could buy and feed your animals. They work great to support ewes and does, but they can also be used in background finishing of lambs or even finishing system, as I showed you. And their growth, as I mentioned, and carcass size is going to be a little smaller, but the carcass and meat quality are still really good, which is good to know. So yeah, I would say, though, that the use of cover crops as a background feeding system really is a low risk endeavor, because you can transition to lambs to grain quickly, and which I didn't really talk about, but I can elaborate on that if you have some questions, because you can get them on grain quickly, and so it's kind of like a way to save it. So like if you get some bad weather, you can take them off cover crops, put them on grain and finish them. And then you kind of have the best of both worlds. Half of their gain was cheap And the last part is a little more expensive with grain, but it makes sure you have larger carcasses and you maximize your profit that way. All right, so here's my contact information, and I know this is a remote instruction. I'll leave this slide up here. Feel free to follow up if you have any questions you want to ask me via email. That's probably the best way to get a hold of me. I have a few like resources I can provide, a few papers and like publications I put together for producers on this topic as well. So if you're interested in anything or follow-up questions, here's my email. Yeah, so with that, I'm glad to take any questions you might have. And I'll leave it to you guys to, I guess, moderate that. How's that sound?
Sounds good. Thank you, Dr. Earhart. Does anybody have any questions for him on any of the slides he went over or anything?
Right here, go ahead. The radishes, what percent protein are the radishes as compared to the sedans?
Okay.
Did you get that?
Yeah. So you asked me what's the protein level of the radish forage? I'll have to. I'll give you my best guess. I don't have that at the tip of my fingers here. Actually, my master's student analyzed all those. They would be at least 15% protein. They might have been a little bit higher even. Yeah, so they aren't different. The radishes weren't different than the turnip tops actually. So their energy content is pretty similar too. But yeah, I believe their protein was in the mid-teens to maybe up to 16, 17%. So pretty high. So the protein will never be limiting on these diets for lambs or ewes. In fact, they're going to have more protein in most pasture diets than they need. What always is limiting on any pasture diet is energy. The neat thing about brassicas is they're high in energy. They're like almost like some people call them a wet concentrate. They're not as high in energy, obviously, as a grain diet, but most of the reason why the lambs grow slower isn't because they're limited in protein. It's just because they're limited on energy. So.
What's your annual rainfall?
Okay, our annual rainfall in this part of the state is about 3 feet, 36 inches. Can be up to 40 some years, 30 to 40 inches. Yeah, in other parts of Michigan, it might be a little lower, a little bit more, but we're not. Yeah, so we don't have quite the same climate you guys would have. But if you grow cover crops in parts of the state, yeah, I'm sure that you do in some of your cropping systems. You could utilize some of these concepts, I'm thinking.
Yeah.
I do have a grown pasture with quite a bit of red clover out there.
Okay.
And I've been told that if you're trying to breed ewes with ewes on red clover, that can mess that up. Is there anything to that?
Yeah, it's a common question and it's a good question. The question is like with some clover species, red clover in particular is the question here. Can they mess up fertility or breeding of ewes? And oftentimes, like it's a depends question or answer. Unfortunately, it isn't an absolute. There are some times that you'll get red clover, either varieties or like maybe red clovers that might have a certain disease or insect damage that produce a little more of what's called like a phytoestrogen. And so these estrogen-like compounds can mess up breeding, but it's pretty uncommon. A lot of people use red clover cover crops to even breed their ewes on and have no problem. So it's conditional. One way that I know in some parts of the world, what they've done is they've grazed, it sounds kind of funny, they graze wethers on some of these crops. So you get a castrated male, and you know those supernumerary teats that you see on a wether, the little teats that they have, they've looked at those, and if they get long, they know that there's estrogen in the clover, and that you shouldn't graze it. So that's been kind of one way that people have estimated whether their clover is safe to graze or not. But honestly, I would say in my experience and that of all the producers I work with, it would be like a pretty rare instance where you would have fertility issues grazing on clover. It's in the literature, it can happen, but it's not very common, especially if you use modern varieties of red clover and they're like really healthy. I use red clover a lot in my pastures, and I have used breeding in the springtime. And I've never seen a relationship between clover use and fertility in my sheep, but it can happen under special conditions.
I have another question here.
Yeah, would it be beneficial to add grain for supplementation to boost the energy just a little more, or is that overkill?
It's not overkill. It's just a matter of feasibility, right? You know, here you are, grazing animals, and it's hard to deliver grain to animals on pasture in an efficient manner. But if you can, and you've got an efficient way of doing it, some people have, like they call them snacker wagons. They're a cart they can pull behind an ATV, and I'll drop a little pile of corn like every 3 or 4 feet. Some people use those pretty effectively, and it's nice because it does improve the performance of the animals, gives them that little energy boost so they can utilize the protein. But it's really a question of feasibility. So yeah, if you could do it efficiently, you'd probably see some benefit, but it's not that easy to do, right?
Yeah, you have just a follow-up on that red clover. If you do think that you might have a problem, or it could be a problem, if you would hay it, would that eliminate any problem then? And just
Yeah, it largely would. Most of those phytoestrogens are not going to survive the they're going to be broken down when you dry the crop or when you ensile it. So you could definitely utilize it in another part of production cycle, or you could just feed it at a part of the production cycle when you're not trying to breed animals, right? But that if you want to play it safe, you could certainly harvest it, and then you really lower the risk. Usually it's hard to make a dry product out of red clover unless you got really dry conditions. So that's often used as a silage.
Yeah, go
So you did the study with wool sheep, with wool lambs. Would hair lambs make a difference on that, or is that not a big deal?
I think it would, hair lambs would work great in a system like that. They're going to be generally smaller carcass lambs. That's the only difference you'd see. You'd probably, it depends on the size of the hair sheep. Okay. Most hair sheep are going to be like, these are 180-pound ewes. Okay. Most hair sheep are going to be 140, 150 pounds, something like that. So you would expect proportionally smaller carcasses, but I think all the rest would hold just perfectly well, and they do very well on these. We have a bunch of producers who raise hair sheep who pretty much, they just have a kind of a small farm, and they live in cropping ground area, and they pretty much utilize these massive crop acreages with cover crops to graze their sheep during early spring and during fall. And they own very little land, and then they have to kind of dry lot their use for a few months when cover crops aren't available, but that's how they run their program. So they have hair sheep that they're grazing on large cover crop acreages.
Yeah, Rebecca.
Does this change at all for if you're grazing does? Because I know we have a few boar goat producers or meat goat producers in here. Does any of this fluctuate for them?
No, I would say, some of these same producers I just mentioned, some of them have like a meat goat flock or meat goat herd, sorry, and they do just fine in the same systems. I've got couple producers who even accelerate their goat production, just like we do lamb production, who use cover crops a lot. So, you have to just like, some of the fencing issues, you got to have hot fences for any animal. Goats maybe even more important. So, you know, as long as you can effectively do the grazing management, they'll perform really well on these crops as well. And, you know, they might be a little picky eaters, but if you have good fencing systems and kind of get them used to eating it, they will adjust just like sheep will.
Anybody else? Yeah, right here.
On the ones that you backgrounded, what type of ration were you using, and have you utilized silage and or wet distillers in any of those rations?
Okay, so the background lambs, just to go through that quick, they were backgrounded on pasture. So in that sense, 4 weeks on pasture. And then the grain they got is the same as what we fed the grain lambs, which was a ration with, it was about 20% soy hull feed, probably like 60% ground corn. And then it did have maybe 10% dried distillers. And then I can't remember how much soybean meal, but like less than 10%. It was around a 14.5% protein ration. And so we would take lambs off the pasture. I'll just mention this quick here. Put them on this grain diet, but not exactly this grain diet for the first 7 days. What we did is we added a bunch of extra soy hull feed. So we had it 80% soy hulls, 20% this grain diet I just described. So it's a lot of soy hulls for the first day, but we put them right on that. They don't get sick, they don't get acidosis. And then for about 7 days, we'll remove the soy hulls 10% per day and get it down to just that grain ration that ended up around 20% soy hulls. So we use soy hulls to transition lambs from pasture to a pure grain diet, if that makes sense. And we can do that in a week and get them growing like gangbusters and not having any feed adjustments. I didn't remember the rest of your question. Yeah, a couple.
I just curious if you had utilized silage and or wet distillers.
Oh, silage and wet distillers. Yeah.
That answers that though.
We have not used either of those. I do know producers who do use silage. And you know, part like they feed silage with a little concentrate. Yeah, silage, a lot of silages can work great. There's no reason why you can't use them. But because they're a forage, you're going to expect those lower growth rates. You could probably get similar growth rates on silage as you could on cover crops, high quality silage. If you fed a little grain with it, you could probably get pretty nice growth rates, right? Wet distillers, I'm sure you can incorporate that into a feeding system for sheep and goats, but I haven't had experience doing that, so can't really speak to that as well.
Anybody else?
Randy,
Yes.
you had mentioned compensatory gain in the lambs. Do lambs compensate well for periods where the nutrition is not quite as high, and then you put them on a much higher quality diet or specifically grain diet, high grain diet? Do they experience the same type of compensatory gain as what cattle does?
Yeah, certainly. That's exactly what we see. Same thing you see in cattle. You grow them on a moderate plane of nutrition, like in this case, it was pasture. So they're, growing at like 0.4 pounds per day. And then basically, they're relatively lean. They don't put a lot of fat on during that time. They're growing muscle, bone. And then as soon as we put them on a high energy diet, they have enhanced feed efficiency. Like we had these lambs were like 3.2 pounds of feed per pound of gain because, they're not putting on as much fat. And so they were super efficient. So they're compensatory gain in the sense that they're efficient, just like cattle are in that phase of growth. After they've been growing slow and then you grow fast, they are more efficient. And the composition of gain is a little leaner too. So it's kind of a magic thing almost, it feels like. But yeah, you get really nice feed efficiency. So we saw higher gains that were more lean gain and more efficient, as you would predict from, their feed to gain ratios. They're putting on a little more muscle than fat, a higher proportion of muscle and fat than if you just fed them grain the whole time. Okay, same thing with cattle.
Anybody else? We're good.
How old were these lambs on the study? How old were they?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, these lambs, they were born in late spring. They were like late May, early June. They were put on the study in like early October. So I guess whatever age that is, they were pretty young. They were, I guess, let me count it up. 1, 2, 3, 3.5 months old. And they were killed around 5 months of age. So they're pretty young, I guess, in my view, yeah.
Anybody else? We really appreciate you again doing this, and thanks again. And so we'll do a video this afternoon, right, with your talk. So I think Rebecca's got that. So thanks
Great.
again
Yeah,
for doing
you're
it.
welcome. Thanks for having me. And yeah, if you have any questions about the second talk, I think I've got my contact information. Just follow up with me. Be glad to answer your questions. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
I'll stop my share, huh?
Okay, so we're gonna roll on with our next one, but I did forget something when I initially first told you all who I was. We do have vendors out in the arena area. So we have Hubbard Feed here. We have Rocket Donkey Soap, and they do goat milk soap. And we have Moline Seed and Fence, correct? Other area, okay. They're here and they have a bunch of different feeding system type goat equipment for producers. And then we also have Fiber Mill, which is Kelsey Patton. She's from Petersburg. She opened a fiber mill here, and so she has wool and yarn and different things for you guys to look at as well. So when we have our break here after Randy's, we have 2 more presentations. We encourage you all to go out there, chat with them, look at what they have, get to know them. They represent us in Nebraska, and we just love to have people that do that here. So without further ado, we have Dr. Lisa Serber, and she is going to talk about marketing. She's got a lot of accolades behind her, but she has a doctorate in animal range sciences. She's from Montana State University. She does lots of stuff. She has wool, she has a consulting for nutrition for sheep producers. So she's going to share some of her wisdom with you guys. If you need a break, you sure can go use the restrooms. They're right out the store while she gets set up. Water's in the fridge, and there's hot coffee again. So anyway, with that,
Thanks, Rebecca.
yes, you're welcome.
Where do you, Randy, is there a place you want me to stand or?
I don't know if there's a really good place, so you can stand where you
Yeah, I
want.
don't
but
have to
probably
be on,
there.
I don't have to be on the screen. Well, thanks, everybody. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I spent a lot of time at Montana State, and now I live in Newell, South Dakota. Do a lot of work. I work for the South Dakota Sheep Growers, actually, as their executive secretary as well. So I'm going to take off that hat for at least a little portion of that, and basically kind of talk to you about some of the things I do in my own business. And Rebecca asked me to talk a little bit about marketing your product. So those of you that have hair sheep and goats, you're going to have to bear with me today because I am going to talk about wool and quite a bit about wool. One of the businesses I have is I run a wool warehouse up in Bowman, North Dakota as well. So I got to talk a little bit about wool. So today, I'm going to spend a little time talking about marketing sheep and lamb, breeding sheep, but you can also plug in goats. You can plug in hair sheep here. It really doesn't really make that much difference. And then I'm going to talk a little bit about wool. I want to spend a little bit of time about factors that influence wool price. I know all of us here, probably in this neck of the woods, get really frustrated about what we're getting for our wool, which sometimes can be basically dirt. And that's very, very frustrating. So I want to spend a little time talking about that, a little time talking about the methods of wool marketing and opportunities I think that some of us maybe are not thinking about in terms of the specialty wool market. It requires a little bit of more preparation. a little bit more care, a little bit more thought. But there are some tremendous opportunities in specialty marketing right now that I think that if we're going to capitalize on our full marketing potential, that we need to think about that. And then maybe talking a little bit about adding value to it. But I think before we get into any of that, you as sheep producers or goat producers, you got to have a plan. You got to have a plan with what you're doing and where you're going. And so that's got to be your first thought process on who you're marketing to, what you're marketing, your timing, things like that. So you got to market products to generate income, and unless this is very much a hobby for you, you know, you've got to generate some income on your operation. You have to understand some basic marketing concepts. Those of us in the sheep and goat are getting more and more focused on the ethnic side of things, and really I would say the last 5 years, and in particular the last 2 years, the ethnic side of the industry is having a greater impact on our business. And that's a good thing. We are less, I would say, less prone to the cyclicity of the sheep and goat market because of that. And we've really, really seen it in the last, I would say, in the last 18 months. I am not an expert in the ethnic side of things. I think you guys can get at that information very easily. I'm going to stay more on the commodity side of the industry. But knowing when these holidays are, marketing your lambs or your kids at that time of year, marketing breeding stock. I am going to talk a little bit about the South Dakota Sheep Growers Premium Yearling Ewe Sale. And I think if I remember right, there was some discussion amongst your group, the Nebraska group, about developing some type of sale similar to that. So I thought I'd spend a little bit of time talking to you about that as well. And marketing wool and woolen products. Again, that specialty side of things, and particularly with COVID, we've seen a lot of interest in needle arts. And so I'll talk to you a little bit about that as well. So basically, you got to have your goals, you got to lay them out, you got to stick to them, but you also have to have the ability to adjust your plan. It gives you a map on what you're going to do, how you're going to sell your lambs, and if you're selling breeding stock or seed stock, who that customer is going to be. So your plan needs to be, you know, basically where you're going to go, maybe developing some type of niche if you're doing any kind of direct marketing. Again, that's a growing side of things. If you're willing to dive into that, I think there's tremendous opportunity in that side of things. Identifying your customer base, sales growth, and then dealing with any kind of future changes that you have to make. Again, that plan, you have to have a roadmap on where you're going to go. So I'm going to talk a little bit about breeding sheep and lamb marketing, just real briefly. Again, kind of a side of my business that I've found a niche. I mean, the sheep industry is small, and I wanted to stay working in the sheep industry. And so I had to develop a niche on how to help people market sheep. And so I'll talk to you a little bit about that. So as a sheep producer, basically right now you've kind of got two routes. You've got kind of the commodity, which we're all fairly familiar with. I'm going to stay on this side of the map here. And then you've got your non-traditional, which, you know, you've got direct to consumer and some of the ethnic market. Again, I could spend, and you could have experts spend a whole day talking about this, because this is the hot topic right now and really what's driving the market right now. I was in Newell at the sale barn on Thursday, and cull ewes were incredibly high. Like 170-pound ewe was $180. A 220-pound fat ewe, you know, was $222 a head. That's more than some breeding sheep are bringing right now. So, and why is that? Well, we've got a short supply of cull ewes right now in the cycle, but the way it was explained to me is that several of our order buyers, or some of our buyers in that barn, have specific orders to fill ethnic market. that these, and I think they were Haitians that were consuming a lot of cull ewes. And that's, both of those buyers had orders for those, and that was just driving things up. And so again, you've got the commodity side of that industry, but really right now what's driving a lot of this is the ethnic side. It's exciting. It's an exciting time to be a part of the sheep industry. All right, so I'm going to also talk a little bit about online sales and what I kind of do in terms of internet sales of sheep. And then I'll spend a little time talking a little bit about, like I said, the South Dakota Sheep Growers sale. And there are other sales that I could reference as well, but I really want to showcase that one. All right, so commodity marketing, you know, our routes on that, a public sale auction yard. You guys have access to numerous in this area. I'm most familiar with Newell. I mean, it's one of the largest sales by volume there. Really has an influence. It's one of the 5 or 6 that get reported nationally on a weekly basis. You've got opportunities to go through order buyers, brokers, or dealers through a buying station. Ben Wells up at Watertown has a buying station up there. I didn't realize, George, that they didn't charge commission for that.
Not that I'm aware of.
So that's news to me. So that's certainly a route. You can go direct to a feedlot. A lot of my friends and cohorts have been sending lambs straight to the feedlot this year, which is a little bit different than maybe the normal route. When I was in Montana, over in Missoula, they had a lamb pool, actually a sheep and lamb pool, where 4 times a year they would arrange for trucks, and that you had a delivery date, and they basically tried to fill that truck either with cull sheep or lambs. And then those lambs were put up for bid beforehand, so you know what you were getting, but it's basically a pool, much like a wool pool. And it worked very effectively for those group of producers, because they didn't really have great access to public auction yards. And so that was a great way of doing it. And of course, then you can go straight to a harvest facility as well. But I guess what I'm driving at here is you kind of lose some of the identity of your individual ranch product when you go through these methods. So that's some of the appeal of the direct to consumer growth in our industry as well. So if you're talking about sale barns, they do a really effective job. And I may sound sometimes like I bash on them a little bit, but they are absolutely essential to our industry. We have to have an outlet to be able to market particularly cull sheep, which is more challenging. But they oftentimes have sales, special sales that center on, for instance, Easter or some of our Muslim holidays. These sales are noted for having higher sale prices because they're attracting some quality lambs. The advantages of a sale barn, of course, you know these. I'm just preaching to the choir a little bit, but they're easy. They're always available. The sale, what's the name of the Colby, Kansas? Weekly sales. Newell, weekly sales. Billings, weekly sales. I mean, you can always get your sheep to market, and payment is always guaranteed and prompt. That's certainly an advantage. The disadvantage of it is you can get some big fluctuations. Let's say, Steve DeGroot doesn't bother to get on the internet that day. He's got his order is full. Well, that means that there could be a significant drop in the price that week. And so you are prone to the highs and the lows. There's going to be fees to pay, a commission, yardage if you're having to travel from a long distance and get them there ahead of time. You can't show up the morning of the sale. You're going to have some fee charges, and of course insurance. And they may be, some of your smaller sale barns may have you may have some impact on low volume. In other words, they can't make a load, and so they're going to pay less for your sheep if they can't put together a load of lambs to get out of that sale barn. Let's say it takes them 2 or 3 weeks to do that. So they're going to own those sheep or those lambs for a period of time. They're not going to want to pay as much, right? And so some of the lower volume sale barns, you may have some negative influence there. But again, I have to emphasize this, we have to have sale barns. They perform a vital function for our industry. And again, particularly cull sheep. You know, it's ultimately our place where supply meets demand. When we go to some of these other next steps, really, when I start pricing breeding sheep for people, I'm looking at what the sales report are at some of these sale barns. I need to have a good idea of what, you know, a particular class of ewe is worth, or a particular class of lamb is worth. And so really it's used to price private treaty of sheep. And it gives you as a small grower more power in marketing, because you can put your lambs with other like lambs, and it gives you more power in marketing. If you're dealing on in terms of like a dealer, a broker, or order buyer, these are typically situations where you've got larger amounts of sheep that are similar in terms of like and kind that allow you to do so. I need to drink something quick here. But again, you're negotiating price ahead of time, so it requires you to have some knowledge of what the industry is doing at that current stage in the production cycle. Again, you need to know the market, and you also need to make sure that the person you're dealing with is licensed and bonded. You can get into a wreck, for instance, if they're not, and something happens, and you end up losing, you know, being on the losing end of things. I mentioned already alliances or co-ops, lamb pools. Some of these things have come and gone over the years, but I think there's some opportunities again with direct marketing. Lamb pools are very, very effective if you've got somebody spearheading it, right? There's always somebody that's got to be doing the work. And it doesn't work if there's nobody that's willing to take that responsibility. So, you know, the one I was familiar with, there was a gentleman there and he worked hard for trucking. He worked hard at making all the phone calls, all down the list of chasing down lambs, and it was a lot of work. And he did not get paid for that. So it benefited him because he was a producer as well, but ultimately it was an awful lot of work. Okay, talking a little bit about online sales, and this is kind of the hot area right now. And I'm not too familiar with this show. I think SC stands for Show Circuit Online Sales. And then we've got Willoughby. I've got some friends right now that have a Willoughby sale coming up. But these online sales are getting very, very hot right now. And basically you can make them as hard or as easy as you want to make them. You can put as much into it or as little into it, but you're going to pay the little you put into it, the more you're going to have to pay, because the company is going to take on more responsibility. You can do data input by you or by the company. You can be your own sale manager, essentially. In this case, the one I'm most familiar with, again, are my friends here, Von Krosix, that are coming up with a bred ewe sale. And basically, if you've got less than 25 head, which in their case they do, they're going to get charged 5% commission or $500, whichever is the lesser, or $500 minimum. If they've got more than 25% or 25 head, you're ending up with 10% commission. They actually have YouTube videos to show you how to do the data input. So they're really putting forth a lot of education so people can do these type of sales on their own. Again, just tremendously hot. That this will be their second online sale, and the first year went fabulously for them. So that's why they're going to dive into it, and that's why they're going to continue to do it. He spent a lot of time talking to me about some of the disadvantages. And one of the biggest disadvantages is taking photos. And all of us think that we can take really great photos of our sheep, right? We think we're experts at that. I can tell you one thing, if your photos aren't good, the people looking at your online sale are not going to click any further than that. If your photos aren't really good, and you can see that they've spent a lot of time staging their sheep, fitting, it takes a lot of effort. You can't just take, pasture pictures of your sheep and make them look good. And typically what they do is they have individual lot pictures that will, then you can go on to a further where you have a video of that sheep walking or that sheep traveling. If your picture isn't good to begin with, nobody's going to look at your video. And so you're wasting your time. Figuring out the sale timing, when to have your sale. And in this case, it's easy for them because they're selling bred ewes that are due to start lambing in January and February. So the timing is fairly obvious. But if you're selling breeding sheep, when is the best time to do it? That's a good question. And then the last thing that's a big pain in the butt for them is how you're going to negotiate delivery. You've got, and he described to me last year that he had in the neighborhood of 17 states that had signed up to bid on those sheep. How was he going to figure out delivery if that sheep ended up going to Florida? One ewe going to Florida, right? And so delivery is possible because there's all kinds of companies now that are involved in livestock transportation, right? But timing of those, is more challenging because they have busy seasons when they're moving hogs and things like that around, show hogs or show cattle. And so, there's some difficulty in that. So big disadvantage. The obvious advantage for this is the tremendous power of the internet. And again, they had 17 different states, signed up to bid on those sheep. Now, did they actually bid? Not necessarily, but there's a tremendous reach. And I know from doing, the next thing I'll discuss, internet sales, is I can track a lot of the statistics on internet sales and how many people ads are reaching. And some of them are in the tens and 20,000 people reaching. So we know internet sales or online sales are reaching a lot of people. So I've kind of developed a little niche for myself on marketing breeding sheep. And Rebecca's kind of followed me for a while, but it's basically marketing on social media. Now you'll if you're familiar with Facebook, and probably the majority, how many people in the room do not do Facebook? There's a very small percentage of you. Okay, so I think I saw 4 hands go up, maybe 5. And so Facebook has tremendous reach, but remember what happened about 3 or 4 years ago.
So hard to sell anything on
Yeah,
Facebook.
so wording and how you do things is really, really funky. And it's really, really particular because it's, once you get flagged doing stuff, then you're a target. So you've got to kind of fly under the radar. But there's more than just Facebook. There's, another social media, Craigslist, Instagram, surprisingly, if you spend any time on TikTok, there is quite a bit of marketing going on there. It's not just all funny videos and a waste of a complete time sucker like I found, but there is some sales. So I charge a commission, and it depends on what I'm doing. It depends on the level of which, if I'm just developing an eye-catching ad like this, that's a significantly less cost to the grower, and if I'm just throwing it up on my website, or if I'm doing some other things with it. If I have to do screening of calls, if I have to do, basically weeding out the people who are just price checking, because the majority of people, when they see one of my ads on Facebook, they're just price checking because they're looking for cheap sheep, or something, inexpensive. But I do spend quite a bit of time developing kind of eye-catching ads. And that draws, again, it goes to the picture, what I mentioned before. if you don't have a good picture, nobody's gonna wanna look at the ad and read about it. And so, I spend quite a bit of time doing that. One of the things that I found that has helped me avoid some of the Facebook police is putting a lot of the words embedded in the picture. And so I say very minimally about what I'm actually selling in the verbiage of the ad. I put all of the information about what it is embedded in the picture. Okay, and that's helped me avoid a lot of that. I use a program called Canva. It's cheap, you know, and Canva is really handy. I also subscribe to some stock photos if I don't, you know, if I'm doing other stuff. But Canva is easy. I'm telling you, it's super easy to use. And, you know, it's actually ends up being kind of fun, but embedding all the wording of what you're trying to sell in the picture is key. And then typically when I put something on Facebook, I say available for your consideration. Private message me for details. And that's all I'll say. So I don't use the words for sale. I don't use, you know, I don't use sheep or lamb or wool. And I've been able to fly under the radar fairly successfully. Again, it's commission based and typically I don't get much more than about 3% is what I charge for most work that I do. But I only turn the interested party over to the seller until the very end, until they're ready to negotiate. And I know that person's serious. So I don't flood my customer or my client with a bunch of people that just want to know how much the sheep costs. So I do all of that. It's time consuming. It is time consuming, but I spend a lot of time on the road, and I'll be the first to admit that I do spend a little bit of time on my phone while I'm on the road. I can't avoid it. And so my business is this LM Livestock Services. And I'll tell you, in the last 3 years, it is the biggest growth area of my business, is helping people market sheep. And it's been fairly successful. All right, so quickly, I'll talk to you a little bit about the premium yearling ewe sale that Sheep Growers developed. Because I think, again, you had some interest in maybe doing something similar down here. So the idea, and I'll preface what Sheep Growers wanted to do. They wanted to provide Western whiteface ewes that are typically out on the western side of the state to the eastern side of the state. We saw in the sale barn in Newell that we were getting a lot of growers coming from the east that were buying small packages of ewes. And we just thought, well, here's an opportunity. And so the very first year was 2018. We were able to round up about 350 head for the sale. And the average on those ewes was $320 a head. We had a fairly decent initial interest. Now, I think that first year we had a lot of looky-loos, a lot of people that just came to the sale just to see what it was going to be all about. We had online, when we went with Magnus Livestock Auction in Huron, we made sure that sale barn were able to put us online. And we felt like that was going to be key. And so we go through, or they go through Cattle USA. And so the whole thing is done online as well. So we had fairly significant initial interest. One thing that we developed in conjunction with this is we wanted some kind of youth buyer credit. And again, you know, sheep producers are all about getting youth involved. And so this program was very, very successful. We had some growers that donated 1 yearling youth. And we did a rollover auction. And that first year, I don't have it here, but I want to say we netted about $2,000 for the start of the program. And so the following years, then we had an application process for kids 10 to 18 years of age. They could apply for $500. That second year, we gave 3 awards. And in the past, we gave 2 here, and then we only had 1 interested. And we took kids from out of state. So they didn't have to be from South Dakota. This year we had 1 kid that was from Iowa. And so again, really successful program. The gross income to the association has kind of held steady. Now, I have these 2 points asterisk because in the very first year, Magnus felt like they needed to seed the start of the sale. And instead of charging us 3% commission, they charged us 1% commission. And then they wanted to make sure that the sale was successful too. They saw it as an investment for them as well. And so that was why the income was higher that year. But in terms of net income for the association, that pays my salary. And so it's been very, very, very successful. And you can see over the last 3 years, we get more interest. And we've kind of decided that we're going to cap that sale at about 500 head. And we're going to have a challenge this year. Because what happened with everybody's ewe lambs? They went to town with them. So we're going to struggle for quality yearling ewes. I think the industry as a whole is going to struggle for quality yearling ewes. So again, just a really successful. I can give you other examples that have kind of are trying to. We mapped ours off of Montana's. Honestly, they've had a very successful yearling ewe sale. Ours is just a little bit different in our timing. We're in July, which works really well for Eastern producers because when do they want to breed? Starting in August, for early lambs. And that sale in Montana is in September. Wyoming tried to start one up this year, and unfortunately for them, they couldn't get enough yearling ewes, and it fell flat. They didn't go with it. So timing is very, very key. Yes, sir.
So the white face ewes, right?
Oh, we've got some blackface ewes in it as well. Yep.
Okay,
yep.
I just wondered.
But they
When you talk
would-
about Western Form, Eastern, I didn't know if they have any
We-
Rambouillets or Form
We
Goods or what
typically have been mostly Rambouillets and Tarnies.
And Target.
Yep.
Not
And
very
then
Collies?
some Dorset Polypays as well, but we've had some smaller lots of really shiny Hampshire ewes. Yeah. And some Sam crosses, but there's a committee, and the committee is very, we're not just letting anybody into the sale. And honestly, those sheep have to be shiny. Like they can't be dogs. Like they've got to be shiny and well fed, and they got to come looking ready to see a buck. They can't look green.
And this is just wool ewes, correct? The sale?
Yeah, but we're not opposed to having some hair ewes in there either. I think there's growing interest in that. But typically, the early premise of it is that there's interest in these fine wool Western whiteface ewes. And clearly, some of those Targhee ewes this year brought $465 a head. But we had a set of 20 purebred straight merino ewes come from Colorado, $560 it's $580 a head for 20 ewes.
That'll pay for the lost money in the wool.
So, and granted, those went back to people that wanted to raise some bucks. So they paid up for it. But in general, this has been a very successful sale. And the NSIP is now developing a replacement sale in January. It's called the NSIP influence sale. So all the yearling ewes that'll go into that sale will be NSIP sired. So this is catching some wind. Yes, sir.
Yeah, I'd like to make a comment on the September 25th Mid-States Hair Sheep Sale at Sutton on the 25th. I happened to be there. There was commercial and registered hair sheep that brought $480
Yeah.
a head. It was a good
Yeah.
for all the local Nebraska people. That might be a sale to hit every year.
Yeah, I think there's more and more of these specialty sales popping up because I mean, and the vast majority of these lots were sold small, meaning 10 to 20 head. So if somebody wants to come in and buy a nice set of ewes, this is the place, and many others that, you know, again, are popping up.
So do you guys do a commission or do you do just a fee?
So we do an entry fee. So we got to get some, you know, let's say they don't make it for some reason or the other. So we charge them a $10 entry fee. And what that covers is basically premium advertising. So I'll back up a little bit. I develop a couple of ads for each one of those growers that's similar to this. And I plaster that all over Facebook. Hopefully some of you may have even seen some of the advertising from the premium yearling ewes sale. There's all kinds of groups and specific pages related to sheep that I plaster that stuff all over. And again, they get advertised twice for that $10. And then we do some radio and some print advertising as well. So it's a premium yearling ewe sale in that they get premium, you know, front page kind of advertising. And then it's 7% commission, 4% goes to the association, 3% goes to the sale barn. And that covers the sale barn's costs of having a veterinarian on site, and then the use of their facilities, the internet sale, you know, and basically managing and bookkeeping and clerking the sale, and we don't have to do any of that. Makes sense? Okay. All right, so we'll talk a little bit about wool. And I think it's important, and again, I appreciate the hair sheep and the goat people being patient through this part, but I think it's important to understand. So there's a number of factors that influence wool price. And we know that sheep, the breed or the genetics of the sheep, and that's influenced by environment and management. The fleece quality, it's influenced by a lot of different stuff, but things that matter in terms of what a wool buyer wants to know, level and kind of contamination, shearing skill, if the wool is chopped up, if it's skirted or sorted, and the way it's packaged, all influence the quality of it. And then ultimately your farm's quality, whether it's going to go commercial marketing avenues or whether it's going to go into specialty marketing. And that specialty marketing, just like the ethnic side of things, is getting more and more and more interest. So things that matter in terms of commercial marketing, you know all of these: micron yield, vegetable matter, length and strength of the wool fiber. But other things that as a wool buyer I pay attention to is how uniform that wool is. So am I getting Columbia fleeces packaged with fine Rambouillet fleeces? Am I getting some, you know, meat breeds packaged in with, you know, uniformity is a big deal. Style, preparation, breed. If you're into the specialty marketing side of things, some of those things don't matter as much. You know, breed matters a lot more. You know, if there's a hot breed in the specialty market, that matters. The cleanliness, the length, whether it's colored, and I mean like brown or black fleeces versus, you know, in the commercial side of things, all that matters to us is the wool white. Okay. And then this is one that is growing and growing and growing. Can you tell a story about that ewe? Can you tell a story about your ranch or your farm? These things matter to a hand spinner. I know it sounds silly, but it matters to them. A story that you can tell about how humanely or ethically that sheep was raised matters to that person in the needle art business. And so, you know, and then some of these things that mattered on the commercial side, like micron, you know, take a second seat to it. Okay. So we know some of this already. I'm going to breeze through it a little bit, but grade or micron, length, each grade of wool has to have a certain minimum length. One thing that I'm seeing is in our meat breeds like Suffolk and Hampshire, our wool continues to get shorter and less dense. Why is that? Because we're selecting for a little bit different hide type, right? Tighter hide, and it's really influenced wool. And we're not getting as much, wool production on some of those and length. Yield really matters. When I trade wool with my customers further down the food chain, it's based on yield. And so it's very, very important. And vegetable matter, how much vegetable matters, how much barnyard is in there, how much chaff, how much burrs. That may not be a problem in this neck of the woods, but certainly in my area, burrs are a huge problem. In fact, I saw one clip this year come to me that had 7% burrs. Okay, that makes that wool virtually unsaleable. Okay, so pasture management is a big deal. And I see a lot of wools in my area that are less than 1% BM. That's very, very low, very, very clean wool. So vegetable matter makes a big difference. One of the things that's easiest for us to grasp in terms of technology or objective measurement, there's lots of labs across, or not lots, but there are labs across the country that will measure micron on your individual sheep, but also can measure on bigger lots of wool. So it can actually measure fiber diameter, comfort factor. Again, some of these things that matter to our specialty markets in the hand spinning area, comfort factor and spinning fineness, how much curve or crimp is in the wool. There's university labs at MSU, NDSU, USU, Texas A&M. A lot of you heard about the commercial wool lab that's going in at Texas A&M. Myself and Larry Prager and Mid-States and Grunwald, if we want wool tested right now on a commercial scale, you know where we have to send samples to? New Zealand in order to do testing. And so now we are going to have commercial wool testing services at Texas A&M. So on my bigger lots of wool, the core sample will be sent to Texas. I do a little bit of on-site testing. I have access to a machine currently that I can go into the field and do shoot side work. If a person is wanting to really dial in their flock, I have done some work with some Merino and Targhee and Rambouillet flocks that want to do more of that. So I provide that service. One thing that you have to keep in mind is, yeah, it seems like a pain to have to deal with all these subjective or objective measurements of wool, but there's a reason why. Because wool, when it gets processed, goes through a tremendous amount of rigor, essentially. Basically, due to the speed and complexity of the way we process wool, these things matter. It may not seem like it, but when you're going through the carding and combing process in order to make, for instance, military uniforms, all of these things matter. And they matter a great deal in terms of consistency of the product that we're trying to produce. So again, it may seem like it's a pain to have to worry about it, but it does ultimately matter to our end customer. So let's talk a little bit about pricing of raw wool, because many of you probably sell on a grease-based price rather than on a clean-based price. And you don't get any of this information. In my warehouse, I do provide some information on that, but many don't. So, and large growers, they're based on a core test, again, that comes from a reputation lab where it's a certified core test. So in order to get that grease price, you're going to take the clean price and times the yield and subtract off some handling or overhead costs. And so in this example, your wool buyer says, well, I'll pay you $5 clean. Well, if your yield is estimated at 50% and the warehouse charge is 25%, you end up with a grease price of $2.25. Does that make sense? And those handling costs are kind of a generic term that covers basically my cost or the warehouse cost of freight, of the building that the wool is stored in, the grading charges, the commission, if there's any other testing charges, it's all encompassed into what we call a warehouse charge or overhead or handling charge. That varies. This may vary a lot depending on where you go. Okay, but that's the basic premise of pricing wool. How many of you have seen 2 1/4 in the last, never, right? Basically, you know, black face wool in my areas are worth about 1/4. Probably not so much in this area, I would guess. All right, so I'll just kind of outline this one more time. For you as a wool grower, there's several options, but most of you end up with through a warehouse or a wool pool. And then through a central dealer, it's either processed in the US or it goes over to, where's our most common wool processing country? China. So when we don't get along with China, what happens? There's not much wool that goes that direction or comes back to us as product. So that works both ways. We've got, of course, just like on the sheep side of things, what's growing right now is internet sales. Fiber festivals, of course, have kind of been shut down because of COVID, but they're coming back online. And then there are a lot of interest, and I hear correctly that you have a fiber mill here as a vendor, and so they may buy some wool as well. These are any wool pools operating in this region? No, not that you're aware of. Well, in Montana, where, you know, when I worked in the wool lab there, we had in the neighborhood of about 10 active wool pools across the state, and they were very, very successful. Again, what's the idea of a wool pool? It gives a person with a garbage bag full of wool the same power in marketing as somebody who has a great big square pack of wool. Okay, and so that's a real advantage. Again, but you have to have somebody who spearheads. And we were really fortunate in Montana because the Extension Service did that. And the county agents did that. And, you know, I'm guessing, Randy, you're not probably going to go out and spearhead a wool pool, are you?
Probably won't happen.
You're spread pretty thin. But we had a good existing program in Montana, and it worked really well. Again, the idea is to give that person with a small amount of wool the same power. The challenge of wool pools is that you've got some you know, you have to find labor and expertise in order to handle that wool. You have to actually have somebody who will grade that wool to put it into like lots of wool in order to market. Okay, because that's really ultimately what you're trying to do, is you're trying to build volume of wool to market. And that big pool in Montana, you know, encompassed 6 together, and they had about 125,000 pounds of wool to market. So that gave them a lot of power, and you know, the big entities in the US wool buyers bid on that wool. And so again, that one person with the garbage bag had a lot of power. I have several customers that do this private treaty sale, and what they do is they get their wool cored at a kind of a neutral warehouse, and they are able to market their wool based on that core or the reputation of and it's done on a sealed bid process. So, you know, for instance, my customer will call the 2 competing wool buyers and say, I am willing to accept bids on Tuesday from 5 to 6 p.m. That person has the core test in advance, so they know what they're looking at. They probably went to the shearing day and saw what the wool looked like on shearing day. And so they have a really good idea of that process. And so they'll call between 5 and 6, and then it's up to the grower to decide which bid he's going to accept. And that it works really well for large growers. And, you know, they can accept or reject that bid. If it's too low, they can sit on the wool. You know, all they're encompassing at that point is just warehouse charges. where they're storing the wool. So it works pretty well. I've been to a number of wool auctions where larger clips of wool are offered for sale at a monthly wool auction. For instance, Utah Wool Marketing, Roswell Wool does these wool auctions. These boxes or bins of wool represent an individual lot of wool. And that could be 5 bales, it could be 47 bales. And what I mean by bales are big white square nylon packs. And so these are grab samples taken, and then there's core information on those as well. So those buyers can not only make an educated guess what that wool looks like here, but then they've got the objective measurement of that wool as well. And those are very common, again, in Utah Wool Marketing and Roswell Wool typically will do those. But you have to, again, have a sizable amount of wool to be able to participate in this type of marketing. You're more familiar with this and the way your wool often ends up in a Midwestern wool warehouse, especially in your burlap bags that you typically put your wool in. There's some integrity maintained of a fleece. And so it goes down the line, and this gentleman here can grade individual fleeces and then put them into bins where he's trying to put together lots of about 44,000 pounds to market then. And so it's a very common process in this neck of the woods. And again, the idea is to give that grower that has very few fleeces the same power as somebody who has, but as you know, it has a fairly high cost and low return to you as a grower. I think, and I've seen some nodding heads. Now I'll get into a little bit about the specialty or niche marketing. And these are marketing wool products either locally, regionally, or nationally. It can be direct to mini mills that are selling fleeces and then making a product. Sheep and wool festivals. Do you know how many people go through the gates of the Maryland Sheep and Wool Festival? Anybody been there? George, you have? It's huge, isn't it?
Oh, unreal.
And on a daily basis there's over 100,000 people that will go through the gates to look at wool products. So what an opportunity to expose people to wool that might not necessarily, have seen it before. Farmers markets, again, not only with direct sales of lamb, but wool products, that's really growing as well. So who are we marketing to in this specialty arena? They're fiber artists, they're hand spinners, they're dyers, they're small companies that are interested in wool. So what kind of market? Anybody have any idea? Anybody track this at all? Because it might surprise you.
So when I did wool, I did fiber artists online, spinners mostly.
Yeah.
So
So these, what we call needle art enthusiasts, there's about 1 million adults spending that amount of money annually. So they're willing to spend about $800 annually on this type of product. And I would, if I had to guess, I would say since COVID, I would say that this number is probably growing just because of the amount of people that were staying home.
Probably almost double.
Yeah, I don't have any idea. This was done before that. And they're willing to shop at local or specialty retailers. Then you've got this group of what we call needle art participants. There's a larger amount of people. They spend $2 to $3 billion on this type of activity, but their budget is much smaller. Okay. So what's important to these enthusiasts is really that they're the spenders that we want to look at. They want made in the USA. They want handmade. They want locally produced. Fair trade, yeah. Socially conscious. So those are the things that are important. Surprisingly enough, organic is not that high on the list. So adding value. So when you're doing direct marketing of wool, you have some options. You can just sell the fiber, and you can put varying degrees of effort towards that, okay? They all cost time and they all cost a lot of money. So it's not just as simple as selling a bagged fleece, okay? You have to put some effort into it. And I'm not gonna spend a bunch of time, but I am gonna talk a little bit about raw wool sales, because that's kind of one of the most common ways that you can enter this market. It applies to people that are interested in being hand spinners or weavers. This can be the most profitable and best-selling part of if you're into selling wool products, and it seems to be the easiest. When you're getting into it, they like to see the fleeces. They like to get an idea of knowing your farm, maybe even knowing the sheep that it comes off of. Then you can take some additional steps if you get a wild hair. But you know, you're going to have to get more out of it as well. You can get into washing. You can get into selling locks. One of the crazy ones that I've seen is how much some of these breeds that for like Santa's beards and doll hair, things like that, you can get crazy amounts of money for, again, for some of these just locks of this type of wool. Again, we'll get into the advantages and disadvantages. You're going to have more prep on your sheep. You may have to get into the idea of even covering your sheep. Okay. Ooh, I saw somebody. Well, that you can't just put it once on them either. I mean, this is something where you have to change the blankets on those sheep, you know, 3 and 4 and 5 times a year, depending on the breed, because the fleece grows, and if you don't change it, it felts or compacts the fleece, and it you know, renders it essentially unsaleable. You may only get to sell parts or sections of a fleece. Then what do you do with the, you know, the not so nice parts? You have to find a commercial way of dealing with that. You know, again, you have to have pricing. Shipping raw wool, you know, fleeces is a challenge. I mean, you have to basically vacuum pack it into the smallest box possible. And so you have to have that type of skill set. And then, you know, you have to have marketable breeds that the hand spinners are keen on. And they're fickle. Rebecca's nodding now, they're fickle. You can get into yarn sales. I skipped a lot. You can talk about roving, you can talk about felt, and you know, the list goes on and on. But one of the things that got really popular is selling spun yarn. Tremendous cost for you as the producer to get your product made into yarn or another product like blankets or sweaters or stuff like that. Mountain Meadow Woolen Mill in Wyoming does a lot of that, and they're very, very good at it. But plan on paying a lot if you want to go this route. It's very expensive, and you know, it's going to require a minimum amount of wool to process, and it's got to be super clean because they'll pick it and pick it and pick it, and then you end up with about half of what you thought you were going to get made in the yarn. So it's got to be super, super clean. And then the delay, you could be looking at anywhere from 6 months to 18 months before you actually get product back to be able to sell. So be prepared for that. And you know, spinning it yourself, you know, takes a considerable amount of time and know-how. And so, you know, it's not a simple process. But you know, some people are really keen on buying yarn and then dyeing it themselves using natural dyes. It's like I said, it's very hot right now. People are very, very keen on it. But requires a skill set. So quality is very key with direct marketing of wool, no matter what form you're going to take. This idea that the best wool comes from healthy, well cared for sheep adds to that appeal that those growers are wanting for that socially conscious aspect. I already mentioned blankets. It's a lot of work. Higher husbandry costs, but hopefully higher returns. So it sounds too good to be true, right? You know, are you going to have a product that is actually going to be demanded? What volume product are you going to have? How will you get the word out? It boils down to what I mentioned in the very beginning, is developing a plan. How are you going to do this? Are you going to have a website, a blog, a podcast, a newsletter, social media, photos? I already mentioned photos. If your photos are crap, nobody's going to want to look at your product, right? Are you prepared to go every Saturday to a farmer's market to try and market your product? Oftentimes the answer is no. Are you prepared to have people visit your farm in order to get to know your animals and the wool that your animals, or the lamb that your animals produce? What payment method? There's so many things to answer. There's lots of places to sell raw fleece. Etsy, eBay, lots of personal ranch sites, Facebook. There's raw wool for sale. I think there's dirty fleece done dirt cheap. You can market some wool there. There's like I said, lots of different sites. I get this question a lot. Is it worth the time or effort, or should I just throw it away? Right? And I see some people nodding their head. Yeah. Well, all wool has value. All I can say is that you can take some small steps to improve quality and make your product more marketable. Ultimately, it's a challenge for you in this area on where you can find where you're going with your wool. And unfortunately, those opportunities are getting smaller and smaller as our infrastructure declines. But you might want to think about the specialty market. The hand spinning industry is growing, but you've got to get your wool prepared properly, and minimizing the contaminants is key. I'm going to talk a little bit before I finish up here. Why is coarse wool worth so little right now? And we've seen in our fine wools that we've been able to maintain a fairly decent value. The last 2 years haven't been fun. And we've seen a lot of fine wools under $2 grease, but 3 years ago we were in the neighborhood of $3, $3.25 for fine wools. The crossbred or meat type breeds or coarse wool breeds, globally are much more available, and the price has just been dismal. And I'm not telling you anything you don't already know, but there's still an overabundance of those type of wools globally. And quite frankly, there are countries that have a lot of the same micron wools as us, but they're put up a whole lot better than ours. And so therefore, they're much higher in the marketplace in terms of demand for them, as opposed to the amount of VM and lower preparation that we put into those same wools here. And why? Because it just doesn't, it doesn't pay, but there is some expansion going on, but it just hasn't been emphasized as much as the fine wools. We haven't seen the innovation that we need to utilize some of those wools. Some of you have seen the wool pellets that are available, wool insulation. There's some innovation going on, but not as much as we need. And we see I mentioned this already, we see a quality issue from flocks that have maybe a higher black fiber content. And the bottom line is we need to create more local uses for this type of wool, and in innovators. And that's a challenge when we can't even get people to work in McDonald's right now. Right? So how do we create more value of wool? I think one of the big things, again, is the local food, local wool movement. And it's continuing to do so. There's some more interest in fiber sheds. There's a site called My Local Wool, local fiber wool advocates that are trying to promote more wool use, both locally, regionally, and nationally. There's some groups that are trying to encourage some of the more heritage breeds and the use of them, but we need to be innovators again, and we're not right now, unfortunately. But I'll leave it to you. It's not just up to your state organization to promote your product. It's up to you as producers as well. And I always ask this question is, how are you spreading the love of sheep, lamb, and wool in your daily lives? How are you promoting wool? I mean, regularly on my social media, I talk about wool and that I encourage my friends to, one of the easiest ways to introduce wool to people is through socks. Because I'm telling you, once you start wearing wool socks, you will never go back. And I know cotton, we're out of the cotton zone here, but once you start wearing wool socks, you will never go back to wearing cotton. And I know they're expensive, but they're worth it. And that's the best way. My elevator conversation with people is always involved around wool and wool socks. And it works. So, and if we're not, sheep and lamb producers and we're not eating our product or wearing our product, to me, that's a big crack in our own foundation, right? So I'll end it at that. That's my business and the things that I do and how you get hold of me. I'm happy to take any questions.
Yeah,
Yes,
one
sir.
quick question for you on pricing. You mentioned those merino ewes that sold at the Select Trail. What's that wool on them worth in the grease? $3?
Oh, easily. Those ewes came from the flock that typically commands the highest sale price wool in the US.
Those Raptor 7.
No,
Not Raptor.
Jewel Marine.
Oh, it's Jewel's high Raptor 7. Well, Raptor 7's gone, but okay, John Jewel.
Well,
Okay.
no, Rafter 7's not gone.
Didn't they move to
No.
somebody else? or
No,
how-
they're now owned by
Okay.
university again. Yeah, UNLV. So, yeah, crazy what,
So you can sell a wool for $4 in the grease?
maybe not in a year like this.
Right.
But, there's, I think on a flock like that, there is some value in selling individual fleeces. I mean, he has enough sheep that he can,
Yeah.
he can bale it and sell it for, what you mentioned, but the 10 head that were bought by two different, they may see some value in selling those individual fleeces. George?
When you talk about niche marketing and lambs, I live in an area where we have a lot of Mexicans from the feedlot. And I have a lot of Mexicans that come out, not that I have a lot available, but they will butcher ewes, they will butcher lambs on the farm. It's always cash. I get rid of the offal, the hide, take it a mile away from my house and down to the canyon ditch. And I just had a Mexican call the other day, wanting a lamb. They didn't have anything for him. I'm out. So there are niche markets for marketing your lambs, whether it be hair sheep or wool sheep. You just have to get a hold of these people and set up the business.
Well, I think, and I don't know what Nebraska's rules are like, but some states have much more stricter on farm harvest rules.
It's illegal, yes.
I'm trying to.
We are not promoting this.
Yeah. Trying to make sure that, but I mean, there are some states that are very strict on that. And, you have to be willing to work with the person that.
But speaking of that, there's a potato barn by my place, and there's a family of like 4 Mexican guys that come up from Mexico every 8 months out of the year, work on the potato farm. And they eat goat a lot. And they say it's so hard to find a good redhead goat, you know, I think that'd be really a good thing to get into. I mean, might not be very many to sell, but they might be willing to pay a little better.
I know I didn't spend a whole lot of time talking about the ethnic or direct sales, but I'm telling all of you that is going to continue to grow.
My dad, who passed away, but he used to sell about 130 lambs a year through ethnic. They drive out from Lincoln about 45 miles. Butcher the lamb on the farm, but it was outdoors. We had a swing set for him to hang it on, had a garden hose. He dumped the offal in the pit and buried it. But the thing was, it was all outdoors. And once you go indoors, then you got to start doing some of the premises
Yes.
regulations and stuff, but keeping it outdoors. And sometimes we had to put it on the south side of the building because of the north wind. But 130 lambs, and he'd sell like a 70, 80 pound lamb for 120 pound lamb value
Yes.
with virtually no feed into it. And that was a pretty good deal for him for a while. I have a comment and a question to add to that. On wool, when I was in 4-H, we had to park the wool on the breeding stock and look for black fiber. And boy, they don't even do that in the 4-H programs, it seems like.
No,
anymore.
there's certainly in the more wool producing states, youth wool judging is still fairly active, but I would say that's a kind of a lost art.
Overlooked.
It's a
And
lost
then
art.
years ago, I was at Denver Stock Show, and the Colorado Colored Wool Growers Association had a display of using the various hues of natural
Yes.
browns, blacks, almost blue blacks, to harvest for an all-natural yarn or product.
Oh, there's still a lot of that.
And are they still?
I don't know about the Colorado program, but natural colored sheep, and, you know, from the show side of things, but also from a hand spinning or specialty market they're very coveted. In fact, a friend of mine who's a merino breeder has colored merino sheep as well. And what he gets for his, and the write-up he does a very specific write-up about describing the color. And it makes it sound like you're consuming food. Like it makes it that appealing. And he's describing the color of this chocolate, brown fleece. And that just alone is a sales pitch for that. And he has no problem getting anywhere from $10 to $30 a pound for that type of wool. I mean, and again, it's in that whole natural
So as a
color.
white wool, some of that, like, I have a couple black hues, my brother just throws the wool away.
Yeah, on
rather
the
than
commercial side of
contaminate
things,
that bag, but yeah, you collect a little of that and find another way to market it. Another thing is trappers in our area.
oh, yeah,
I have
yeah,
a trapper wants a little wool to make his traps with.
exactly right. Yeah, I've had requests for that as well.
So there's another possibility if you have friends to do that.
But I can't emphasize enough that just the way our, and I don't say necessarily our immigration policy, but the amount of immigrants that are coming to the US that are sheep eaters is getting larger on a daily basis. So, so much opportunity in the sheep business right now. And I think it's only going to get better. Yes, ma'am.
We had a friend that probably been about 10 years ago. He had a little farm over by Shelby, Nebraska, and he had Muslims come out every weekend and he would butcher sheep for them. And there was no market. They couldn't find the sheep, and they necessarily didn't eat goat that much, but I know he had a really big business with sheep, and he had a regular, every weekend, he had people from Omaha and Lincoln showing up to get sheep from him, and he'd butcher them there. And
Certainly.
See, in the sale barn at Palmyra, they used to kind of butcher some in the back pen or something, and that finally got kind of.
Yeah. I can imagine that.
So,
It's very true.
again, there's ways kind of around it. that are still legal. Don't get yourself in a bind.
No, no.
doing something that's illegal.
George, you had one more comment?
I think the key is somebody comes to butcher on your farm, you get paid for it first. Then you no longer own that animal. Whatever they do with that animal, that's their problem. But get paid first, and it's no longer yours, it belongs to them.
And they're buying a live animal.
State senator, they're working up a law or changing harvesting livestock in Nebraska. And I forget the LD number, but so that, yeah, you can sell all or part of an animal to somebody and then they can slaughter it or do it on outside of a regular packing plant.
Lisa, can you address the impact the ethnic market has on goats?
I'm not as familiar, to be honest, but I know it's having probably the same influences it is on sheep. I don't think you can get enough goats right now. That's all I can say.
Yeah, they got some of the highest prices.
Yeah, and it's everywhere. And we're seeing a lot more goats in Newell now, whereas we now, there wasn't very many that went through the sale barn there, and now all of a sudden, there's pretty much goats there weekly, which is unusual for our area, being a primarily wool sheep area.
I was just curious, when they take a core sample of your bales, is it just what it sounds like? They take a.
It's like sampling hay,
And you just, so they actually use a machine to go in?
yeah, core tube, yep,
Okay.
same.
Same
They're
type of
trying to get a
deal, they just-
representative sample, just like your corn hay.
Okay. So you do that like each bag and then they put.
Of a common lot, you do it. A lab needs about 1.5 pounds of sample. And so you may have to sample bales multiple times in order to get enough of the core in order to do your test.
So could you use a 4-inch tester to do that with? Because all our extension shops have an 8 tester.
No, I think the tube is too big.
Okay.
I think it's gotta be, I have it in my mind that it's a 1/4 inch.
Okay.
No, not 1/4 inch. That's not right. That would be tiny. No more than an inch, maybe 3/4 inch. tube.
I'm just curious.
Yeah.
So I know we all have them.
Yeah. But you can't, I mean, with a burlap bag, you can't core a burlap bag. Even if it's packed really well, you can't core a burlap. It's gotta be really well packed in white nylon bags in order to do it. There aren't too many producers that put out that amount of wool.
How many fleeces?
In those big white bags, we're looking at probably in the neighborhood of, depending on how, you might shear 8 to 10 pounds of wool. So you figure those bags are supposed to be 400 to 450 pounds. So probably 50, 60 fleeces in it.
Okay, so where does all that happen? I mean, who does the nylon packing? I mean, those are-
Typically the shearer will have a hydraulic press. I mean, again, we're dealing with, a crew or shearer that would deal with volume as opposed to,
Have 4 or 5 guys share.
yeah, right.
Like in Jenkins, we probably have that at Calhoun. and
Mosher would have it for Iowa.
Yeah, Alex,
I know he does do my study. so-
Yeah. And you can find those, I think, on ASI's website. Yeah. Some representatives.
Who does?
Jacob Beastrom up to Peter.
yeah, he actually, the American Sheep Industry was doing a grant for building square presses. And Jacob got a grant to buy one of those, or build one of those square presses. I think they're at the end of that program, but I think they ran it like 3 or 4 cycles. Right, so they tried to get more square presses out of the country, was the idea.
It's kind of like a regular, ours right now, put it in a burlap bag, it just. It's
So
the
it's
same
a
type of deal. that-
Horizontal press, yeah. And then they should be able to press a 400-pound bale. So the idea, like, again, is all about shipping. It's no different than lambs getting an amount, you can reduce the amount of cost of spread it out. Okay, yeah,
When you do that, if you skirt and they take belly off, typically the belly wool goes in a separate
yes,
bag,
sir,
the skirts go in a separate bag.
yes, sir.
So like, so when you core that, each of these bags is sold as a separate, distinct kind of wool.
If they're different, I mean, for instance, a ranch that would have, let's say 700 ewes, all of that fleece wool would be poured as one lot, not as an individual bale, as an individual lot. It might have, 15 bales. You have to get, it also gets down to, in order to get that size of a lot, you can't punch a bag 20 times. It has, it doesn't pay. So, and plus it chops up the wool, right? So it damages the fleece if you chop it up too much. So you have to have, there's typically a threshold of how many bales or pounds you need to have in order to bother with cord. Typically that's, about 1,000 pounds a year.
Anybody else have questions?
I'm gonna be here I'm even gonna stay tonight, so you can bend my ear later if you want.
And on that same note, we do have Kelsey Patton who's out there with the fiber mill.
Yeah.
That is a local fiber processing plant here in Nebraska. So she would have a lot of your local information right at hand, and she's out there. I think we are gonna take a break though.
Okay.
Get everybody up and around. Go visit our vendors. Also, if you see over there in the corner by the window, we have Seidel sent us a mineral feeder. And then there's also a sorting chute. We're also going to auction those off with a silent auction. So if it's something you're interested in, write your name down, phone number, and how much you would pay for those, put them in the truck that we'll draw at the end of the day.
Well, you never.
No, I
Duncan last week.
Big deal.
We have.
I see you all different. I'm not making. We don't like breaking that election now. I lost some land last year. But they don't make 7 or 8 just yearly. And then this old buck. We're all buying. I mean, I would take charity. That was pretty. And I got them all summer. And that's. And then I started, I got to use all the east side. But I mean, that's why make no money. Well, I had no feet. I kept doing I think that's 2 months. That's right. He's your day. Nobody else will buy Yes, also
But I don't really want to mess with those because I have a terrible time keeping the damn thing. Some of those areas. Yeah.
They're trying to.
Don't want to mess with it. Yeah.
We have to be bad. But for us, we don't work.
No, that comes And like, we'll be up.
I got it. You got it? All that you're doing and especially incorporating the, I believe you spent some time in New Zealand. So his impact is not only in the state, but nationwide. I'm Ivan Rice. My wife and I are from Scottsbluff. And with the education side of Nebraska sheep and goat producers. And as Randy said, if we can do anything to make this organization fit your needs better, that's what we want to do. I happen to have sheep disease, and so we have a ewe flock there and work with, try to do work on the performance side. Used to direct market those lambs to the packing industry until Mountain States no longer existed. So I'm more interested in looking at a terminal market.
My name's Scott Schieneman, and I'm also from Scottsbluff. My wife and my family are here with me today. My daughter and son-in-law, Brittany and Jesse Fulton, and my wife, Becky. We do hail from Scottsbluff. We're not too far from Ivan. Down the road, we have been producing sheep for a long time. I think I've been producing sheep for 35 years, maybe something like that. But I wear two hats every day. I do my chores in the morning, and then I head off to the North Platte NRD. I'm the assistant manager there. So when I showed some interest to be part of this board here just recently, I don't know, I may be the newest board member. I don't know that for certain, but I could find a nexus between natural resources and raising of sheep and other livestock. And this morning's talks between cover crops and different things like that that are of keen interest to livestock producers are also of keen interest to us folks that work in the natural resource industry. So there's a lot of really neat things that are coming around the corner, and you know, sheep and other livestock are going to be keen and part of those solutions. So I'm happy to be part of this board. I'm learning a lot. I haven't spoke a lot in a lot of our board meetings. I'm still learning a lot. So I'm excited about being part of this group and excited about working for the producers of this state.
So I'm Rebecca Fletcher, which I introduced myself earlier. I'm currently the president. I'll make mine brief, but I'm a producer in Northeast Nebraska. We run 50 head of Tunis polypays, and we mostly sell to the meat industry. I do sell some purebred to breeders who are interested in Tunis. We also have a very small group of goats. I have dairy goats. I have Nigerian dwarf, La Mancha, Nubians, and we breed them accordingly to their breed for the most part. I've been president now for a few months, not very long. But if you're not familiar with our board, we're 3 districts for West, Central, East, and there's 3 members that represent each district. And so we always encourage membership. We do educational programming all year long. This year was a big year, a big push for us. We did 6 programs that we hosted, this being the 6th. And then we did several programs that were either webinar based or just monetary donations or just us showing support in general. But if it's something you're interested in and you're passionate about sheep and goats, we'd love to have you. We always need more ideas, more bodies, more people to help out with this. And then there's other opportunities too, like Life on the Farm with Jim Mueller. It was kind of one of those, oh, we should be there to help show our kids what's coming down the road, teach them about sheep and goats, have them be the next generation. So if you guys are interested, we will definitely use any and all of you. And this is what we do. Dan?
I'm Dan Stilick. I got started, well, I grew up with lambs. Folks said we had to show lambs before we could show cattle in 4-H. From Dorchester, Nebraska. Marvin's here today from down that area. And anyway, through it all, I got into pigs. That went kind of the way mid-90s. And I went to Kansas and taught high school agriculture at Concordia and then 10 years at Belleville. And got into sheep with the FFA project. I bought 3 coal ewes and we had bottle lambs for FFA members. Kept a few back and grew and was on the state board in Kansas as their Sheep Growers Association. And then moved 6 years ago to Curtis, Nebraska, and I'm teaching ag mechanics at the college there. And I'm currently running about 70 ewes, mostly a Dorset base. And we're in an accelerated program with about 35 just finished. Next group in January, and then these that finished will be bred back for May lambs. And so they're leapfrogging each other, each half of the flock. And I'm kind of involved from an economic development standpoint. And so I'm really excited to see some young people here. Been up to Pipestone in Minnesota. They've brought young people back to the farm with a full-time sheep operation, basically of 800-900 head of ewes for that next generation because there wasn't farm ground enough available to bring them in. But by expanding their sheep, they were able to bring them in. I have half a dozen former FFA students that I helped with starter flocks and are continued to become into the sheep industry, as small producers, and we're helping them grow. Again, the idea is that if we got some producers and we got some veterinarians that know something about it, we've got feed services to help provide the feed and nutrients we need for our flocks. If we don't have those services disappear. And of course, more numbers means we have research that can be devoted toward the sheep. And just on an animal unit basis, on a per hour basis, darn it, sheep, I think, are better than cattle if you really push the pencil. And so there's key times when the labor is critical, but I think there's some profitability there. And so again, economic development is my emphasis as part of the board and in my operation and what I share with other producers or students I work with.
I'm Michael Littlefield. I'm from Surprise. I run about, I suppose, 55, 60 head of corn meal. Due to my other time constraints, I do tax work during tax season and shear a few thousand sheep every year. I land them in May out on pasture. It's like you do it on your own. They're pretty much easy care. It's kind of my attitude about it. They're stupid, I sell them. So, wow. Okay, the weak ones die and you sell the stupid ones, and pretty soon you don't have any crops anymore.
I'm George Mann. I live Hay Center, Nebraska, which is about 40 miles north of the Kansas border and about an hour east of the Colorado border. Started the sheep business when I was 9 years old. I'm not going to tell you how many years ago that was. Been in the purebred targeting business since 1967. Still maintain a small flock of tardies, basically breeding stock, national show and sale, and so on. Do a little bit of showing, exhibiting, promote youth. I have some young Mexican kids that are showing turkeys at our county fair. That have never shown a sheep before in their life, but I think Eileen's 12 or 13, this is probably her 4th or 5th year. So I try to help support the kids in the sheep industry and enjoy being on the board.
Not gonna be quite as long-winded as those guys were, but Hal Reeder's my name. I'm from Plymouth, Nebraska. I've been in the sheep business, I don't know, quite a few years. I've been a member of the association about that long too. I raise, right now I've got about 100 head ewes. Half of them would be Sam cross ewes and the rest would be just commercial crossbred. And then my sheep are a little different than what the rural sheep, so. That's kind of my operation. And I'm pretty much, I'm a dry lot, I can't very create.
Board representation this year, so Randy, how are we doing on time? What you got?
I just admitted somebody, I think it's one of our speakers, so I think whenever we want to start mine and then we'll go to lunch, I won't take, it'll be probably 30 minutes. So.
Perfect.
Unless people ask lots of questions.
Right.
Which is fine. Which is fine. Oops, I gotta go back here and share my screen. Ah, not that one.
No, that's what.
So, whoa, what just happened here? I had it all working now. Yep. Oh, there we go. That would help, wouldn't it? Aha. Thank you. You can tell how chemically advanced I am, right? And you can see this gray hair. When I started in school, our computers were as big as this room. They were the old deck writers. We worked on them before we had. So I went to school and then waited 10 years to get my master's. So I had to learn how to use a PC and all that kind of stuff. So it's been constant change in my life. But just want to talk a little bit about these sheep and goat budgets. We actually got you guys the input last year. We put them together. They're kind of like ASIs. We try to kind of focus them more like ASI than the traditional university one we had. So it's kind of a combination of both. Glennis LeClaire works with me, and I was working on them this week, or Friday actually, and there's a couple of them that have problems. So I sent Glennis a note, or she's out of the office right now, but the one I use works. So we'll go ahead and do that, and I'll talk a little bit about it. But if you want to, I have a website here so all this information and all this recording that I've done will go up on our website. And it's the only Nebraska Sheep and Goat website for the state of Nebraska. So, but it's through my county, and you can use this here to go, or you can put your camera on that part, and it'll take you right to it. So you can get on there. And also, I've got a picture of it here in the end. So that's what it looks like when you get on, and there's a little menu up here, and you can get different things. So these budgets are right here under other resources called Sheep and Goat Enterprise Budgets. You can click on there. It'll take you to our Center for Ag Profitability website. One of the few t-shirts I've ever got from the university because I'm on that team. So, it's on that site, and I have a link to that site from my website. And I have quite a few links to different sites on this website. So, and also I'll have below that, I'll have all the webinars and stuff that we've done over the past year. Had a guy call me today and said, Randy, I've watched all those. I want to know who this person is. Can you give me contact information so I can call them? So people do get on it and watch it, which surprised me. I'm like, I do this for nothing, but people are using it. So you're welcome to get on it and look at things on it. And we try to keep it updated. We try to add things to it. I also have several states. I have Wyoming, South Dakota, and several states on there that have extension programs in sheep production because we don't have much in Nebraska, right? I'm considered a beef educator, and Randy, you're going to take all the sheep and goat questions in the state. So that's kind of what I do. I've raised goats, but not sheep. I guess years ago we had some. So it's been a long time. Yes, it's being recorded. It should be recorded. Well, it's a good question.
It is, Randy. It is.
Is it?
Around the green.
Oh, yeah, you are just reading. Yeah, okay. Yep, the little red dot there. I always forget that. So I forgot to record some, so give me a check. So what I did is I went to this side here, went through our, it's an Excel spreadsheet you can use, and I'll have pictures of how I did this later. We can get on it if you wanted to. But I looked at number of lambs and how that affects profitability. So on our spreadsheet, we have a break-even price for feeder lambs, finished lambs, and then carcass. If you want to go carcass. So you can look, I like this because you can look and see what's more profitable for you at the time. So you get on, put your information in, and this is what you'll get. And so actually the sheets right now are for 1.4 lambs. That's what producers told us was the average lamb crop in Nebraska. But I went and put these in especially so we could look at them. And as you can see, typical of small ruminants, the more twins you can get, or the larger number you can get, the less you have to have for price, right? Because you're selling more per ewe. And if you'll notice on here, the revenue per ewe goes up when we have more lambs, but also the expenses go up, right? Which it should, because you're feeding 2 lambs instead of 1. So it's put in there that to add feed for that lamb if they have 2 versus 1. So hopefully we put that in the budget, if that makes sense. Is there any questions on this? You can see carcass wise, that's the carcass price you need to get to break even. This is the finished price you need to get to break even, and this is the feed at 2. And if you're at 1.5, which is closer to 1.4, you can see 282, 241, and 456. And lambs right now, finished lambs, a little higher than that, I would guess. What are you guys hearing? 280? I put 280 in. And so I'll go to the next, kind of show you what I put in. 231. Okay, so I'm not too far off. So you put in anything, this is the sheet that will come up and it will tell you how much you make per ewe. So we tried to make it so you could look and say, okay, this is how much I can get per ewe. And then there's a total gross down here. And then below that is a screen that tells you, this is your break-even price. And then it'll tell you, well, you're under here, you're under here, and you're under here. Because this is a 1.25, that's why you're under, right? So 1.25 lambs per ewe did not make any money at the prices I put in. Okay, the prices are right here. So, ewe sales are probably low, right? Because I have 97. What did you say they were bringing the other day at Newell?
Coal use?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's bigger $1 a pound.
Okay. So I had 97 cents. I don't know, 9,700. And then rams I had 90. So you can, anything in yellow you can change, okay? You can change the wool here and the price. We have a price in there. And so the price on our wool is kind of between merino and poor quality. So kind of an average, which is not good. That's why you need to go in and put numbers in there. That's why we have it in yellow. Anything in yellow you can change. Here's the production parameters you have. So on this stock, I have 250 ewes, and then we have how many we called. So if you have 100, you can put that in there. You can put how many lambs per ewe crop, any of these. If you raise your replacements, right now we're purchasing our replacements. But if you raise them, you can change that and put it in there. And I think if you put that in there, it automatically figures a fee for replacements. We try to make it as easy as possible to work, so you could put your own system in there. And then we've got all the feed costs down here, how many lambs were sold, your death loss, anything that you can think of, I hope is in there. And then for marketing on this one, I have, we have carcass yield, percent finished lambs sold, and percent finished lambs carcass. So we've got different percentages of how much we're gonna sell of each one. You can put that 0, but we wanted it so I can show you what it would be if you sold at a carcass price, if you sold at a finished price, or if you sold at a feeder price. That's why that's in there. There's a separate feeder lamb one that you can just pull up and use it, and there's a separate, just I think, finished lamb one. But right now, I'll just tell you they're not working, so I'm going to use them, and somebody has messed up our formula. So I called our person that does this, and she's not in, but I'm sure she got my message, and she will fix it when she can. And then we have how much corn, how much supplement, ground hay, and we're hoping we're close, because that's why we asked all those questions last week. We could be off a little bit. So that's why I want you to put your own in yellow. And basically, it can give you a good budget, and then you can look and see how much you really need to get out of those ewes. When you know what the cost per pound is, you know what you need to sell your lambs. So if you're losing money, maybe you want to go to finished lambs. If you're making more money on feeder lambs, you might want to sell them all as feeders. So that, hopefully this budget is that flexible for you to use. I use prices from Verdigris, but this is July 21st, so it's a little off. I should have used Clemens, so I didn't think about it, but this report came up, and so I used prices on here. You can see fat lambs, I used 268, and I think I used about in the middle here, 265 for feeder lambs.
No, I'm on it.
What's that?
I'm on that.
Yep. So I like these reports because then I can actually look and see what prices are, and I can put it in actual Nebraska prices. Because we don't have any sell farms in Nebraska for sheep. We have Palmyra, Verdigris, Columbus, and then where's the one that sells the hair sheep? Sutton does. Does anybody know of anybody else? That's pretty much. North Platte was doing it for a while and they quit. He's a beef guy.
O'Neill has like a little one. They don't.
And Alamo at one time was doing some, but some of those you gotta be careful of because they don't sell enough numbers that you really gotta watch your price. Because when you get to too small of an amount, I think you don't get as good a price. So most of my people like in Scottsbluff area, they go to Centennial. Fort Collins is where most people go from there. So it just kind of depends on where you're at. And then I've got the goat one in Kansas that she mentioned, because most of our people go there for selling goats. But that's kind of the prices I use. So I went and put those prices in. This is the goat one. How many people do we have here to have goats? Is there anybody here? Oh yeah, so okay. So I did this for 4S also, but you can see again on goats, it makes a difference on how many kids you have. It's going to be way more profitable if you have this over variable cost. I didn't tell people that would cover like your feed expenses, everything, but it won't cover your taxes or your return to capital, and won't include depreciation. So total cost includes those on the sheet, and you can put those in. Excuse me, I hit somebody because I can't do this like you. It's the only thing about Zoom I don't like. Okay. But you can see again, if you can get more, I think we have 1.5 for goats, and we have 1.4 for lambs. And then you can adjust that in the spreadsheet. But this is, these are some prices here. Again, you go to this website, click on it, it's an Excel spreadsheet. The only thing I would say, if you don't have Excel, there's a PDF form you can print off and you can put your hand do it and put it in, but the Excel spreadsheet is a lot easier. So you can print off a PDF, put your own values in there if you don't have Excel. But if you want to do it interactive, Excel would be the program you're going to use right now. I think they're changing to one where you can do it on the internet, but we've not got to that spot. And she's starting to work on that with our, of course, our beef and crops get first. She can go get it last. So, but they are changing it, so you could do it just on the internet versus using. But you just download the Excel spreadsheet and you can do it. But again, as we get more in small ruminants, if you can get more twins and stuff, you're just more profitable. Triplets sometimes can be a challenge. This is just a spreadsheet for goats. You can see I have the different sale prices in there, 305, I think. And then you've got your cost here. That's your variable cost, and then your oh, good, okay. But you can see on this one, the ghost.
Oh, is this her?
No.
This
Well,
is other, these other two.
Oh, this is your other thing.
Yeah.
Thank you. Brittany works for a university too, so appreciate that. But anyway, this is a pretty good number. You know, sheep wasn't quite as good, but goats right now, I think the prices have went down, so it doesn't look as good as it did in September when I did this. So, but again, it's the same format. The yellow things you can change. You can put in grazing land acres. You can put in, there's a lot of things. The stocking rate you can't change, but all of those variables you can put in. So it makes it, I think, really handy to personalize it for you. Yeah, we have these budgets. Remember, these are averages. You need to use your own budget, so you know exactly what you need to be profitable. And that's why we made it this way, so you can change it for your area, because I think in Nebraska, we have a lot of difference from east to west, in forage and everything else. Rainfall, all of it. This is the prices I put in. You can see, I don't think wean kid, well, 445, they might be some of them now, but I think I'm a little high probably there right now on the finished kids, but this was right when we had the big holiday, the big ethnic holiday. It wasn't Ramadan, it was one of the others. Ed El Fadad or whatever, I can't even say it. But that's when I did this. So they were bringing pretty high because of that. Remember, like she said, goats are very ethnic. Sheep are too to some extent. I mean, the prices go up during those ethnic holidays. And if you can pull up that ethnic calendar on a website, you can kind of see when those dates, because they do change. That's the thing, they change a lot. So it's kind of hard to breed the market for this. Yeah, there's a big ones. For goats, especially Muslim holidays are really important. But also we have, so this is all the variable expenses. You can see, you can put them all in here. Anything in yellow, you can change, okay? So how much is your veterinary expense per kid, your supplies, anything, labor, and hauling. When we figure on labor, $25 a day, you might figure 50, you might figure 15, depending on what you're thinking. But all those are able to be put in either the sheep one or the goat. So anything in yellow you can change. Anything that's not yellow, you can't change that. So, and if there's a problem, let us know. We can make a change. We figured 70 does about the average size for Nebraska. And that's what we got from goat producers. So sheep, if I had 200 and something, I think 230 is what we had average size for them, which could be a little higher, but probably pretty close. And then total fixed expenses. We have a breeding barn, fence post. On the goats, we figured it in pretty heavily, and the sheep people really helped us with that. They tend to be maybe a little more oriented with goats because they get out easy, right? So fencing is a little better than we have for sheep, so it'll be more expensive. But you can add anything in here you want. It's in yellow. So I looked at Missouri's prices. I put them in, and then also I also looked at. So here's your prices. Again, some inputs. And then I went to Colby, Kansas, because in our area, Colby, Kansas is where most of our people sell to, because it's probably close to the North Platte area, and kind of where Georgia is, kind of that area. A lot of people go to Colby, because it's got a big market and there's a lot there. And this is just some of the prices. I looked at the sheet. You can see net revenue, we lost there. And actually, $71 on that. So depending, and see, Wing Kids sell for $355. See the difference in price in that first one I did? So it showed goats. Now, we have a pretty good death loss for goats at Wing. So I don't know if that's right, but that's what producers told us. So you might have to adjust that.
What did they say?
Let's go back to this one. Yeah,
See, ours would be periodically, I don't know that we've ever lost a kid at Wing. It's always.
it was
Blood
funny
goes that
because
goes follow the dead.
I had it a lot less and people just had fits. So yeah, so you'll need to change that.
Yeah.
And it'll change the profitability a lot because I had it making a lot more until I had that. That's what producers told us, 9.5%. So that's why it's really important that you change it for what you have, because it can really make a difference in how your budget is. So always put your figures in there. I can't remember where it's at. Okay, there. So this is just general information on grass, hay, fixed assets, and everybody's going to have a little different fixed assets, so you can change that if you feel it's off a little bit. So this was with this is the range. Okay. Oh, I'm going the opposite way. So come back to the name. Let's go back the other way. So there's Colby. And there you can see. And so when I saw that, it's like, I'm not helping the goats any, but it is what it is. But like you say, the 9% death loss can make a big difference, right? And so you want to make sure you change that. I was hard to believe that, but that's what people told me. So that's what we put in there.
What weight were they selling?
75. And you can go bigger than that too, right? You do 100 pounds. The 75 tends to be the price. And then so we also do a carcass price here. That was a guy out of Minnesota. I think he used his price there. So you can see the Wing Kids were more, but again, on this one, we lost money, but I think it's, make sure you put in the right figures.
You're getting a lot of goat producers saying they're getting like 1.5 kids. Seems really low. Too.
I would agree. The problem is when we did it, we had commercial people and we had registered people, and we didn't average. But that's why you need to put that in there. That, yeah, you can put in 1.5, 2, whatever you got, but you're right. That's where you're more
I'm
profitable.
not saying like maybe 1.5 per cycle would be okay,
But the problem is you'll get 2 a year, right? And that's
you can get,
not,
yeah, I mean.
and I think this is this is more of a single year thing.
Right.
So, because I have some intensive people that in North Platte, and they'll get almost 2 liters a year, not quite.
Yeah, I don't think it's hard to manage goats and get 200% rate off of those.
Okay, and you're talking both, or you're just talking in one breeding cycle?
You're gonna have to do multiple breeding cycles, but you don't necessarily have to breed every doe twice a year either.
Right.
So,
A lot of it depends on the commercial guys don't necessarily feed grain
Right.
during flushing. And when you get further east, there's a little more grain being fed, and that's why I see drastic.
So you have more twins and triplets.
Triplets and quads when you get to grain.
how valuable are triplets and quads? How many of those make it to weaning and sale days too?
Triplets do quads.
Cost.
Yeah. Triplets are,
Yeah.
quasi really challenged. But anyway, this is how it works. So why should you do a budget? You know, sheep and goat budgets can be used to help with your marketing, so you know what you need to get for a price. You can determine when you want to market. You can take some different times of the year, kind of budget and see where their price is at. It looks at ways to be more profitable. Maybe I want to sell a feeder goat or a feeder lamb instead of the finished lamb. Because in this, when I did this one, finished lamb was the best price in that spreadsheet. And so you can see here, yeah, here it is. Sell price break even. Finished price was $263 for lamb. So that notice you lost on feeder and you lost on carcass. So if you can put those prices in, it can kind of show you which is the more valuable thing to do. And we want to do that because producers ask us a lot, should I sell them as finished? Should I sell them as feeder? Should I sell them as carcass? Hopefully this gives you a way to look at that. And that's why we put it the way we did. Same way with the goat price too. That's pretty high, right? The goat prices. But, again, do you have any questions? If you're interested in looking at some of this, you can get on our Sheep and Goat website. Today, everything we do that I've recorded will be on the site. So you can get on, and also I will put all the handouts because some of you may not got all the handouts because don't think I made quite enough. We didn't know for sure how many stuff. And usually I take a bunch of home and have to waste the paper. So I'm a very conservative person, so I only did some stuff. But they'll be on the website, so you can pull them off if you want more information on this. If you need help on this, using this budget calculator, call me. I'll go through it with you. I can get online. We can get on Zoom like this, and we can get on the Excel spreadsheet and go right through it. And I kind of didn't. I can still do that, but I just wanted to kind of show you the highs and lows and to thank everyone for helping me put it together because we wouldn't have been able to do the cost without you guys helping us do that. And the last meeting we did that. Same way with the sheep and goat or the goat people. That's what we do. So this is Jake and some of his goes or views, and he's out of Callaway. He recently brought about 1,200. I think they're merinos, so he gets a pretty good price for his wool. Got a herd out of Colorado, brought him into Nebraska, and he's real happy. He didn't change any of his cattle. He's got 1,500 cows. He's running 1,200 ewes. He's not changed anything. He's had plenty of grass. As you can see out there, they don't eat the grass close because sheep and goats eat a different type of forage than cows. So you can add at least one per cow and not change your stocking. So what that does for you is it makes you way more efficient. You're selling more pounds of beef off that same meat. And we've got several people doing it. Most of them are bigger guys, but smaller guys can do it too. So don't underestimate adding small ruminants to a beef operation. And I'm a beef educator, so that's my big programming is think about that. Think about that, and if you know some of these guys, you might let them know that they can really benefit from adding some sheep and goats because they're going to sell more products off those same acres. And we've been doing this for 5 or 6 years and we've not seen a problem. First, when it's dry, like everything else, you might have to sell it with the each other. The thing about sheep and goats, they're small ones, they're easy to get rid of, and it's not that hard to get back in. You buy a $1,500 cow, it's hard to get back in, right? So that's the advantage, I think, of small ruminants. And they really do have a place in our state. We have a packing plant close to us, we're going to talk about, which is west of, I guess can't say Scottsbluff, but west of Oklahoma, maybe I'll say that. We just go straight in from there. But, so that gives us some, I think, advantage. You got Colorado, it's the biggest feeding sheep state in the whole United States. I worked for Colorado State for a while. That's what we ate at every banquet we went to. We didn't eat beef, we ate lamb. So, anyway, any questions on that? But I would say if you're going to look at it, put your own figures in. Don't just rely on this. This will give you a start. And it's Nebraska numbers. It's not Colorado numbers, not numbers, but it's Nebraska numbers we got from Nebraska. And that's why we do that. Any other questions? If not, I think, are we about ready for lunch? Hey, we kind of held this back, so we do that. Anytime you have questions, please feel free to call me. Had a guy from Columbus call me, Vivek called me as I was working on this topic. Having trouble with thiamine deficiency, too much sulfur in the feed some. What I told him. I said, he's feeding alfalfa, and I said, I don't think you're going to get any sulfur from alfalfa. There could be some minerals tying it up, I don't know, but sulfur's an issue with him. He was having, he feeds really heavy on grain because they sell $5 registered. And I think it's a feed problem. I hate to say that because I don't know what feed company or if it was a commercial product, but you know, it's got to be something to do with the mineral of feed. And it's a sulfur issue. So he was going to go talk to the guy. So I was surprised that vets called me because I don't get very many vets to call me. But they could be
artesian water deal the same where he's at.
Yeah, it could be.
Water really high in sulfur and iron.
There you go. There's another issue. So that might be his other issue, too much grain. When you're feeding goats, just a reminder, if you're feeding them for 4-H, they need about this much grass, like a nest. They need at least that much to keep that rumen functioning. We were at State Fair and we had one all bloated up. That's when I was goat superintendent. I went to the vet and all we did is give that goat some hay. About that much hay is what we gave him and solved the problem. They're a ruminant. You got to remember that. You got to have some scratch. Okay. Well, I'll be here the whole time too. We're doing lunch. We're behind a little bit. I don't know if they told you guys that. We're having trouble with food, so kind of. But we'll get people.
Yeah, let's start here at the front table. If you guys want to come through.
Go ahead, front table, start that corner there.
Yeah, we have Mediterranean lamb pasta. You're wondering, it came from Gwen Dixon, who is the American Board president. She made it with her, brought it down here with her, and then Nora took over and get it hot for you guys. Sorry, we're a little late. There's also garlic bread and salad. There's lemonade, there's some water and fruit, there's coffee. And then we'll bring out the dessert too. So how about it? Joy, there's plenty, don't be shy.
So I got it. See, I got like a 15 like this, but I mean, this is 100 now. And it's still in really good shape. And I did the math, and if they're not compliant, you don't like it should be enough house. I know it's like, if I lost something, let them out there, drink whatever, it shouldn't be enough, that kind of thing. Married. I don't know what the square foot requirements are. I think I was about 12. I think I was about 12 and a half. So it might be a little bit tight. Well, like lamb on these lakes.
He's got a lot of iron in the fire.
So you're away. And the pride, yeah. Well, the kids are telling me. I know some
There's also, while you're waiting, there is different associations for different breeds of sheep sent us pens and notebooks, and there's clock record books over there underneath the sheep area. Also, some other vendors just sent us pamphlets. There's a gal for a book about milking sheep for kids, if that's what you're interested in. There's also Driftless Tannery out of Wisconsin. They sent us a bunch of stuff. They will tan your hides, whatnot. So there's some of those things. There's also American Lamb Board products. And then Healthy, if you guys met her out there. She, right there, she is. She brought us a flyer for the fiber mills. And then they will have their fiber fest in April, right?
Yes, in April, last full weekend. And we have, as part of the Fiber Fair every year, we have a Hall of Breeds where we encourage people to bring their particular breed of sheep and show them off. And if you do, you are allowed to sell yarn or fleeces or other products from your sheep for free in the barn.
Yep. So another good promotional way for wool and sheep in the state. So we encourage you guys to
We have a
go.
flea show,
Yeah, they have all sorts of fun stuff. Lots of vendors
big
too.
demonstrations, we have vendors, we have classes.
Yeah, so there's a lot of things.
But if you're not very landless, I mean,
Right now.
in a housing situation.
Well,
You're not very. Especially it's up on. There's no wind in there. But it's up on a hill, and a little bit right, so all the water's draining.
I guess.
How complex the interactions between You ever worried about them getting too much, but just watching it get bad on it?
Sounds good. Let me shift this.
He's gonna talk a little bit and then we'll keep the day rolling.
Okay, Jeff, we're ready for you.
Can you hear me?
Yes, and can you do that?
Okay.
slideshow?
Yes, I do have a short slideshow as well. And obviously I apologize that I'm not present, but I'm actually did this very same presentation this morning at the Kansas meeting. For those that don't know me, Jeff Ebert's my name. I've been on the Lamb Board a year and a half now. I was appointed in January of 2020. And there's been some challenges, obviously, just like all groups of having face-to-face meetings. And I'm glad that you guys are able to meet face-to-face. I'll just go through a few slides from that we've put together for to kind of show what the American Lamb Board does. The Lamb Board is made up of 13 producers, feeders, and processors. A cross section, there has to be a certain percentage from east of the Mississippi, west of the Mississippi, large producers, small producers, seed stock. So, and again, just producers, feeders, and processors. We do not get any funding from importers, so it's all from checkoff on American lambs. And obviously, we only promote American lamb as well. We have a very small budget. In comparison, the beef checkoff is 42 million. The lamb checkoff for this particular year, fiscal year 2021, $1.6 million. So obviously, just a drop in the bucket compared to beef. The next slide, and I asked the group this morning, what commodity group do you think has the largest checkoff? They threw out corn and wheat and soybeans. As we'll see on this next slide, it's actually dairy at 334 million. And this slide was actually from 2018. Lamb at that time was 2.5 million. And the point that I wanted to make was look at mushrooms, watermelons, honey. Their numbers, are bigger than lamb, and so when you stop and think about the promotion that the lamb industry is able to do with checkoff dollars, we have less of a budget than watermelons, mushrooms, blueberries. It kind of puts things in perspective. This slide really hit home to me. I saw it the first time in Scottsdale when I was first appointed to the board. And it just really hit home how small of a budget we have. Of that 2.5 million, we cannot spend more than 10% on administrative costs. So, and this year we're at 1.6 million. So we have $160,000 for staff, board travel, that kind of stuff. So the Lamb Board has basically 2 staff members and then some contract employees. Sorry, I'm not the best at technology.
If you hit your slideshow up at the top, where it says slideshow, they'll put it into where you can click across.
Yeah.
You see where it says slideshow clear up at the top?
I do not.
Go straight up.
Clear to the top.
Clear to the top.
Maybe over here on the.
Well, to your toolbar.
To your toolbar.
Yeah, it's actually on the side there. So what we really do with our checkoff or your checkoff dollars, all sheep producers checkoff dollars, in the past have really focused on reaching the key markets. And you can see the 6 there: Boston, DC, Austin, Denver, San Francisco, and Seattle. We've done lamb jams in those markets as well as other things because of the you know, the number of the people we want to hit those key markets. The lamb jams have not happened the last 2 years simply because of COVID. We may look at resuming those next year. But again, we really focus our dollars on, you know, the large markets. So you're not going to see, you know, checkoff dollars really spent in Lincoln, Nebraska or Grand Island, Nebraska, or, you know, obviously in smaller communities. A lot of the industry was impacted by COVID. In some ways good, in some ways bad. It shut down the Mountain State Rosen plant a year ago, but we have had 2 new plants emerge in Colorado and Texas. And I did have the opportunity this summer to tour the brand new plant there in Brush, Colorado. One of the things we had a presentation from Superior here, you know, and she commented that they were looking for lambs this summer, the plant in Colorado. The same thing. They were needing lambs to fill orders. Loss of fine dining and food service. We obviously, with restaurants being closed, you know, the lamb industry's always been very popular, especially in mid to upscale restaurants, and losing that through COVID really hurt the industry. But on the positive side, we've seen some growth in traditional retail sales of lambs through grocery stores. People went in the grocery stores and maybe the pork or beef was sold out, and there was lamb. So we were able to introduce new consumers to lamb products. Then we saw a growth in non-traditional markets, ethnic minority sales, direct farmers market, on farm, online sales programs. So there's just a lot of positives that came out of COVID as well. Again, new opportunities emerged. A lot of people had to prepare more meals at home, and they were looking for different you know, protein sources, different foods to try. And they were interested in trying new recipes and products. And you know, they were able to fix basically restaurant quality meals at home. So there's a stronger consumer desire for connection to the food source, and obviously more support for farmers and ranchers. I know here in Kansas, there's been a couple Facebook groups really created that, you know, it's amazing how many farmers and ranchers have connected with people selling, you know, whether it's a quarter of a lamb, of half a lamb, or just lamb products, you know, and other meats as well. I mean, it's just been really phenomenal. Here's a chart that just shows the increase in dollar sales of lamb in 2020 versus 2019. Compared to other meats. As you can see, the lamb has more, almost doubled what the other meats have seen as far as an increase. 24.7% increase in dollar sales, 17.7% increase in pounds sold, 2020 versus 2019. We have had to shift our checkoff strategies. Like I said, you know, we spent money on lamb jams and live promotions. We've had to do a lot of social media campaigns. And I'm not one that likes these Zoom meetings, but I can't even imagine how you do cooking classes and you know, trainings on Zoom. I mean, it's just amazing. But our staff and our contract employees were able to continue with working with chefs and food bloggers and whatnot. We've increased our influencer partnerships. Obviously, we've increased the retail support simply because that, you know, replaced the fine dining support with retail support. Food service, fast casual promotions, and then obviously reduce the dependence on fine dining. Obviously, a big part of what we do is social media campaigns. And we've always done some seasonal ones at Valentine's and Easter and Christmas. But this year we really focused on the outdoor cooking adventures as well as tailgate adventures this fall. Had some contests to generate consumer engagement. We just wanted to position lamb as an outside cooking meat. And maybe introduce it to a new consumer audience. Obviously, the events have changed, and a lot of them are smaller groups. Again, the virtual workshops and cooking classes. It's just a way to keep lamb out in front of people that, chefs and the bloggers who promote it. I mean, it's amazing how many times, staff will send back information that, this person, this chef or this blogger's used lamb. And, obviously those kind of connections are really important. Again, the food influencer partnerships, educating consumers. They share recipes and cooking information. We had 21 food blogger partnerships in 2020. 78 new recipes were created, and we've reached over 4 million consumers. There was a large promotion in Texas with their the largest grocery store chain, over 350 locations. They promoted the benefits of American lamb, and they ran a special in August, and their lamb sales increased 46% compared to 2019. So again, just reaching out to new markets, new promotions. We did earlier this year, we did a chain restaurant promotion to Ziki's Mediterranean Cafe, which is basically in the Southeast. They selected four restaurants that they were tried this market in for this year, and their sales almost doubled what they expected. So the next summer they're going to try it in all of their restaurants. So 17 restaurants. One of the issues we get into, we try to do these promotions, but sometimes if they're so successful, we have a hard time meeting the demand to make it an ongoing. So that's why they're only making it a seasonal effort, because we don't feel like there's going to be enough lamb to meet the need year round. In addition to promotion, we also do some research. There's a project right now with Michigan State University on the evaluating the environmental footprint of the U.S. industry as far as carbon emissions and the environmental impact. So that's a project that's just really getting started. The next one is a lamb flavor research that's been done with Colorado State and Texas Tech, and this one's actually getting finished up. It should have been finished up a year ago, but it's one of the things that happened with COVID. But basically, they were testing flavor of young lamb versus mutton, so to speak, or older lambs. Also difference of breeds, difference of hair sheep versus wool sheep. So it'll be an interesting to see the results of that research. There is local funding opportunities available through the American Lamb Board. Kansas, we did a promotion in conjunction with Missouri, with the Dietetics Association. Had a booth, and actually one year provided a breakfast, a lamb egg breakfast for the dietitians, and that was very successful. So if there's something your state wants to do, reach out to the Lamb Board. They've kind of changed the promotion. It used to be a once a year application, but they've kind of opened it more to whenever you want to do something. So if I can provide some more information on that, or get with our staff as well. Just a couple slides left. I guess actually that is it. So I don't know if there's any questions, comments. I guess just to close, the one thing I want you to remember is when people say, well, lamb's not very well promoted, you can say, well, do you see any advertisements for watermelon or blueberries or mushrooms? They have more money than we do. So. Any questions?
Anybody have any questions?
I have a question.
Yes, go ahead.
Jeff, I have a question that I know you didn't cover, and maybe you don't even have an answer for this question. But I believe it was in July of this year, the federal crop insurance company canceled the risk revenue, livestock risk protection on suspended lamb coverage. Can you speak to that, or do you know anything more about that?
Well, a little bit. One of the things you've got to keep in mind that the Lamb Board, we're a checkoff body, and we promote lamb. That question is really more for ASI, but we did have Ben Lafelt here from ASI. He's the Secretary Treasurer. And basically the main reason is there just isn't enough lamb prices reported because there's not enough markets to report it. So that's why it's had to close down. ASI is, according to Ben, is looking at different options to try to get something, but unless there's more markets reporting, and when I say markets, I really mean packers reporting the price of lamb, there's not enough prices reported for them to be able to base that insurance. But ASI is looking at different options for some kind of price protection.
Can I follow up on that? If I may?
Sure.
Is the price reporting, is that voluntary? And second part to that question is that the cattle or beef industry has the livestock risk protection, the hog industry has livestock risk protection, the dairy industry has livestock risk protection, and they seem to be getting reporting for markets. Is it voluntary?
No, it's mandatory, but the way I've understood in the past, and I've been to DC a few different times on the ASI trip, is they only want reporting from large packers. And at one point, and I don't know what they consider large packers, but I know at one point it was only Superior and Mountain States Rosen were considered large packers, and it has to be confidential. And because there were only two packers, they didn't feel like they could make it confidential. Where those other industries have more packers to reporting, they can generate those reports. Now, I don't know if with two new lamb plants, if they're going to be able to, if they're big enough. I would assume they are to generate. But even Wolverine out of Michigan was not considered a big enough plant to meet the requirements of their price reporting. That's the way I understand it.
Ivan?
I had a question. It's been really nice to see lamb in some of the supermarkets, especially Walmart. And I'm pleased to see that that's all U.S. lamb. What is the Lamb Board doing to continue to see more of our U.S. lamb product or American lamb product into our retail outlets, retail stores?
And again, with a very limited budget, and we did have Carissa Isaacs here from Superior, who talked about some of those kind of things earlier this morning, and she mentioned Costco, who came to Superior and wanted to actually contract with Superior for American lamb, which Costco has historically always carried Australian lamb. The issue was Superior didn't have the volume that Costco needed to meet that demand. So, I mean, it's kind of a double-edged sword. We want our product in those meat cases, but we don't have the volume to have a steady, consistent supply. So I don't, that really didn't answer your question, other than the fact that, we're doing what we can with a limited budget and have chose, over the years to focus, more on the restaurant side of things and, yeah, the one slide on the Texas, obviously that extra little bit of promotion there, increased sales. But if, and like I alluded to, both of the packers that I know of, and I don't know, I'm not familiar with the one in Texas, but they were begging for lambs this summer to meet their existing customers' bases, not even trying to establish new ones. So.
Yeah.
I have a question about the price point of lamb. You just mentioned that you're kind of trying to go into the restaurant business, and like when you listen to some of your videos and the folks that present, they're talking about, selling to the high-end restaurants in a population center. So how do I get someone in downtown Madison, Nebraska to be able to afford lamb?
Those kind of things, would be more your personal contact with that. I mean, I've worked with a couple of myself personally, with a couple of small restaurants, and again, providing them lamb, but there again, that steady supply, and you could reach out to Megan and Ray at the lamb, our staff at the lamb board, and they may have some ideas and some resources that would, assist you in that, as far as, a lot of times we want, if you got new customers, you want some kind of recipe there, because a lot of people don't know how to cook lamb. So if you don't have that, for them, they're skeptical to even try it. So, I mean, you want to make sure you have that resource there available, and the lamb board can definitely provide you with some recipes and some support literature. But yeah, I mean, it'd be you personally going into that grocery store or restaurant and asking and seeing if they would be willing to carry American lamb, and then if you can get your foot in the door, then it's getting. I mean, you would need to work with potentially Superior or the lamb plant there at Brush and get it, the product from them. But again, it's the volume and the consistency of getting that product. So.
Any other questions? Okay, let's give him, thanks, Jeff.
You're welcome.
So, Randy, can I ask the doctor, what's your opinion on that price point of getting lamb? Because whenever I talk to somebody and they say the leg of lamb is $50 and then go to the store.
Okay, if you're ready, if you want, I'll share my screen with you. Is that okay? So can you share? What? You should be able to share your screen now. Carol, not Carol, I'm sorry. I said your name at the bottom.
Yeah, my name is Lisa.
Sorry. I knew that. But you can.
I know. I don't know why I'm masquerading as Carol, to be honest. So let me share my screen.
And if we have trouble, I've got your PowerPoint, I can bring up, but If you can share it, it might be better, put it that way. Does that make sense?
Okay. Let me,
And if it doesn't let you, I'll just use yours that hopefully it will let you.
it's apparently, it seems to be locking up. It seems to be stopping a couple times here. Do you want, maybe it's just best if you drive it.
There it goes. It's
Okay.
up. It's up. Go ahead.
Okay,
You probably just need a little bit to pull it out.
okay. Do you see the slide now?
Yep, we do.
Perfect, success. Good. All right. Well, unlike what it says on the screen, my name is not Carol. My name is Lisa Hurkog. And I really don't know why I'm masquerading as Carol. Maybe it's an early Halloween thing. I guess. Anyway, I'm sorry that I wasn't able to join you today. I had a graduate student yesterday defend for his PhD, and so I wasn't able to make the drive from Fort Collins to Eastern Nebraska to join you. So thank you for accommodating me and letting me do this virtually. I really appreciate that. So today I want to talk to you about preparing to maximize your outcome when it comes to reproduction. I know a lot of people will talk about using AI, but how do you really maximize what you can do with artificial insemination? So let me back up and give you a two-second overview of my company. I'm the president of a company called Membrane Protective Technologies, and we're in Fort Collins, Colorado. And we focus on improving the health of reproductive cells as we use them for techniques like artificial insemination or embryo transfer. So we do this for a lot of different species. We've bred about 1,000 cows using our technology, 2,000 cows using our technology. We've bred almost 4,000 pigs, both with frozen semen and cooled semen using our technology. So we try to really develop a very robust technology. So, and I will say, I am not a sheep or goat producer. And so I really just do focus on livestock reproduction. But that said, I do have one pet goat. So anyway, so I can relate a little bit. She's trouble, but she keeps my horses out of trouble. So let's just jump into this and talk about reproduction. You'll notice some of this is focused on goats. Largely sheep and goats reproductively are very similar. In both cases, the males have pendulous testicles that are punctuated at the bottom by this epididymis. And now this epididymis is going to become important in a couple of different slides going forward. So I really just wanted to point that out to you. In addition to the epididymis, what we see is the testes here. That's where sperm develop and mature. When they mature, they are stored here in the tail of the epididymis. And then what they do is, you probably can't see my pointer. Let me change to a laser pointer. Here we go. So what they do now is, after they are developed in the testes, they mature and they are transported down to the tail of the epididymis. And then when they're ejaculated, they traverse they traverse this vas deferens. They have fluids added from the seminal vesicle and the bulbourethral gland, and then it traverses out through the penis. And this whole process will become important as we talk about how we collect sperm. So two major ways of collecting sperm. The first is with an artificial vagina. And this really simulates collection like it would happen if you were live covering animals. It has an artificial vagina here that has warm water in it and some lubricant. And the sperm, this is placed on the penis of the male and slides in. Sperm is ejaculated and collected in this little tube at the end here. This actually is the preferred method because the alternative is using an electroejaculator. And what this electroejaculator does is stimulates the seminal vesicle and bulbourethral gland through the anus. And it's not as comfortable for the animal. And it also results in overproduction of some of these, of the solutions that are added into the sperm. And so you tend to get dilute semen that's not of the best quality. So if you're looking to freeze sperm, you're much better off doing an AV, using an artificial vagina. Now, some people will talk about and say, well, what do I have to do to prepare my buck to jump or ram? It's actually a really natural process. And as long as you have a teaser that's in estrus, that ram will likely jump as long as he is used to being around people. So the best thing you can do is prepare your male animal by getting him used to you being next to him. And I do mean like very close to him. And that is the best preparation you can do. And then we let him do his job that nature intended. So in addition to training your animal to be used to people being very close to them, there are a couple considerations you need to think about if you're going to collect the sperm and freeze it or even ship it for cooled use. So first is thinking several months prior, you need to make sure that that animal has adequate nutrition. And I know you guys have had a couple talks about nutrition earlier, so I'm not really going to talk to you at all about what that nutritional needs are. But you really need to make sure that that nutritional profile that he's receiving is really good 60 days prior. We also, if you have purchased a new buck or a new ram, you might consider getting him fertility tested. And what that means is you get an ejaculate, you send it off to a laboratory like ours or a couple others or your veterinarian and have them look at that sperm quality, assess it to see if it's actually good quality. Does it have a good intact acrosome? Does it have a lot of morphological abnormalities? Those kind of things. And if it does, you can change your nutrition to actually improve his sperm quality. You know, a couple weeks prior to taking him to be collected, you want to have him breeding, or you want to collect him or have him electroejaculated so that you clean out that sperm that sits in the epididymis. Because what can happen is if that animal is not actively breeding and not actively ejaculating, you get a bunch of old sperm that sits down in that tail of that epididymis. And that's what you get coming out on the first few collections. And so we want to make sure that there are fresh sperm sitting in that epididymis that we're going to collect for cryopreservation. And the last thing is to make sure that that animal has a good, strong libido. So house him next to females that are coming into estrus, or even just housing him next to other males will really help improve that libido and that sperm production and the concentration. So the sperm maturation into the epididymis. So 60 days, I mentioned a couple times 60 days. And so what's so magic about 60 days? Well, the reason it is because it takes about 60 days for this sperm to start from a single haploid cell, develop into a full sperm cell, and then traverse into the tail of this epididymis where it's ejaculated. So if I start a new nutrition program 30 days in, for example, I'm only going to affect these sperm cells that are being produced, but 30 days prior, these cells are already someplace in here. And so you're not having the total impact you can if you don't have a set of completely new sperm cells in that epididymis that you're collecting. So really, it's preparation will always make your sperm cells better. We've had a lot of questions about, hey, my animals were out live covering my ewes in my pasture. How long do I have to let him come back to a stall or not breed before he's collected for freezing? We like to give them at least 3 days, preferably about a week, so that we have a nice reserve in this tail of the epididymis. Okay, let's see. So cryopreservation, I know a lot of people tend to shy away from it, but I'll tell you, it's the cheapest way to get insurance. You know, rather than insuring your animal with an actual insurance policy, by preserving their genetics and keeping it in a tank, you can guard against that animal's loss. It also allows you to very easily sell. So if you bring an animal to a show and he wins, there are going to be a lot of demands for his genetics. Rather than having to ship him or ship ewes to your facility, you can just sell them semen straws. And of course, lastly, genetic preservation. It allows you, if some point your breeding program gets off course, you can always come back and say, I really want to go back to this base of my ram 2 years ago. And so I'm going to start over with my breeding for genetic change. So one of the other really cool things about cryopreservation is that it allows you to have a recourse if the worst happens. If your favorite buck, your favorite ram gets in an accident or somehow dies, as long as you can get to him relatively quickly, you or your veterinarian can collect the testes. They can be sent to a lab, and then they can be collected. These sperm cells that are in the epididymis can be flushed out and then cryopreserved. And so one of the things if you have a veterinarian do this for you to collect the testes and then ship them, you want to make sure that you actually physically push up the testicle so that you don't nick this epididymis, because if you nick that epididymis, then we can't do anything. So you want to physically push up the testes, making sure the epididymis is clear, then cut your skin and roll it up and collect the testes. So cryopreservation gives you at least a last chance to maybe recover some genetics. So let's switch gears for a minute and talk about the female side. So we have a bifurcate uterus, meaning it has, sheep and goats have a bifurcate uterus, which means that they have 2 uterine horns, and it sits like this in the female's body. And the cool thing about how it sits is that allows transabdominal ultrasound. So we can determine pregnancy pretty easy by just running an ultrasound down along her belly here. So oocytes are come out of the ovary and then are collected here and travel into that uterine horn. At the same time, in order to achieve a pregnancy, we need to deliver sperm through the cervix and into that uterine body, where they can transit the uterine horn and meet with the oocyte. So insemination in sheep and goats is a little bit tricky. It's not easy like it is in cattle or even in horses. And so there are a couple different ways that we can achieve pregnancy with artificial insemination. One is cervical, and we have to use a little device here that we insert and into the vulva and in through the vagina so that we can actually see the cervix. And then that allows us to pass an AI rod that has the straw of sperm into it a little ways into the cervix. And then we can push that sperm using just a little bit of pressure on the end of the rod, push that sperm at least into the cervix or into the uterine body. Best results come with putting it in the uterine body. The other way is to inseminate using a laparoscope. And so what this means is that you turn the animal, the female, over, and so that you're viewing her from her belly. And then you put a laparoscope in there so that you can actually see. And then you puncture here another spot into her belly and deposit sperm directly into the uterine horn. Same way you can transfer embryos. So if you had embryos made by IVF, or if you had embryos flushed from another female, you can implant them using this laparoscopic techniques. So a couple people ask us along the way, well, when's the best time to start collecting our animals or to start considering using them for breeding? And that's about 2/3 of their adult body weight. That's just the general rule of thumb. Of course, that depends on their body condition. So you don't want to have an animal, a young animal or an adult animal, that is overly thin or overly fat. So, you know, really looking at these processes and seeing what you can feel, and making sure that she's in a good, she and he, both, this applies to both animals, you know, to make sure that she and he are in good body condition. And like I said, being overly fat is just as detrimental as being overly thin. You do see in sperm cells, it's interesting, you can see things like distal droplets on the sperm cells when you have an overly fat animal. And that's whether it's a pig or a bull or a ram, you see this same kind of thing. So it's funny, in the lab, we always have bets when we see a lot of defects of a certain type, and we say, I bet this animal's heavy. So it's fun to always talk to the owner and find out. So kind of wrapping up that little portion, again, making sure that you are preparing 60 days prior to your collection event, making sure that just in front of your collection event, you're cleaning out that animal, making sure that you have a good synchronization protocol for your female when you're ready to implant the semen, whether that's fresh semen or cryopreserved semen. You want to make sure that she's actively ovulating. And one of the other things that we find is that, you know, a lot of people want to bring their animals to a stud just once. They want to bring them for a day collection. That's not going to get you the best semen quality. The best semen quality comes from having multiple collections, checking the quality of the straws you put up, and then having that ability to collect again. So MPTI recently partnered with Krigo Livestock, they're here in Fort Collins also, to form a company called Mile High Repro Solutions. And what's really cool about this is that we are able to leverage the research that MPTI has done, leverage the practical knowledge that the Krigos have done, use their facilities to board rams, and then do custom collection coupled with high quality semen testing. So we test that semen before we freeze and then after freezing to make sure that it's of the best quality so that you can improve your chances of getting success. And now you see this sperm cell that's sitting here covered in orange. The reason I've done that is that we actually use the extender that I was telling you about, that we've bred over 2,000 cows with. It's called Gamete Guard, and we call it the Orange Advantage. And so it actually protects those sperm cells as it goes through that really tough process of being out in the environment. I mean, sperm cells were never intended by God to be out in the environment like we have now. And so we have to take some measures to protect them. And that means providing them sugars, providing them antioxidants, providing them other goodies that help them as they face all the things light and all the other things that come with being out in the environment, oxygen exposure, that damages those sperm cells and then affects the ability to obtain a pregnancy. So finally, with the sperm that we're putting up, we provide a report that allows you to know exactly what's in that straw. So, you know, a lot of times we just assume as breeders that this straw is in good quality. And so I'm breeding my animals and I don't get pregnant. Well, a lot of times we blame the female, but a good chunk of the time, probably 50%, it's not the female's fault. It's actually the male's. And so we provide with all the semen that we put up and or the semen that we test for people, regardless of where it was put up, a report that shows what that sperm quality, how many sperm cells in that dose are actually available to fertilize. So if I have here I had what, 75 million sperm cells. Well, only 25 million sperm cells are actually able to fertilize. So what is your dose? You can compare male to male, straw to straw. It's freeze code to freeze code. What is the morphology of that sperm? What does it look like? How many of them are normal? And then what is the total motility relative to all the straws of that particular species that I'm putting up? And then we provide a lot more data here. If you're a nerd like me and really like to look at data, we provide that on the back side of the report. So that's, in a quick nutshell, preparing for artificial insemination and preparing for reproductive technologies. And then finally, if y'all want to get a hold of us and ask us questions, I'm happy to answer any questions you might have. And I have a team of really smart people with me that can also answer your questions. So you can reach out to us any of these methods, and we'll be happy to answer. So now I'm happy to answer any of your questions you might have right now.
Any questions for Lisa? No, pretty quiet audience. All right, well, thank you so much, Lisa. I'm sure they have your information if they want to get in touch with you. And
What are the costs involved in collecting?
did you hear him?
What are the costs involved in collecting?
Costs involved in collecting. It depends on where you are, but most of the time people will charge a jump fee. So a boarding fee if you're going to keep your animal there. And that's about $3 a day at Mile High, which is kind of on par with what most people charge. A jump fee, also charged then by the straw. So the jump fee covers the collection process and the initial sperm analysis. And then if that sperm is frozen, then we charge by the straw. How many straws did we put up for you? And that cost covers all the extender, it covers all the materials that we supply, as well as generating that report. And I can send you a price list. And it's also on that the web page there for Mile High Repro.
I just have a quick question. I suppose it depends on your semen quality, but one collection, how many straws are you able to make out of the one collection? How does that work?
You hit it on the head. You answered your own question initially. It depends on the semen quality. You know, some rams, we are able to put up 50 to 100 straws in an ejaculate. Some were only able to put up 10 or 20 on a single ejaculate. So it really depends on the semen quality. And what we try to do is, and what most people try to do when they're putting up sperm, is compensate for that quality or any quality defects by adding a few more sperm cells in the straw. And so, you know, if you say, look, I really want this for insurance purposes, we might not pack the straws as tightly. We might actually put a fewer sperm cells in the straw, and then allow you to use two straws, you know, in insemination if you'd like.
What's the conception rate on, say, a ewe? I know we used to breed dairy cattle, and if we got a 60% conception rate, that was always good. After, you know, first time was 90%. What is something like on a ewe on that conception?
Yeah. You know, it really depends again on that straw quality and what synchronization protocol you're using. But we've actually found recently, we've had feedback on some small trials, say 11 to 15 ewes, and we've seen around 80% conception rate. So that's pretty darn good. And these data are just coming in. So we're actively obtaining this. And so if you stay posted with our Facebook page, we actively do post data that we get from people using the straws. But I think on AI in general, you can expect somewhere around 50% is a pretty good rule of thumb.
So are you ever going to get will they ever get to the point like they do at the dairy where a producer just goes through a company and buys sperm from, let's say, a proven ram like they do with the dairy end of it? I mean, do you ever get to that point, or will it not happen?
Yeah. You know, I guess it depends on you all, to be honest. If AI starts to be used to such an extent that businesses can afford to market their animals, their rams, then yes, I think so. I mean, we store sperm and we regularly ship sperm to people who are purchasing it in a similar way. You know, they saw that ram and, or they saw some of his offspring and are interested in those genetics. So it's starting to get there, but it's going to take a concerted transition to using AI actively. And that's going to cut some of your production too. And so it's going to take the entire industry to come together and say, yes, we actively want to use AI and we're willing to take the early cuts so that we can get this technology working in the industry in such a way that we can get high level conception and that we have access to good genetics. Does that answer your question?
Yep. Are you at a point where you can sex your semen?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand.
Are you at a point where you can sex your semen?
Sex semen. That's funny you ask. I was actually the second employee at XY and helped develop the technology that works in dairy cattle so well now. So, you know, if we had a sorter, we could sex it right now. There's no reason, there's no physical reason that we can't sort it. We are not licensed to sort semen right now. So if we were to obtain a license from Sexing Technologies, then absolutely we could do it. So I would reach out to Sexing Technologies to see if they're interested in sorting sperm for you guys. That's the best way to get sexed semen.
Those fertility rates that you were talking about, I'm assuming that's the laparoscopic method, and you get 50% or better.
Yeah, a lot of them were laparoscopically inseminated. Most of them were.
They won't get that conception rate, will they?
I'm sorry, I didn't understand the last part of your.
If they try to use interuterine, my understanding the conception rate is very, very low.
Yeah, it's hard to get in, especially in sheep. It's really hard to get into the cervix. So you oftentimes end up depositing sperm prior to the cervix and then hoping that it's able to transit that cervix into uterus. We actually have a grant from the U.S. What's a National Sheep and Goat Improvement Federation, something like that. It's part of the USDA that we just got. We just got notified 2 days ago that we got this grant to actually develop a methodology to enable people to try their own transcervical insemination. And so stay posted. Hopefully next year at this time, I'll be able to say, hey, we can help you guys do this yourself. And here's how. So that's our objective. Hopefully we can get there.
Anybody else? Okay, let's thank her.
Thanks, you guys. Really appreciate it. It was nice talking to you. I wish I could be there. I'll catch you next year.
Sounds good. Thank you, Lisa.
Thanks, Lisa. And I got your name right that time. So.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
So is everybody doing okay? Do we need a 5-10 minute window to get up, move around, blood flowing again? Okay, go ahead and do that real quick. We'll get the next thing rolling up.
So next is the definition statement.
Yeah, I mean, it's recording, so would you rather have one who's here present? Bring it
One. This is really intense.
around, I'm like, where is it?
I want to do your talk
First.
the last guy.
The last guy is
Recording, so. You send me my your power.
more color.
I didn't, I'm the beach.
Someone didn't tell. Okay. So I'll shut the.
Yeah, we'll let you go. And if they get rec Good for me, I'll take it. Like, I did my job. They can't fire me yet. I'm trying, but I don't know if I'll get it, but I'll try.
Yeah, let me know. That thing is right left. Correct, yeah. Yeah. Either way, I don't
I know, I didn't know.
So we're gonna try to get started here. If I can find my speaker, I don't know where he went. Oh, there he is.
Okay, so we're gonna come back. This is Spence Rule. He is one of the gentlemen who helped start Colorado Land Processors. They're out in Brush, Colorado. They're one of the newer processors that is near us, actually probably the newest. And he's gonna kind of talk about how the facility's coming along and what we kind of expect to see from them in the future and all the goodies. So take it away, sir.
Thank you. I'm gonna talk a little bit, most of just ask questions. It's your meeting, so you can ask whatever you want. We started 3.5 years ago, or 5.5 years ago now. Trying to figure out, I've been a land feeder most all my life in the tobacco business. We had the plant in Hayward, Iowa for a while. And then 2 other guys that feed with us. After we shut Iowa down a couple, 3 or 4, 5 years later, didn't have much of a place to go. So we got to talking that we needed a new facility, the industry needed a new facility. So that's what we did. So 5.5 years ago, we started talking about it. getting it up and going. It was supposed to be done in 2.5 years. And of course, that didn't happen. And in 3.5 years, we were guaranteed we'd be up and killing. And then we ran into COVID about that time, and it stretched it into what took inevitably roughly just a shade over 4 years from when we very first talked to the town before we actually got the plant up and running. We've been harvesting now for just a year. Matter of fact, our anniversary was about a week and a half ago. I think the first year we killed about 143,000 lambs. That's what we ended up processing total. The facility's built to handle, it could sure handle 2,000 a day without a problem. I don't expect we'll get there because the industry shrunk enough that I doubt seriously we needed 2,000 a day net harvest. But I sure think we need 1,000 to 1,200 a day. We harvested during Colorado. We're kill and chill outfit only. We don't do any breaking at this point in time. The reason for that is we don't believe we can be competitive in the breaking industry in being in Brush, Colorado. I mean, if you're going to be a true breaker, you need to be next to where the land sold. You need to have somebody on the East Coast and somebody that can actually get the product to a grocery store or a chain or whatever it is the following day. And we can't do that out of Brush. So either we need to work with breakers, let them handle the meat and go that way. If they want to put a break up, we have room in our facility to do that. And we'd be happy to partner with them, put a break in there, but we sure don't want one we have to run ourselves. We're lamb feeders, basically. We just want a place to harvest and get our product dead in a timely fashion. And not end up with these 200, 225, 230 pound lambs. I don't think that's healthy for the industry at all. So that's the reason we started this thing up. And that's where we're at today. I'm going to open up the questions. I'll let you guys out because I'm pretty sure that with the lamb market like we have today, there's got to be a lot of questions about what's going to happen in the future. I have no real clue, but I'll give you my best shot. So go ahead.
Give it your best shot.
Give us my best shot. You know, we as feeders, we bought lambs this year anywhere from, as the early lambs we bought, probably we bought a few $2 lambs. Most everything has gone as high as $3. We bought very few of those, but there were some $3 lambs with 70 pounds. Majority of them between 250 and 275, 280 is what is the inventory going into feedlots today. Do I think that'll happen again next year? No, I don't. I don't think we'll be 275, 280, but I think it's our job if we can continue to hold this thing in the packing level that we can stay over the $2 line. I think that's healthy for the whole industry. I don't see that these super high prices right now were caused by several different things, in my opinion. One, the ethnic trades come in and took so many lambs and were harvested prior to the traditional harvest, so that drove the market up there. Then we had the grocery stores, their business went up considerably during COVID as the restaurants went down. All these young people and, well, everybody wanting to learn to cook, wanting to do new things in the kitchen. So they used a tremendous amount of meat that way. There was a big spike there. So it all kind of snowballed into the perfect storm and ran this thing crazy. We're selling meat today, carcass levels, 540 to 550 delivered east. Starting to get a tremendous amount of pushback at this point. It hasn't been too bad up till now. The last 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we're starting to see pushback, particularly on the chucks. Chucks have slowed way down. That market's come off considerably. The loins are following it right now. This last week, the 3 different carcass customers we had all came back and told us one thing slowing down as well. So I think we're going to see some correction in the market. If that's what you want to call it. I don't think we'll hold these 550 levels, but it's our job to try and not let this thing crazy go, drop out of bed. There's some of us that really can't afford to drop out of bed, and as you guys, it's just something we can't let happen. So that's our job, is trying to hold this thing so that we can continue to market fat lines over that $2 level if it's possible. So there's my best shot.
So do you think there's enough lambs out in the country to keep you full enough till the rest of the year?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
We have that many in your yard already.
In our particular yard, at home, we can handle about 45,000, and we're probably 50,000 now. So, yeah, I mean, the lots are full, and part of the reason for that is the Montana and South Dakota lambs came so early we had the drought lambs that had to come in, so before our normal runs hit, we had 10, 12, 15,000 lambs in the feedlots at that time. So you still have to take the ones you've always taken in the year, the contract, and so we're over full right now. But I don't see the numbers spread out through this Midwest. There's a lot of the guys that generally feed lambs in the Midwest that just said, oh, corn's high, sheep are high, we'll just sell the corn to feed lambs. I don't blame them a bit for what their decisions were. So I think the concentration is more in the Colorado feedlots than it has been the last several years. But there's enough lambs to run, but the good news is, my lot, Harper's lot, we're struggling to get lambs weighing 145. I mean, we sort and we sort and we sort and we sort, and we're killing lambs weighing 145, paying 142, 43. So haven't got enough days on feed to yield yet, but we're having to stretch and push ahead. So I don't see numbers being a huge problem. I don't think there's enough to run the facilities pretty well fast.
How much lighter were the lambs that came in early than normal?
The early lambs that we got were 15 pounds light, 20 pounds light. Yeah. And it didn't last very long. You know, there was a few spotty rains went through that country, and the lambs did pretty well at the end. The intermountain lambs, as far as Idaho, Utah, Colorado, maybe 2 to 3 pounds light across the board. But for the most part, the weights held together pretty well.
What weight do you want to see them at?
At feeder lambs?
No, like fats.
Our market, we'd like to be between 145 and 155 is ideal for us, for the customers that we have. There's a home for virtually everything, but you get on either end of the spectrum, you don't want very many on either end. You don't want very many lights, you don't want very many heavies. But there's some room for both. But if we can market lambs with a 75 to 85 pound carcass, that gets most of the customers, or gets the most of the customers in the game, so that your prices can stay better if you can maintain those kind of weights. So I think we're in as good a shape this year, marketing wise, weight wise, as we've ever been since I've been feeding the last 25, 30 years. It's because we had such a hot market all summer long. We've been struggling for fats terrible through July and August. We didn't know if we could have a kill. We weren't killing many lambs, 2,700 a week. That's all we were killing. But it was all we could do to gather 2,700.
Can you get me out of Nebraska?
Do we get out of Nebraska? We do. We have quite a few lambs out of Nebraska. Probably, I'm going to guess a load and a half, 2 loads a week. Right out there. Right now, Kevin's just down the road from us. Five land force out of this country. 5 feet from out of this country.
Spence, you and I were kind of talking about it before you came out here about what's happening with the national youth block and the drought conditions in many states and selling a lot of breeding sheep. You know, to me, that creates more opportunity for what's remaining and for next year, you know, if we get a decent lamb crop. But what are your thoughts?
I couldn't agree with you more, Lisa. I mean, you watch this youth thing, and again, a lot of this ties back to what the ethnic markets have done, and I think the traditional lamb markets got high enough now that they're not wanting to compete head to head on these lambs anywhere from 70 to 100 pound lamb. We're high enough at those levels that they started looking in different directions. They've gone to the ewes an awful lot, and we're seeing this ewe market just stay tremendously long. People are selling ewes that, you know, they really should stay on the farm for many years doing lamb, but such a doggone good salvage value in them that they're selling them. And we got to be careful. I do see more retention of ewe lambs from the guys we bought this year. We were short on loads coming into the feedlots because they were keeping more and more ewe lambs, which is good news on that side.
Yeah, that's not the case in my.
In your part of the country, been so dry, there's no feed. They
There's
can't.
not going to be a new lamb, hardly a new lamb calf.
Right, but I think that's a drought condition. I don't think it's a marketing condition right now. People that are able to keep them, I think are keeping. But as Lisa said, where the areas where the feeds are short, they're going to be short as well too. But this ewe thing is crazy. These things are bringing a lot of money. Taking this fat killer, you're bringing over $200 a head.
It's so disheartening, you know, to listen to this guy just a little bit ago on National Land Board saying that they do promotions in these different grocery stores and they try to do it as seasonal because there's such a demand for it that they can't supply enough lamb. And then he's talking about Costco, that's always sold imported lamb, wanted to buy American lamb, went to Superior and they said they can't supply enough lamb. That is so disheartening as a producer to hear that.
You're
Just, you know, because, but I think so much of it is that, I mean, I'm not telling you anything you don't know. We've just been beat up so much over the last few years that people have said enough's enough. So, you know, and it's just one of them deals. Watch cattle and hogs, and then and this is over the last past years, all of a sudden lambs could drop $10 just over within a week. And then the next week they could do the same thing. And it just never was a real steady market. The risk was so high. You see that changing.
I do. I think as we see numbers shorter and shorter and, you know, more capacity killing it. And that's one of the reasons we got in it. So to try to take some of the volatility out of this thing. I think there'll be more competition for lambs day in, day out. And back to what you said about the customer saying that Superior couldn't supply the Costco did. That's true. They can't supply the entire United States. But Superior does have 2 or 3 different divisions of Costco that they supply pretty well. And it's in the heavier land eating areas. But they don't get them out, clear out to Colorado. You know, our Costco's in Colorado carry imported product as well. But Superior does have some of that. And Catelli's have some of that, but it's spread into regions because as an industry, we can't supply at the price levels Costco's willing to pay. That's another thing. They don't always tell you the whole truth. Costco wants to be 10 to 15, 20, 30 cents back of the traditional lamb market. Well, there isn't anybody going to step out on today's market and hand them product 30 cents cheaper than the market. So what he said is true, but it comes with some caveats in the reason that we're not producing and selling all that product.
I might ask you just a couple of general questions. You know, you said, you know, you had the vision. So what does it take to go raise that kind of venture capital, you know, to put up a plant? I mean, I know that you can't and won't, but I mean, just in general, what kind of process is that like?
There's 3 families, the Harper family, the Raftopoulos family, and our family. And it takes putting up the entire ranch on all three outfits.
So when you're all said and done, what was your capital investment?
Like 22 million.
Like an annual return or a deal?
It doesn't work. I'm as honest as I can be. Its first year has been horrible. We need to get this kill up to about 4,000, 4,500 to make it work.
Just to get your volume.
Just to get volume enough to get the thing back. And we still think we're gonna get there. And had we not had all the problems with the COVID and the different things, I think we could have done that. But as this COVID is taking over the grocery stores in the different areas, you know, you've got Atlantic killing lambs and there's 3 or 4 little outfits in New Jersey killing lambs. This thing has regionalized tremendously in the last 4 years since we started this. And there's sheep being killed in little plants that, what do I say? They really shouldn't be killed. I mean, they should be inspected. The product that comes out in some of these different facilities is horrible. But it's regionalized enough because of transportation, because of lack of ability to get lambs moved around the country like we were doing 3 or 4 years ago, that it's gotten really tough to bring the mainstream product. So we're gonna have to wait this thing out. We're gonna have to struggle through for another year or so, 2 years with the most, I hope, and get the thing back towards a profitable level. And get them back to being killed where they should be killed, in my opinion. That's my opinion. Everybody's got their own, and some of them like the regional kills real well, but when you see some of the product comes out of those, they shouldn't be harvesting products.
So like around Easter time when 60 to 80 pound lambs are in their premium, or do you participate in that kind of slaughter market?
If we can get the sales for them, yeah. But that's where the regional types really thrives on those. Because they've got small producers that are willing to bring 5, 10 at a time. They don't have to move them 30 miles down the road. If you go to Detroit in that area, man, it's just a huge market. And they're able to take that pretty well. And there's a lot of lambs come out of this country going to the ethnic trade. And that's, it's good. We need the ethnic trade as well, but we need both. And they need to be harvested in good facilities.
what kind of carcass variation do you see between breeds versus, we'll say, white face versus black face versus hair sheep?
I don't know that I can answer it as carcass variation. You'll see different size carcasses breed to breed. Probably 80% of the lambs we harvest are crossbred lambs. So, you know, that shows the most consistency. I can tell you in the last 5 years, 10 years, as a feedlot owner, I never used to want a straight black-faced lamb in my feedlot. I mean, if somebody called and said they had a truckload of Suffolk lambs, I just told them, sorry, I'm full or something. But today's world, they're getting better and better. I mean, we're seeing where you can take those lambs, put them on feed, and see them really better. Whiteface, you're going to end up with whiteface lambs because people need them for replacements. So we feed them, but again, in the last 5-10 years, that's gotten better. Either we're going to be better feeders, or the quality of the product is better than both. I'm not sure which. But yeah, I don't shy away from straight bred lambs anymore like I used to 5 or 10 years ago. So I think things are getting better. Carcass weights vary on how we handle them. You know, we're such a small industry, and we lamb basically 2 times a year, and by far the majority 1 time a year. So we're stretching lambs we're buying in September to March, April markets. We put them on beef, both corn silage, ground hay, anything we can do to cheapen, as cheap as we can get that ration to be to grow that lamb, and just kind of maintaining until, a lot of ours will maintain till middle February, first March sometimes, and pushing the last 60 days really hard. And that's what it takes to have a 52-week kill. So, we get along a little better doing that stuff with crossbred lambs and do straight bloods. But again, I'm not going to say that we don't like the straight bloods anymore. I never used to, but I'm getting right on that.
So you're doing that on your own feedlot, just?
Yes.
Okay.
Just so we have something to kill.
Do you slaughter ewes at your plant?
We haven't yet, but we're sure looking at it. We'll have the first 50 head of goats go across the chain probably here in another 10 days, 2 weeks.
So you need a different chain then?
No.
You just do it
Same
different
one.
times?
Just, yeah, you can harvest goats and lambs same. I mean, you don't have to clean up in between.
So that would help your numbers if you could, yeah.
That's
So what does it take to get to that point?
So you, sales is what it takes. We've got to get the goats sold. And finding somebody that wants to buy carcass goats is much more difficult than you think. To buy live goats, I can sell all the live goats, but you want to at certain times. But get people to take carcass is a whole different thing.
So do you have to go to a breaker someplace else and do?
Either a breaker or just a distributor into the ethnic market.
Okay.
So when you get to 150-pound lambs, yield grade starts to, I mean, are you looking for yield grade 3 or 2 or?
2s, 3s, and 4s.
Okay.
We'll have a few on the 1s and a few on the 5s. But again, I'm not gonna say we were not going to be caught, because at some point again we won't get caught. And we'll overfeed lambs again, I'm sure. But we're trying to get this so we can continue to harvest at 2s, 3s, and 4s, and change the feeding style. Instead of putting everything in and just throwing the corn bucket at them and let them have it, we take them and every 10 days we move them into sell lambs on the feed. So if we market 2,500 in the last week, then next week we'll put 2,500 on the feed. We'll just try to keep doing that. And then every once in a while we'll stop and take 2 weeks off, because you want to make sure you clean the bottom end as you're going through what you're looking. So a lot of sorting and a lot of planting. We're trying to keep it cleaned up. But we're still good. We'll have some things.
There's a lot of producers having trouble finding shearers or moving toward easy care sheep and haired sheep. You know, as a slaughter guy, do you prefer the wool
We
sheep
do.
because the pelt?
There's value in the pelt, and as a feedlot operator, I far prefer the wool sheep to the hair sheep.
Okay.
Performance is so much better. So much better.
So if we could just increase our genetics and the performance of our hair sheep,
Sure.
improve it.
And, yeah, and have it so I can Right, not just so you can do it on your farm, and it doesn't matter whether it's a hair sheep and goat or not. Once you move it from where it was born and raised, you're gonna lose some production. When it goes to our feedlot. We take care of them in masses, and then we either mass doctor or we don't, one of the two. And today's world, everybody wants an ADF product, an antibiotic-free product. And there's so many different antibiotic-free programs. Some of them say they've never been fed antibiotics. Some say they haven't been fed antibiotics within the last 20 days. Some say 50 days. It's just all over the board. Some of them, certain antibiotics they can use, some they can't. So it makes it really, really difficult. And on the feedlot end of things, because one thing I'm not doing, I'm not going to jail because I told somebody that I did not feed antibiotics and I did. That ain't happening. I'm not going to jail for that. So it makes it more difficult once they leave your place and come to ours because they can't have the same care that you can give them.
So on those hair sheep, I guess, what kind of average daily gain, or any sheep, what kind of average daily gains are you looking for?
We shoot for 6.5 tenths on our fed when we're pushing. And then we'll have some bunches of lambs get high as 7.5, close to 8 tenths of a pound a day. And most of those are out of the Idaho area, different genetics, different sizes, and the time of year that they come. But if we can average 6 tenths in our feedlot, we're pretty happy. We can stay under a 2% death loss, average 6 tenths of a pound when we're pushing lambs. We're pretty happy.
And last question, so I deal with beef a lot, but Cooner Yard over there, talked to my Ryan's nutritionist. I'll tell you straight up, I deal with Kathy likes seeing coming in, those Smokies, Angus and Charlotte crosses. What's the ideal lamb you want to see coming into your?
It's a cross where it's not face lamb is going to perform the best for us. Yes, no doubt. We use an awful lot of, well, it just depends on the breed. We get Ramblers, Targies, Columbians, different breeds of use around, but for most of the crossbreds, either a Hamp Suffolk cross buck is what tends to perform the best for the lambs that we can watch. You know, we get groups of lambs in that, you know, you get 3,000 or 4,000, 5,000 of them from one producer, and you just go see what kind of bucks you're using. Most of them are Hamp Suffolk cross bucks. Okay. The outside lambs you buy, how do you price those, or all live carcass, or what do you preference? Don't have a preference. Most of the lambs we buy are on a live basis. And part of the reason for that is right now we just don't have enough sales that I can guarantee you that I'm going to get all your lambs dead one day. So that's why I like to buy them live. That way, if they don't all get dead the day that you send them to me, it's on me, it's not on you. So that's why we run most everything on a live basis.
So when you stall out your feeding with more grass at first, what is your cost of gain? How much more is it increased?
Probably 30 to 40%. It's very expensive to stretch in a feedlot. Now we go to an awful lot of lambs to the Imperial Valley still, which is in Southern California. You go out there in the hay fields, and it's 27 cents a day right now is what it costs to have a lamb on the hay fields in the Imperial Valley. But you've got the freight costs going down, the freight costs coming back. And in today's world, you're looking at $17 to haul one down back. So no matter how you do it, it's much more expensive to stretch them. But if you're gonna have a pack of us, you're gonna have 52 weeks killed. So we just have to get better at it. And we have gotten better. There's no two ways about it. We used to stretch lambs, and God, it was terrible cost. But we get some distillers grain, some dry distillers, some beet pulp. We're still got beet pulp factories out in our part of the world. We feed some sorghum, some millet hay, anything we can get just to keep the lamb full and happy and getting you ready to gain when you take the wool off and look at it.
You can meet all of the requirements for ethnic kill in your facility.
In our facility, every lamb that goes through is halal slaughtered. Then we can also do kosher kill. But every lamb that goes through is eligible for halal. And that you have to have what they call it, the preachers or whatever. Rabbis, rabbis on the kosher side of it, but whoever does halal killing they say a prayer before they kill the lamb, before they cut his throat. But in halal kill, you can stun. You can electrical stun. In kosher kill, you cannot. It's a live kill.
So it's a prayer each lamb?
He's pretty quick. Must be a short prayer, I'm not sure what it is.
Some plants it's on a loudspeaker, isn't it? I mean,
No, you don't have to do that anymore.
no.
And he doesn't even have to say it out loud. And it's like anything else. It evolves over time. Used to be when we were in Iowa, yeah, that loudspeaker was. But now it's, he says it, and you watch him, he does say it. I'll give him credit, he'll say something. I don't know what he'll say. He says something before he cuts the throat of his lamb. And if it's done by a rabbi, then yeah, same thing. It's alive.
I always kind of read a little bit of Sioux Falls, they'll have a little explanation of what their markets did. And one time this summer, they were saying the markets had dropped pretty hard, and said because of labor at the slaughtering plants, they're having trouble. What have you been?
It's terrible.
It is.
Of course, the COVID thing for one thing, they spread you out and make you do all that stuff that you do, which, and we're in a new plant, new facility, and the airflow in our facility is phenomenal. So we're very fortunate as far as that goes. Everything goes straight up. We've got exhaust fans pulling air straight up. So they don't make us get the full 6 feet between people. We don't have to put the plastic in between people because of the airflow. But you still have to do the masks and suit everybody up. And we're still a packing house, and still, as long as there's government money out there for people to get without doing anything, they really don't want to walk into that plant if they don't have to. And if you take a Monday morning after the Broncos lose, which has been happening a hell of a lot lately, you don't have anybody. I mean, we'll be 12, 13, 14 guys short out of 40 on Monday mornings because of the, I don't know if they're mad over the Broncos. You do watch the Broncos season, and it is every Monday after the Broncos, they win or lose, a bunch of them don't show up.
And you just kill less that day then?
We have to.
Yeah.
And Mondays by far the most ideal day because you can kill and ship in the same week. If you harvest them on Monday and you ship them on Tuesday, they could be in New York City by Thursday afternoon. But if you go to Tuesday, then now there's the following Monday arrive. So you get 7, 8 days on the meat, and then it just gets to be more hassle. Monday by far is the best harvest day for us, but it is the toughest harvest day. We were last week 11 short out of 41 people. The week before was 17 short. It's just.
You're not the only one. Several of that was on March feedlot, and they told me that every Monday they can't get people to show up. And it used to be they just fire them, but right now they were so hard. They have to keep them. But that kind of goes to my question is, you are in a very peculiar spot where you're competing with JBS and Cargill, those beef plants. How are you drawing in laborers?
The good news is we're a single shift plant.
Okay.
JBS and Cargill are both double shift plants. They kill at night. Not everybody wants to work at night. So we do have that advantage.
And you got a Buffalo plant too.
We have a Buffalo plant in town too, and they're kind of in the same shape we are. But the thing is, JBS or Cargill last week went to 23.75 starting pay. When we started this thing 4.5 years ago, talking about, we were looking at $11.50 to start. Today we're at 19. And they went to 23.75 last week. We'll probably have to go up. And for 23.75, you don't get somebody that understands how to take a knife and take a hide off. Now you get a guy that can stand there and hold something for the guy that takes it. But it's horrible.
I know their turnover is like 60% a year. Where are you all at?
First year was pretty tough. We've got 40 that we actually have on the floor. And I would say 30 of those, 28 to 30 of those are pretty darn good. It's the same ones every Monday, most of the same ones that don't show up. And then some out of the shipping department, some other maintenance, stuff like that. We've got a pretty decent core crew if we can just get the numbers back up. We're guaranteeing 32 hours. We're not working 32 right now. We should be back working 32 here very shortly, but we haven't also. So we've been paying for hours, guaranteed hours. I ran into a couple of kids in the parking lot. They said kids 25, 26 years old. They hadn't showed up the day before. And asked me, where were you yesterday? I said, you need to work. I said, what do you mean? I need to work. He said, I went home. He said, my fridge was full of beer. I paid my pickup payment. I paid my rent payment. I said, I don't need it. So what do you say? God, I hope you'll drink a little more beer so you show up tomorrow. I don't know what you tell these guys.
You need to go drink with me.
I guess. I guess, I don't know.
So where do you get to the certain point where you say, okay, enough's enough, you're not worth the liability of not being able to trust you there?
I'll tell you when we get there. We're not there yet.
Not there yet.
You know, when we start, your handbook says it's a 6-month policy. If you quit or get fired, it's 6 months before we take you back. Well, that went away pretty damn quick. And now, if they don't show up, we just hope they come tomorrow. It's,
Just a couple very questions. Number one is can I get carcass data if I send my lands to you?
I would say today, no, because we're not on mechanical grading yet. We're still hand. We do everything with the hand grading, we're not camera grading. And we probably, I think we've got the chip readers in, we've never used them. And so that's why I say I don't know if we can or not. We put the technology in, or supposedly put the technology in to do that. But it's been like everything else. And that's, again, another excuse back to COVID. We got our hot scale finally, not hot scale, cold scale finally 2 weeks ago. We've been in operation for a year. That we didn't have to write the weights on. It's been 12 months because I don't know why. Everybody says they just don't have technicians to do it.
No, I just was gonna ask, what do you do with the off-fall and the pelts? And then what do you do from an environmental standpoint? You know, with the water situation in Colorado, and where does your waste go? All that kind of stuff.
We'll start there in the water situation in Colorado. That's why we picked Brush to build the plant in. 7 years ago, Brush put in a new system, whole new water treatment facility, and they were very, very short of capacity. They needed people in there. That's why the Buffalo plant's in Brush, and that's why we went there. They made that situation where we could, have a reasonable sewer system. We pre-treat everything. We screen it, we pre-treat it, and it goes into the deal. We dump it 7 days a week at the same flow rate, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. So it's taken us quite a while to get that figured out, what our flow rate is. We're only flowing 3 or 4 days a week to get it so that it stays the same going into the plants, but that's what helps things. Offall wise, the days when you're 10 or 12 people short, the first thing that goes is the offall crew. They go back onto the floor because it doesn't do any good to have a guy in the offall room if you're not killing them. So we move them back to the floor. When we have a full crew and when we do it, we save hearts, livers, kidneys, heads, casings. We just put in the casing machine. It hasn't been operational yet because of health. We haven't got enough help to do it yet. All the hides go to Mike Wheeler in San Antonio, Texas. He takes some to his facility there, which has a tannery in San Antonio, and the rest end up either in Turkey or Russia. It used to go to China, right? It's against China. Everything is, in a perfect world, yes, we save the blood, we save it, but we haven't had that perfect. Maybe 1 or 2 days in the last year, we've been pretty close to perfect. That's it. Where do you see the sheep industry quite a few years down the road? Where will the ewe flocks be? Western, will you see more farm flocks? Will you be able to work with the farm flocks? Western get bigger? What's it going to look like? My opinion, California will become very insignificant in this land market. Since I've been in it, and it's been quite a few years now, they have gone down just very rapidly in California. I don't see any reason for that not to happen. Ground values out there, 30, 32, 33,000 an acre for that ground. And they're not going to run sheep on too much of that ground because of cross contamination. The Intermountain West, I would say those numbers would maintain. I don't think they'll go up. I don't think they'll go down a lot. This sheep business has gotten back to where it's profitable. Now these young kids are coming back out of college. And they don't want, the ones that have grown up in that area don't really want to go back into tech jobs. And there's enough money in ranching now that I think they're more and more want to stay in that part of the country. But if there's going to be growth, it's in this part of the world. I don't see it anywhere else growing like it has the potential to grow in the Midwest. If I lived here, my wife would have a lot more ewes. There's no doubt. I find that so in eastern Colorado, none of feed. She takes care of what we handle.
it doesn't help you to have one of every flavor.
In what respect?
Well, I mean, like as these farm flocks expand, having 6 breeds on one farm.
No,
doesn't
consistency.
help you in that regard.
Very true, very true. And I think, you know, that's something as an industry, we need to really address harder. You mentioned the shears a little bit ago. What a pain in the ass shears are. And I've got some really good friends that are sheep shearers. They're hard to get. I mean, you guys, and if you're a shearer, I understand why you are, because it's so difficult to go to somebody's place and have 12 or 14 sheep they want sheared, and they're over there and they tell you, there they are. Well, you know, it's not, we gotta get better at doing what we do as an industry and get back to being, having more infrastructure, being able to get trucks when you need trucks, being able to get shears when you need shears. And if we don't, they said, we're just gonna continue to go from different reasons and everybody's gonna reach a different straw. But I hope we're coming back and we see these levels back over $2, there's profitability back in these lands, and you can make a good, decent living at it. Then people will make their facilities better and we can get back to more consistent product. Because you're right, that's what we need to do. We need to get back to being a consistent product day in, day out. Go ahead.
I just had a question. When we go through, when we lamb, everything gets tagged, gets banded. And then when we sell our fat lambs, I can see another group go by with them, they're all intact, getting the same price. And I'm thinking, we left our lambs intact, they would probably been gone 2-3 weeks earlier. What's your opinion on that as far as a packing?
Far prefer the wethers. And now I'm talking as a feeder. I'm not talking as a packer, but as a feeder, I far prefer it.
But like a packer, because if you go to these lamb fries, that type of deal, you know, they like Legion Club has lamb fries and everything and how expensive they are. So there's a value to it.
Absolutely.
But as you processing lambs, that's got to be also a big.
There's such a very fine line with buck lambs when it goes to the packing house. And, you know, as a feeder, I would say I would never want a ram lamb in my feed line. As a packer, I don't care if he comes as a ram lamb until that grader looks over and says he's bucking. Because then there's a $40 discount. Just boom. And it's so hard to tell when they're live. I mean, if they're harvested at a real young age, I'm going to say you probably get about 80-85%. But boy, you get a lamb weighing 135, 40, 45 pounds, and the buckiness will show up in those lambs when they pull the hide off them, and you can have a real wreck. You can have a real wreck, and that's something that scares me because there's a lot of people in this. I don't know who's telling everybody to leave them intact because they do probably perform better on your farm, and they probably don't chase near as bad when they're on your farm. But you go mingle them at my place, oh my God, it's a mess. It's a mess. So that is a problem. If you're going to keep them at home and have them harvested at the right time, I probably get killed for saying this, but it probably isn't a huge deal. But once they get going into or don't get bed at the right time, then it becomes a real problem.
So that $40 discount, is that something that you've already bought them lambs?
Yeah,
and you're,
that's on me.
yeah. So do you just get to the point where you go, I'm not going to buy buck lambs, or maybe you're not?
You know, if
as short as they are, you probably.
As short as they are, you know, I take lambs that limp. I take buck lambs. We take lambs that are slipping wool. You know, it used to be when I was a kid growing up, that was my job, was to count how many lambs had black spots on them. And we deducted for black spots. Today, you just back up and hope they put something on the truck. So it is a different. It is a different.
Is the belt worth anything?
Pelts, yes. The pelts have gone back from well, at the worst of it, we were paying $250 to get rid of them. Then we went to $0. Then we went to $3 on the pelt. Right? I thought, well, we hit a home run. Went to $4.50, and then they put the shipping freight on it, and we're back to about half. That's it. So yes, they are worth more, but majority of us freight going across the water. But at least there's a buy. Don't put that there. On a good skin, we're still throwing away probably, I'm going to guess 30%, 35, 40% of the skin are still getting thrown away.
And why are those?
just no international value to, there's not enough value to them to ship across the world.
Which pelts tend to have the value.
Right now, what they call a West Slope skin, which is 1.5 inches, 3/4 of wool, pretty darn clean, pretty darn white, no black spots, no gray wool. And probably a 22, 23 micron flock is what they're coming out. So there's good wool density to them. They use them for seat covers, for airplane covers, seat covers, polishing pads. They can take some of it into the coat trade depending on the thickness of the leather. So some of it go into the garment trade. Midwest skins, and it's more of a stereotype, but they'll look harder for gray. They'll look harder for black leather, and they'll look for shedders, wool pickers, that kind of stuff that change the density of the wool, change the height. Let's toss them out.
So August to September, do you entertain the clubbing lamb sales and state fairs and stuff?
Oh, yeah.
That's something you're afraid of.
I wouldn't say that, but we entertain them. We do it. And again, August, July, August, September, there's nothing else to do. And you know, we're kind of in the spot. I won't take those lambs and put them in the feedlot. I'll only buy them if I can get them dead, then the next day when they come. We do harvest, you know, they've got to go somewhere. They're gonna get harvested, and they need to be harvested. And that's gotten better and better. You know, even the genetics on the prolapses aren't as bad as they used to be. There's still more prolapses and show lambs than there are in commercial fed lambs, but it's not as bad as it used to be.
So those fair lamb pelts, your wool are part of the ones you're throwing away.
Oh, yeah. No, anything else I throw away. And it used to be where they made shandies. So that's where they were in the sheepskin shandy. So, you know, everybody used to wash their, everybody washed their car and what was that? They were in the shandy. So, you know, there's no market for that skin as well.
Is there a pretty good discount for hair sheep?
No value at all. We throw this $2.50. We throw them away.
So there's no leather value.
No leather, yeah, no leather market. I have an area that's intrigued me and I've fussed with in my mind for years. Your family name has some of the top show lambs in the country and have been for years. And you've been involved in that and still are. Yet you're really in the commercial business here. How do you see those two industries, two entities fitting together? Well, that's a really good question. And you're right. My nephew's done very, very well. He's done very well. And you know, when you start talking about bucks bringing over $200,000, I don't see any connection with the commercial industry. It's just not there. But it's something that we've gotten where we have to learn how to handle them. We have to learn how to harvest them. It's like this gentleman's question, will we kill them? Absolutely, we kill them because we need product year round. And those lambs are generally born for off-season marketing. So we're going to have to stay involved in the show lamb business. There's no two ways about it. Do I like everything? No. Do I get in some really knockdown dragouts with my nephew? Absolutely. But I got to be honest with you, he's probably making more money than I am. So I can't argue too darn much. But we do need to harvest and we need to stay focused, keep those guys in our industry and try and get them back to where there's not such a huge difference as it got with the pork industry and the beef industry, where the show ring and the commercial industry is so far apart. We need to bring this lamb thing back. And I think it is. I think it's coming back. We don't see near the prolapses we used to do. And we would just bring the lambs in when we had plant in Denver and plant in Iowa, either one. We'd bring them in, especially in Denver where we're shipping to Iowa. Before I get them on the truck, we might lose 10, 12 lambs if you bought 50 or 60. It wasn't uncommon to lose 10 or 12 overnight. But now we won't have a prolapse the next day or 2 days later. If you keep them for a week and put them on feed, yeah, we get into the prolapse. They're not near as bad as it used to be.
tend to look at it like that industry is getting a lot of youth involved and exposing them to livestock production, whether it's a little bit not on a commercial sense, but on, at least they're getting exposed to it.
They're still sheep.
And you hope that that we retain a portion of those youth as adults that will continue to be involved in livestock. That's the way I try and wrap my mind around it.
And I agree with you wholeheartedly. Anybody that wants to raise a sheep, we need.
Other livestock industries have really, on their animal welfare, just shot through the roof. You know, dairy, in order to sell milk, you have to be a part of the farm program. Beef is moving towards all, the big four require BQA, pork PQA. Where's sheep with their sheep quality assurance?
We have a quality assurance program as well.
But nothing's required right now. So
Nothing's
are we
required.
gonna- I mean, how far down the road? Will we-
I think we'll let the other industries lead us to that. I really do. You know, and if you're talking at the plant level, when we built this plant, had we not had Temple Grandin design the sheep handling facilities and the buildings that they're in, we probably wouldn't have got permitted nearly as easy as we did by having her involved. She did a great job. The facility looks great. We have lead sheep to lead up into the restrainer. We never have to use those damn things. Just get fat and everything. Because they don't do anything. Her facility works well enough, they just go.
Did I understand, you have a conveyor in your?
We do a restrainer. Yeah, the bee restrainer.
Is that one?
But, yeah, I think we'll let the other industries probably lead us there, but we're not far. I mean, they still check you. And if you're an SQF plant, which we're working to become, and then they do check your humane handling. We've been through 3 humane handling audits already. We've only been in business 1 year. And they take those back to the feedlot because we're owners of the plant, so it comes back to the feedlot as well. So, you know, I think we're a long ways down that road.
Most of the demand comes from the consumers, and with us in ethnic markets for lamb and sheep. I don't know if they're really asking for it, but
No. I would say unless you get to the New York chain stores, that's probably.
What would it take to give a tour of your facilities, or is that even possible?
As soon as they let us get over this COVID thing, it's very possible. We've had 3 or 4 different tours scheduled, big tours, and maybe one-on-one that gets done right. But if it's like a group of people wanting to come take a bus, they just say no. We don't want through the COVID deal. We're not going to do that. And as far as I'm concerned, I'd rather not to. I don't want to expose, get those workers sick and then have a shutdown. But when that deal's over, that is not a problem. That's, you know, we build it because we're very proud of it and love to show it to you.
You can go online and look at it.
Yeah.
I saw it
Yeah,
online.
we did have a group come in and do a video of it, so it's online.
So I know there were some hair sheep questions, the differences, I guess. A guy just wanting to get started in, what would you think would be the best road to go? Wool or hair? Is it really?
Well, I'm gonna tell you, that's what my preference is, but I don't know your situation.
Yeah.
You know, if you can't get sheep sheared in your area, you can't get some of the other things that you need, I would, you know, I can't blame you for them. But to me, there's just so much more, there is more opportunity in the wool side because you have wool products. And wool may not bring a lot today or tomorrow, but it'll change. It's all cycles. And there will be value again to these skins. And there'll be value again to the wool that you can get out of the sheep. If it was me telling you what to do, I would say I would go to the wool side. But that's me. That's that gentleman who might tell you go to the hair sheep. No.
Trying to get everything.
No, hell, never. But I just like the option of having wool.
Yeah.
I have a lot of my neighbors that say, why would I run sheep instead of cattle?
Well, I can answer that.
If you want to be profitable, I'd understand.
Well, I have
That's
cattle
up to
too,
you.
so they can run together.
Yeah, they can, absolutely, yeah. They harvest different forages as they go through. It's a complete different individual. Run them both together. Well, just don't do it with buffalo.
Yes.
Would you mind explaining the feedlot operation a little bit about when they come in, how you receive them and like vaccination? rations you put on, and how many ration step-ups do you go through, and who your nutritionist is, this kind of your feedlot operation?
I don't mind at all. We try to buy lambs from 70 to 120 pounds. That's the range we prefer to feed them. How we particularly do it is we schedule, and now with this plan, it's getting easier, I'm sorry. We schedule a number for every week. And then as we buy lambs, over the years, we've put together a computer program to tell you how many, if you buy a group of 100-pound lambs, how many 105 and ups there are, and how many 90s and downs. So that's how we do it there. And we try to buy it to fit so that our kill stays very consistent. And as I said, when we move the lambs on feed, we take a break in the middle of that. And we stop for 10 days, 2 weeks, 3 weeks of trying to buy the weight lamb that the computer says, and we try to buy them alive or something. Then we try to move back, just because we know we're going to be gone some point in time. But we go from probably having 7,000 to 8,000 lambs through the summer is what we'll, in inventory, if we can carry that, we're pretty happy with it, to 50,000 lambs from about the 5th of September to the 25th of September. We'll put between 45 and 50,000 lambs. And it's a circus. We vaccinate everything with intertroxivia and deworm them when they come in. We also hit them with Promectin for kids. The first thing, we try to do that before we put the lambs away into a pen. If we can unload them at night, we leave them in receiving pens there, and we try to get them vaccinated before they get put away. Some days we get behind them 2 or 3 days out before we get them vaccinated. It's better if you can do it either that night or the next morning. After they've been in 3 to 5 days, depending on the weather, if it's decent weather, we let them go 5 days. If we're storming, 3 days, we sort everything. We pull the lambs off. Most of them, it's a drinking problem. Very few lambs have trouble filling up as far as feed goes, but water's, it's particularly intermountain lambs, because they're used to drinking out of streams and live running water. They don't like a water trough. Float comes on, scares the shit out of them all when nothing will drink. So that's generally the biggest problem we have, is getting lambs started on water. But 3 to 5 days, we sort those, take all those lambs off, put them different pens with different style of water. We put long tubes that we run water through, so the water run by them. Anything can get started. After that, if they don't fill back up, the ones that do fill back up, we put them with their contemporaries. We don't put them back on the front end. The ones that came in and fill up right away, we try not to put them back on top of those. Put them in groups that were slower fillers, but they did fill up. The bottom end, we take it sure just as quick as we need to go. Why that works, I don't know. It'll change the metabolism of that line or something. They'll start eating and drinking. If you get them within a week, 10 days, 2 weeks. So we're sure the very bottom end right off the bat. Then we sort them up into groups. We try to size them as close as we can. And then anything that's from 80 to 100 pounds, we look at the skins on them. We look at the days on them. We see when the marketing time is, and that's when we make a decision if we're sure or not. We try not to shear lambs over 100 pounds because we don't get enough days to get a skin back. Today's world, if you're going to get a skin value, you need 100 and 120 days on or after shearing. So, and you know, a lot of these lambs that weigh 100 more, you're not going to get 120 days. So you've taken what would have been in a West Slope situation, an Idaho situation, skin it might be worth $5 or $6, and you're taking it to zero because you shear, and you get more performance. So it is a fine line you have to work with there. But we try to get the bottom end of the lambs that we can put them getting back to a $6 skin and still get the performance, and just take the head in and just push them right out. We have on the box feed side, which is what we finish on. We have 7 different rations starting with 5% corn, and we go up every 3 days by 10%. 5, 15, 25, 35. We stop in the excuse me, in the wintertime. We stop at 85%. Summertime, we stop at 7, or vice versa. 75 in the winter, 85 in the summer. We feed more corn in the summer, less roughage in the summer, because it creates less rumen heat. So we put more corn in the summer, less in the winter. We want the rumen heat with it. On the stretching side, I think there's 9 rations, if I'm not mistaken. But it starts mostly ground hay, quite a little beet pulp, and a little bit of distillers. And then we try to get the hay out as fast as we can, because it costs so much money. So we try to give them on some silage, some beet pulps, and some distillers, the 3 wet parts of the ration. And we switch it from ground alfalfa to either millet or something else that we don't eat. If we get sorghum available, we sort of. We don't use any antibiotics anymore. We used to feed antibiotics everything. Everything we're on cell therapy, we love antibiotics. But since we got away from this about 3 years ago, 4 years ago. So now we only do mass treatments, or if we're gonna do individuals, which we don't do very often, but you sort those out and completely out of the feed out in the sick area, so you don't get the next back in the program. But we do have times we have to feed you either mix it in the feed or put it in the water. We use antibiotics or sulfur or something like that. But then, of course, that becomes a bookkeeping deal because you don't want to lose track of those lines in the feed lot. So you keep track of that, wherever you put it in. We try to keep it as simple, as stupid as we can. So we do the same thing every day.
You retain an individual veterinary that this service is due?
No. And no, I don't know how to put this without getting yourself in trouble.
You don't need to go into that.
Okay, yeah. Nutritionists and veterinarians are doing an awful lot of good, but if they work too much and change too many things, and a lamb is, 30 to a 60, 70, 80-day feeding period, and you screw them up twice in that 30, then you can just went to 120 days a year. So we don't change, again, we do it as simple and stupid as we can. And stay on the same ration. If corn goes to $7, we feed. If it goes to $2, we feed. Because the change in that feedlot from wheat to corn, back to corn, or milo, we used to change to milo. Tremendous cost involved in the production, in the performance of those lines. So we just keep it as simple as stupid.
Is it hard though when you call your vet up and say, I need need to do a pulse? Will you give you your prescription about?
Well, I shouldn't say, no, because we do work with him. I mean, we stay in touch with him, but he's not there every day. But we call him if we have a problem, absolutely. We do use veterinarians. We don't change all the time. We post a lot of lambs. If it's not a coyote kill, we try to post something at least once or twice a week. So we do use it as well. We just don't change it all the time. But getting them to help us pulse them, they cannot see the problem right away. Very, very good work.
Do you have a coyote problem in the feedlot?
We do.
Really?
We do. We're in eastern Colorado and we take between 200 and 250 pounds off our place. And they take a whole lot more lambs.
I mean, I know sheep have a coyote problem, but I didn't know if in a feedlot had changed or.
No, and we're going next year to a V-mesh fence. We're going to put a V-mesh wire all around the feedlot.
Maybe a lot
Try this, no. So they figure out how to do the V-mesh.
Do you not have dogs on the feedlot?
We do. We do have guard dogs.
There's so many lambs,
It's
probably.
just, yeah. And the guard dogs go over here, the fence. But we do use them.
What kind of fencing are you using now?
They have just regular woven wire around it. And then it's
Are they going under it?
They go under, they go through, they go over. Yeah.
If I keep it on the ground, they won't go under.
I agree, yes, and we're,
We
we're,
gotta keep it on the ground.
we're super sandy where we are. So today it's on the ground and tomorrow it's got this much of a gap. So we're gonna take and go all the way around the feedlot, 12 foot wide, and we're hauling in rock and gravel, and we're gonna gravel, strip all the way around the feedlot, 12 foot wide, try to keep from going around the fence.
How many acres is that feedlot?
It's only like, so it's not that big. It's not that big.
You mentioned your average daily gain 6/10 of a pound. So if we have weaned lambs theoretically, and they're doing 8/10 of a pound coming off that ewe, are they just setting themselves up to crash, or we
Not as long as
keep
you
trying to
continue.
achieve? for
Not as long as they're
lambs?
staying on your place, I think we continue to do that. Yeah, and we have certain groups that'll do that, but not as an average. But I think as long as you keep them on your place and you take care of them the same way every day, I don't think that's.
Does your feedlot consist of farming operation too, where you pay your own silage and do your own hay?
We do some. I mean, we farm about 3,200 acres of the alfalfa, corn, or sorghum, or millet or something. But yeah, we buy a tremendous amount of feed as well. But we feed everything we grow, we feed. And I have one son that likes cattle better, so we do have some cattle in the place as well. So it's kind of, we have 3 boys, one's in the cattle side, 2 of them split the farm and then the sheep. And they tell me I don't do much at all. Probably right.
Go around and talk.
That's right, I just go around and talk.
So, what about the corn market? Contract or are you doing the contract?
Do I look near that smart? Of course not. We buy corn every week.
Just as you need it, you just get it.
We make it a point to buy something every week. And we stay very close. We gamble enough on sheep that we try not to gamble anywhere else that we don't have.
You seem brilliant enough. I thought you wouldn't do the answer.
I'm gonna thank you, but no. But no.
So you're gonna kill some goats.
We are.
Question for you. So you have somebody come to you and say, we want some of the goats. Are you killing them or?
Right now, we've just been talking to everybody that we do any business with at all and saying, do you have any use for goats? And we finally got one guy that said he thought he could try 40 and see if it would work. So we're gonna kill him.
I think it's promising.
Hope so.
For goat producers, if
Hope so.
we can get it.
Yes, sir.
Mind if I ask one more?
I don't know.
You know, there's been a lot of visiting in the beef industry here about captive markets, and about, ownerships. And there's always been talk in the sheep industry about the same kind of thing. Now that you're doing it, and you're talking about your feedlot, and, your slaughter plant, how do you keep them separate, or is it a captive, situation? I mean, can you just kind of explain that part of the industry?
It's very tight. It's very tight. It's way too tight. And my preference would be absolutely custom feed for everybody in this room. If you can provide me with a pen full of lambs, so I don't have to take the risk of the ownership, I'd be thrilled. But in the sheep industry, there's a lot of glamour in the cattle business, and you also have the ability to hedge the cattle and sell them up front, which you don't have in sheep. There's a lot of risk in sheep. Getting people to put lambs on feed is very difficult. So if you're gonna run a packing house and you're gonna have a place to harvest the lambs that you buy to feed, you end up feeding more lambs than you really want. I mean, if you take a year like this year, the market, the way it's going, you can't imagine total dollars that we sold 2 farms just to pay for sheep this year. Because we had the same inventory we had last year. We didn't have any more lambs on feed, but double the money. And that's what happened, I think 2 weeks ago, 3 weeks ago now in Newell. The market come off was at $40 in one day. People just flat ass ran out of money. The people that buy land and put them on feed simply ran out of cash. The guy he called me from Newell and said, I'll sell you these lambs $40 on the market. I said, you can get $100 on the market. I don't have any money. I'm out. I said, if you'll carry them, I'm happy to take the risk. If you'll, I said, I'm carrying. Can't do that. The industry just in the last 30 days has just flat ass run out of money. So it would be wonderful if we could find people that want to custom feed. We'd be lucky. And I do some custom. Some of the producers, some of these guys that run 1,000, 2,000, 2,000 lambs, they'll feed their own. And we're happy to feed for them, kill them, harvest them, guaranteeing the place to harvest. But there's just not enough.
So $2 fat lambs at the end of the year is too much cheese.
Hope so.
Back to the better.
Hope so.
When I ran some of my own numbers recently, I looked back 2 years ago. I was making money. With my little unit, I'm not now.
You're not today?
Because I guess retention is a problem and you're feeding all my units.
You got cash flow.
Yeah.
Yeah. You don't have
I had posed a question to Jeff from the American Land Board here, and I'll pose the same question to you. You know, in July, they ended the federal crop insurance LRP program for lands. I think that kind of ties into what you were just saying about, you know, why isn't there more feeders out there? There's no way to protect your break even.
Right.
And if there was a way to protect our break even, I think we would have more people wanting to take that risk. Do you see any change in any of this? Is there going to be any tools out there like to help with that?
I hope so. I'm on a committee and been on, I guess we've had 3 or 4 or 5 meetings, trying to redesign something to take the place of the LRP program. Getting government involvement in today's world is very difficult, but we are still working on it. I missed the last meeting, which was in July, I believe it was, and I haven't been in one since, but yeah, I think there's things, people are trying to work on it, yes. Yes, and the problem that, again, I hope my mouth times I shouldn't. The LRP program we had before, people weren't using it as a livestock risk protection program. They were looking at it as a profit center. And it shouldn't have been operated that way. It should have been, it's risk protection. You can lay it off and put protection on what you're doing. But too much of it, and it was, I guess, because of the way it was written and the opportunities were there, too much of it became a profit center for them. So it needed to change.
Well, I totally feel your pain as a lamb feeder. I mean, we thought about this thing as a family about, I mean, we had some extra feed, we produced some good silage this year. We've done some things kind of right. And man, it'd be nice for us to add a little extra jing in our pocket here. If we could feed a few lambs, but I'm not buying no lambs at the price they are today. And I mean, we'll feed the lambs we raised and we'll go about it that way. But it's a risky gamble. You go talk to that banker and you ask them, you say, look, you willing to put out a couple of $200-300 for a lamb? Look at you like you're crazy.
Yep. I agree with you wholeheartedly.
That's a big problem in the industry right now. And it's all left up to a handful of people to supply that white tablecloth lamb.
And this year is very, very, very difficult, to be honest with you. But we have to get the thing changed from $1.10, $1.15, $1.20 lamb. It has to go to $2 or better. So we have to go through this stuff to get there, unfortunately. And it came at, you know, for as far as a feedlot guy goes, came just at the wrong time of year. Came when we're filling the feedlot. And if lambs had hit 280 in June and they'd fallen back to 230 in September, I'd have been a lot more happy than I am today, but it just worked the opposite. And it's been tough. No doubt. We're probably all bored to death, so.
Very interesting.
And thank you for the opportunity. If you have lambs for sale, you're welcome to call us there. You can call Kevin in this area. He buys a lot of lambs for us.
That's probably the most important question. How do you get him to pay you?
You and I have 2 different questions. I asked him why he paid so much. He asked me. Hopefully it'll work. Hopefully we're all here been doing a good thing. Thank you for your time.
So our last one is just a pre-recorded from Dr. Earhart, which we heard from earlier. He's going to talk a little bit about his flushing program that he uses at Michigan State to help bring obviously a larger number of lambs to your farm through your use. But it's going to take some minutes to set it up. So if you need to get up, have a minute, walk around again, that's fine. Don't forget our vendors are still out there. So they're still here to chat with you all. All those things.
It could be any of those.
Just checking. Nope, that's not it. Nope, that's not it.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, it wouldn't hurt. Right.
Oh, I'm so sorry. We're gonna dance here. All right, let me try that area.
Yeah. I know, I.
Okay.
You know, here it is, here it is. Here it is. No, that's not. No. Yeah, I just. Somewhat.
If anybody's entered the.
Taking all the notes. I was gonna start raising them. I just sort of send myself a message. So people are trying to put down the notes and then I send it right to myself. But yeah, my background is swine, but I do livestock.
See, I'm making sure you can. Doesn't come in yet.
No, absolutely. Yeah, no, totally fine. Yeah, I think I said anywhere between 4 and 4:30, whatever you guys feel like you're ready to. Load up, so you're not here. Yeah, no, that's perfect. Did that come through?
Well, here, let me write you in.
Are you taking off or are you waiting a little bit yet? Well, I don't think you're gonna take long, and then I'm like, no, never mind, I'm gonna be over an hour.
That
was very interesting.
So maybe I better look and see if I can find it on that.
So it should be,
Right now,
Sorry.
we're looking at
Might be because it's a big file, but I don't think it should be. If it's just a link.
it's an media link.
The animal protein, they want everyone's gas. Be in whole store. So I'm trying to figure out ways that we can maybe.
Well, and it's not showing you a lot sense, so maybe that's.
Yeah, it's probably did. So I'm wondering.
Conversation.
I'm in a young Catholic conference and I was actually texting it down.
We've had gotten it at one point, she had NPS.
And I said.
Well, I can look there. Let me.
It's just a video.
That's the news thing. What's that? I'm gonna start setting one back.
Yeah. I also realized.
Yeah. That's fine. Probably before we get
right there.
We're about ready.
For July,
That's what I was. She didn't know.
My mentality, maybe it's too
Ready to roll?
I think we're ready to
Okay.
start.
Perfect.
And then we need to get.
Yeah. Yep. Let me grab this.
See less people here. Hopefully the sound works
Okay, so I think we're gonna get started, everyone. The last one, like I said, is a pre-recording, and it's only about 20 minutes long, so we should be good right on time, which is shocking because I thought we'd be way behind. But before I let you leave, I'm gonna hold you hostage. I would like you guys to fill out our extension form for Randy. It's really important for learning ins and outs. Yeah, it's part of his job. But also gives us and them a good idea of what you guys as producers would like to see from us. Yes, and so if you feel like the extension office isn't maybe up doing as much as what maybe we are, this is one of those things that they really need and they really value. And it can really help boost programming.
It's helped our program here because this is how we got these speakers. These people give us ideas.
Yes, absolutely, yes, Dan.
And I would like to point out that our association really benefits from the relationship we have with Randy and Kelly at the North Platte location.
Yeah.
I don't know, I'd like to.
Yes, good job, Randy.
You're welcome.
So, before you leave, please fill out, you can drop it off at Breed Registers.
It's pretty easy, just fill in the blank. And you can, if you're from the same operation, all you have to do is one of you fill it out. So, or you consider yourself two different ones, sure. We try not to double report. I used to have that problem. That's why I really get. But what I'll tell you is how I got to do more of this is one time we had a kidding and lambing conference, and I had more cows represented there than I did sheep and goats. And guess what? My people in Lincoln are like, oh my God, all those people that have cows, we better do some more of this. So sometimes these things can pay big dividends, because then it was okay that Randy did these programs. So it's amazing what sometimes still one of these out will do for you. And once she gets them all out, I'll hand you out. But they do make a difference for us. And like I said, it helped me do more sheep and goat programming when people saw how many cows people have. So put your cows down too.
Write your name and your phone number and then what your business is, and put it at the festival and they're out of order. And then you can choose. Everybody get one. Yeah. Fill out some extras.
It does help us. Like I said, my programming, it was amazing because I had never got any acknowledgement on it. And I had the dean say, wow, Randy, Kelly showed me how many times you had actually shared the thing. And it's like, we need to be doing more work with this. Okay.
Hello, I'm Rich Fairhart. I'm a small ruminant extension specialist at Michigan State University. And I'm here to talk today about optimizing reproductive efficiency in sheep and goat production with improved breeding nutrition. So sheep and goats, so as an overview, reproductive efficiency is often really an untapped opportunity in sheep and goat production. Our national lambing and kidding rates are pretty low, and there's a great opportunity to improve them. So I'll just give you kind of that overview and then talk more specifically about strategies to improve reproductive outcomes, mostly lambing and kidding rates with flushing or improved pre-breeding nutrition. So sheep and goats certainly are very efficient ruminants for meat production. They do have a higher reproductive efficiency than cattle, quite a lot higher actually. In some sheep and goat production systems, using those can produce close to twice their weight in lambs or kids per year. That's a very efficient system when you consider it under those terms, and that's, I think, a pretty good way to evaluate it. The national lambing average hovers around 1 lamb per ewe per year, however. So, that would be a doubling, and that's a fairly reasonable thing to attain. So really there is this big opportunity. Now this would come through both improved genetics and through nutrition. I'm going to focus on nutrition today because that's the talk that I'm giving, but you need to also consider that genetics play a huge role. Sheep and goat breeds vary drastically in their lambing kidding rates. So we look at the whole overview of nutritional management of reproduction. We need to think about more than just pre-breeding nutrition, of course, because if you make investments in pre-breeding nutrition, improve lambing rate, you got to make sure you continue to feed those animals and manage them appropriately for their stage of production. So during early pregnancy, we're going to focus on feeding them appropriate to enhance embryonic survival. In mid-pregnancy, it's really just a period of placental growth. I mean, there's plenty of other things going on, but that's often what's characteristic about it. Then late pregnancy becomes a very important window or opportunity as well, management window as well, because it's the period where there's significant fetal growth, development of the mammary gland, development of all the systems of the fetus, and really does nutrition during this period also dictates colostrum supply and colostrum yield. So it's also very important. So we got to make sure if we're going to feed the animals well before they lamb or before they're bred, to improve ovulation rate, and they can get these extra lambs and kids, we're going to make sure that we continue to support that extra investment by feeding them well throughout the whole production cycle. So for pre-breeding or flushing, as it's commonly called, the concept is that the sheep or goat brain is going to respond to signals that it gets from the rest of its body. So the brain is really the place where these signals are integrated, and things are often controlled via centrally through the brain. But the signals they get are from the periphery, things like fat molecules, hormones produced in the periphery are going to signal to the brain to let the brain know that the animal is being well fed. Therefore, the brain will send signals to the ovaries to enhance ovulation rate. One of those signals is luteinizing hormone, or LH. This is going to be secreted at a higher frequency, so you get more pulses per minute, which improves ovulation rate quite a bit. So that's kind of how it works, and you get more eggs at a greater ovulation rate because of that. So some of the factors to consider in this situation are that both short and long-term nutrition are going to play a big role in determining ovulation rate. This would be the combination of previous feeding, which would be expressed as body fatness or body energy reserves, and the current state of feeding, which is kind of measured in terms of energy balance, or how many calories the animal's consuming above what it needs just to maintain its body mass. So this is going to come about by increasing the nutrition of the animal, the number of calories it consumes, mostly energy. That's just purely calories for as little as 4 to 5 days. It's going to improve that ovulation rate considerably. I'm not saying we should feed them just 4 to 5 days, but it's been shown experimentally, at least, that even an investment of that short of duration can improve signaling to the brain in underfed animals. What I'd recommend is a longer term program, which I'll describe in a minute, and that using positive energy balance, again, that are actively gaining weight, just another way of saying that. So they're gaining weight. Prior to mating, we're going to have this higher ovulation rate. And fat ewes aren't going to show much response. They've already kind of maxed out, but they're certainly going to ovulate at a higher rate than thin ewes. So improving that body condition is important as well. The responses that we might expect are pretty large. Increases of 25% are typical. There's been documented cases of close to 60%. Studies that I'm going to show you in a minute, we've seen increases of 30, 40%. However, this flushing response can be all for naught if the animals lose a lot of weight during early pregnancy, and they could lose these embryos by through that poor environment. On the other hand, it's also been shown, which was a little counterintuitive for me, that if you overfeed animals, you can also suppress embryonic. You can increase embryonic loss, suppress embryonic retention, and it can also be a problem. So we don't want to have them overfed or underfed. We want to get them just right, which is about maintaining their body weight. So this maintenance level of nutrition or maintaining their body weight is what you need in early pregnancy, so that you don't lose these improvements in ovulation and embryonic creation of embryos through this flushing program. Okay, so the nutritional target we're considering here and looking at is about between 50 and 100% increase in energy intake over that maintenance level for about 3 weeks. What I'll show you in a minute is we've shown that we get a really nice response when we double or feed 100% more. 100% increase would be a doubling of energy, so they're gaining a bunch of weight. So I'll show you in a minute for about 3 weeks. And this we've associated with an increase in condition score of about half a unit and about 7 to 10 pounds in body weight. We want to keep these sheep in positive weight gain during this period. And then we might increase or decrease this period depending on their condition score at the beginning of the period. It's possible to do this with a grazing program but they have to be on, properly stocked and on high quality forage. Feeding them concentrate is a more precise way of doing it and is maybe a little bit more of a guarantee of good results. But, feeding concentrates isn't always feasible in some sheep production, goat production situations. This would just, again, be an energy supplement. Corn, barley, your cheapest energy source should do the trick. And again, embryo retention or implantation might be reduced if we keep this going too long. So as kind of a practical way of managing this, I recommend stopping the improved nutrition, the supplementation, right when you turn in the rams or bucks. Here's some animals grazing some high quality forage. Just happens to be an example of how you can do it. These animals gain close to 10 pounds over 3 weeks on this forage. So they hit that landmark well. Not saying you can do this every time with grazing systems, but it's possible with properly managed grazing, with the right types of forages and right stocking rates. So here's some results of a study where we looked at the impact of this flushing program on reproduction. We did this in accelerated lambing. Our accelerated lambing is a system where we have the ewes give birth every 8 months instead of every year. So we looked at the fertility that we saw during different times of the year. This included what we'll call the optimal season, which is, when the light days are getting short in the fall, and then the suboptimal season when the opposite is happening, the days are getting long in the spring. So we compared energy intake and its impact on reproduction in both of these seasons. So in our system, we have an 8-month interval between lambings. The way ours is set up, our weaning dates and ram turn-in and so forth are such that we have a 21-day window between weaning and introduction of rams for the next cycle. So that's the period we focused on here as our treatment period. So these ewes were, again, on an accelerated lambing program. They lambing every 8 months. And the treatments that we gave during this 21-day period were to underfeed the ewes significantly, 50% of the calories that they need to maintain weight. We fed them to a level that we thought would maintain weight. Sometimes people call that maintenance, maintain weight. And then we fed them at a rate that we anticipated might double the intake over what they need to maintain weight. So 200%, which gave them a high energy total mixed ration with corn in it, and just let them eat as much as they wanted to for 3 weeks. The animals that we used were Finn, Dorset, Cross ewes. So these stew sheep do breed out of season, especially in response to the ram effect, or they can be induced into lambing out of season or coming into heat out of season with ram introduction. We had about 33 animals per treatment. We looked at this both during spring mating, late April, and during early winter mating, the same ewes in their next production cycle, which would have been right around Christmas time. Way we manage these ewes during mating is we use teaser rams. We introduce teaser rams 2 weeks before we introduce fertile rams. So during this 21-day pre-breeding window, we turned in rams about day 7. So for the last 14 days, these teaser rams were in, and we had the same coverage regardless of treatment. They were in about 1 to 20 to 25 ewes. And we rotated them every 24 hours, either the teasers or all the rams, so that we didn't have any bias between one ram or another within our treatment scheme. Kept the rams in for 34 days, and here we have the results. So what I'm showing here are 2 different panels. These are preliminary results, I should say. And you can see here that, get my pointer here, that the underfed animals in both seasons lost weight, considerable amount, 15 to 20 pounds. The maintenance animals lost a little bit of weight, about 4 pounds in both seasons. And the animals that were fed this high plant nutrition, this enriched corn diet, they gained between 7 and 11 pounds. So they had significant weight gain in a 3-week period. Interesting part as we look at litter size here. we see this is during spring, so litter size is going to be smaller from our spring matings. So these were lambs born in the fall, created in the spring, I guess you could say. When we fed them to maintenance or underfed them, they did about the same. But when we fed them this high plain nutrition, they had a big improvement in litter size. So they went from 1 1/4 to about 1.7 lambs per ewe dropped. Conception rate was slightly improved as well. And then in the like what you call the optimal season, the fall mating period, we see higher lambing rates in general. Anytime ewes are bred during that period, they tend to ovulate at a higher rate. We see that we did see the exact same situation in regards to nutrition, no difference in lambing litter size in the underfed and adequately fed animals. And then in the well-fed animals, again, we saw this big improvement, very similar proportional improvement. And they came from about 1.5, 1.6 lambs per ewe to a 200% lamb crop. Conception rates weren't affected during this season by our nutritional program. But that's a pretty big difference between 1.6 and 2 and about 1 1/4 to 1.7. So big impacts of nutrition. This is just a 3-week period where you're feeding the animals some corn. It equates to be probably $2 to $3 of extra feed, really not a whole lot over what you normally feed. And that's a pretty good investment. What we've learned is that flushing at this higher level has a big impact on lambing percent. It doesn't matter what season it's done. We see a 30-40% increase. And we've learned that maintenance feeding is really, detrimental to their ovulation rate. You want to feed, you want to improve their plain nutrition. It's as bad as starving them, actually. You can think about it that way. It's possible to achieve high conception rates with natural mating. And I should say this was all natural mating, just to emphasize that. We didn't use seeders, we didn't use lights. We just used teaser rams and nutrition, as I've described, to get these ewes to breed out of season in the spring. Flushing does have a large return on investment, and overfeeding energy in early pregnancy might be harmful. We do have some data to support this. I'm not going to show you because it's not quite summarized yet, but we feel like it's important not to waste feed, and it may even be more than a waste issue. We may see some loss of embryos with that. So what is optimal flushing nutrition? Is it going to be 2 to 3 weeks? That's our recommendation, but we'd like to study a little bit more to be certain. What is the perfect target? Is it double energy intake, as I described, 2 times maintenance? Or if we look at the NRC tables, the National Research Council feeding standards suggest that 1.5, 1.6 should do it. In our experience, we found that isn't the case. But I'm a little conservative here, so I'd start there, but I consider feeding them better if you're going to make this investment. What weight gain and body condition target? We showed you that about 7 to 10 pounds in these medium-sized ewes seemed to be the response that gave us good results. And about half of, what I didn't show is our body condition score results, but it was about the same, about half of body condition score is what these animals improved. Okay. And when to discontinue this, I'm suggesting it should be when you turn in rams, which is a pretty easy thing to manage in most mating programs. Yeah, so to summarize this, by improving energy intake for a fairly short time, 2 to 3 weeks, you can improve lambing rates 30-40%. It doesn't matter what season this is done in. It applies to spring and fall mating. The target gain of 6 to 10 pounds probably is the right target you should be looking for in these medium-sized ewes. We like to see them at condition score 3 or more. It is best to return the ewes to maintenance or maybe just a little bit of weight gain after when you turn rams in, so that you optimize the conception rate and implantation of the animals. And again, just to emphasize, that's a big, really good investment. You get a real positive return on investment when you invest in flushing in both sheep and goat production. So yeah, thanks. I know this is a recording, so I just want to make sure that you get a chance to follow up if you'd like with some questions. I've got my contact information here. The best way to get a hold of me would generally be via email at the email address given here. And yeah, I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have and look forward to that. Thank you for your attention.
All right, well, that pretty much wraps up our programming. The only thing I have left is if you haven't got a chance and you want to silent auction bid on our 2 items over here, we have the sorting gate and then we also have the mineral feeder. So I'll give you guys a chance if you want to do that. Name, phone number, how much you want to bid, and tell me which one you're bidding on. And then we'll draw that and we'll come up with whoever needs to get it to where we need to get it.
Sure.
Otherwise, we're gonna draw for our prizes
Prizes.
as well. So do you have something else, Randy?
Just, if you want to look at my feed thing, you're welcome to guess what's the most lowest cost per pound of protein and TDN, put my little buckets there. Or if you want to just cheat and look, it tells you underneath there. So I saw a few people doing that. So.
So yeah, if you want to go ahead and silent auction bid, you can. While you're doing that, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, there's 5 different things up here. American Land Board sent us prizes, Premier One sent prizes.